Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was the son of Godzilla and became new King Ghidorah movie. Before we start, please go support IsseiOmniversalCaos for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Chapter 1. The Birth of the Future King. This is entirely from my imagination. After watching the movies Godzilla, King of the Monsters and The Lion King, 2019, this story came to mind. I apologize for any spelling mistakes. Prologue. 130 million years BC. We don't know exactly what planet Earth was like in that era, the era of the gods. Some say the dinosaurs were kings, especially the T-Rex, but it pales in comparison to the first kings, the Titans, giant, colossal beasts, or as they are also known, the absolute rulers of the planet. Insert song The Circle of Life The Lion King 8. This is above, just to give more feeling to what I'm about to narrate. Dawn is breaking on the young planet Earth. From a mountain, you can see an earthquake begin. The mountain rises, revealing a colossal quadrupedal monster that looks like an earth dragon. With Ursula, you can see giant birds with orange feathers that resemble flamingos. The giant blue, dragon-like creature is seen emerging from a large lake, just like others of its kind, and beginning to walk. Several beasts can be seen beginning to awaken upon seeing the sun, some ceasing to eat, and all beginning to head east. An Agares is seen standing on a large rock, looking in the direction all the titans are heading, and then beginning to walk. We then looked up at the sky, where we saw giant, imposing creatures flying high above. The creatures were bathed in sunlight, revealing bodies resembling prehistoric birds, covered in what appeared to be rocks or volcanic rock. Incandescent material glowed on their gigantic wings, which spanned 270 meters and stood 45 meters tall. The leader of the flock was accompanied by a smaller one with a wingspan of 135 meters and a height of 20.5 meters. This species is known as the rodent. A herd of about 80 rodents and some cubs. Now, a few kilometers away, one can see what appears to be a swarm of 100 colossal moths. Simply beautiful creatures at first glance, each moth's wings a different color and unique pattern. Some shone with a brilliant sky blue, others a dazzling white, and a few a pale pink that shimmered in the sunlight, each with different colors and patterns on their slender bodies and claws on their arms. Most had a wingspan of 225 meters and stood 15 meters tall, altogether with what appeared to be the leader of the group, its wings a beautiful sky blue, accompanied by a much smaller one, 6.5 meters tall, with a wingspan of 120 meters. The youngest had white fur on its body and beautiful purple and pink wings in different shades of pink, shimmering in the sun. They all seemed more beautiful and lovely than the angels themselves. Angels don't yet exist, and the two leading the group were more beautiful than Gabriel's herself. Again, angels don't yet exist. This is just a comparison. These beautiful but deadly beasts were known as Masura's many gigantic. Beasts that made the largest and most lush forests look like pasture and animals and dinosaurs like insignificant insects. All of different shapes and sizes, arriving in a herd at a specific place. On a gigantic rock in a peculiar shape that represents the king of all titans roaring, meaning the rock represents desGhidorah roaring, all the beasts arrive from different places in herds of their species, with around 50 to 60 members in each one. Behemoth. Agares. Scylla. Caesar. Austro. All the beasts gathered, obviously the rodent and the Masuras too. Everyone was eager and happy, although a small minority was not. They were all gathered there to meet their prince and future king. End of song. Circle of Life The Lion King. A giant beast in the form of a three-headed dragon, its scales black but also white in some parts, and with two tails. Next to a member of its own species, brown in color, shorter in stature, and with short heads. This race was known as the desGhidorah, the second alpha species, but the first being the Godzillas. But they were the alphas now, the race of kings and the strongest and most imposing of all. One of their members earned the right to be known as the King of the Monsters, and now, along with his partner, they were inside the rock observing something that could be perfectly interpreted as a smile from both of them. But what were they watching? They were watching a small, very dark brown desGhidorah with honey-colored eyes lying asleep on the ground like an angel. This was the son of the King of the Monsters, Ghidorah. After a few seconds, two shadows entered the rock cave along with two bright lights, one sky blue and the other pink. There were two Godzillas, two rodents, and two Masuras, one adult rodent and one adult Masura, and two younger ones. The larger rodent emitted immense heat, while the smaller one did not. Similarly, the Masuras emitted a beautiful blue glow from their wings, and the younger one a beautiful pink light. Immediately the 9 titans, minus the baby desGhidorah, began to glow in their respective colors, the rodent in red, the Ghidorah in blue, one deeper than the other, and the Masuras in their respective wing colors. The light shrank to what appeared to be ants, that is, the size of a human compared to their kaiju modes, and the brightness disappeared. Where the Ghidorahs once stood, now stood a dark-haired man and a brown-haired woman. From the Masuras, a beautiful blue-haired woman with blue clothes and a skirt, and a white-haired girl who appeared to be 5 years old, note, appeared to be, remember they are titans. On behalf of Godzilla, a boy with black hair, dark brown eyes, wearing black clothes, who appeared to be 7 years old. And from the rodent side, there's a Redeed with green eyes and another Redeed with red eyes, but they appear to be 7 years old, apparently. When they finished transforming, the dark-haired man, Godzilla, current king, smiled when he saw them. The blue-haired girl hugged the black-haired boy affectionately, and he reciprocated. This blue-haired girl was known as Mothra, the queen of the monsters. Then the blue-haired woman went to hug the brunette woman with much more affection and tenderness, and the latter gladly reciprocated. Fact. They have names, it's just that when they are chosen as the new legendary titans, they are given the names Godzilla, Mothra Rodin and desGhidorah respectively, something like with the mass. Another fact. The legendary kaiju are those 4 and one more that I won't mention yet, but anyway, they earned that name for their feats and their great power that surpasses the rest, and their children are the heirs to those titles. Then the dark-haired man and the red-haired man looked at each other seriously, then smiled, shook hands, bumped fists, and hugged. Then the Redeed went and formally greeted the brunette, but she gave him a strong hug, confusing him and making the black-haired man and the blue-haired woman laugh. The Redeed eventually returned the hug. This Redeed was known as Rodin the Fire Demon. Without anyone noticing, the children, the white-haired girl, the black-haired boy, and the red-haired boy went deeper into the cave, where they saw the baby Ghidorah glow red and transform into a brown-haired baby with a black tail. The white-haired girl picked up the baby and began to caress it, while the red-haired boy watched this interaction with a smile. Everyone turned to look and found themselves faced with a tender scene of the little 5-year-old girl carrying a brown-haired baby with honey-colored eyes and a black tail. The brown-haired baby just laughed and touched the little girl's cheek with his little hands, who just laughed and took out her beautiful white wings from her back, which began to light up the cave, and the baby just watched this with stars in his eyes. The adults just smiled and approached. The blue-haired woman's hand lit up and she took out a cane with fruit-like bells and began to shake it in front of the baby. Then she broke one of the fruits and put some of its juice on the forehead, then her hand lit up blue and she put a light on the forehead of the baby, who was still in the arms of the white-haired girl. The Redeed broke off a small piece of volcanic rock he was carrying, squeezed his hand, and the rock turned to dust. He put some of the dust on the baby's forehead. The blue-haired woman took the baby from the hands of the white-haired girl. Then the blue-haired woman transformed into Mothra and carefully used one of her claws to put a little radioactive energy into the baby, thus transforming it into a Ghidorah baby. They all transformed and went out onto the rock, where hundreds of titans were waiting. Mothra carried the transformed baby in her titan form as she slowly walked to the edge of the rock, while being followed by desGhidorah and the female desGhidorah from behind. Insert song Circle of Life, the Lion King in the last part. Mothra lifts Issei, who has transformed into Godzilla, and drinks him. It's a never-ending cycle. All the titans roared into the air, the Rodin roared and raised their wings, as did the Masuras and the Bathras, the Behemoth roared and raised their imposing horns, the Scylas and Kamakuras raised their long legs, the Methusland raised their legs, like the neighing of horses, and causing some tremors, and the very few Hyoudous, only females, roared, the Godzillas roared, and others shot their atomic rays into the sky. What moves us all? All the titans of all species roared and celebrated their newborn prince. And even if we are alone we must seek. Everyone praising and watching the new and future king of the monsters. And until I find. Then the clouds parted, causing the sun's rays to shine directly on the baby. The white-haired girl transformed and began to fly with the other Masuras. She began to fly in front of where Mothra was carrying the baby Ghidorah, and all of their wings began to glow, showing a beautiful white light that illuminated the baby. Our great legacy. At that moment, all the titans began to kneel before their future king. And the endless cycle. Everyone showed their respect to their new future king, some even smiling as they had witnessed the endless cycle once again. End of song. Everyone kneeling before their prince. The prince of monsters, Issei, but not everyone was happy with the presentation of the future King Ghidorah's pav during the bout of the baby. I can't believe it, he said angrily. What's wrong, love? You weren't happy during our son's presentation, said the brunette angrily. That's not love, it's just that I didn't finish. What? Asked the chestnut-haired girl. Those 3 didn't come, he said seriously. Are you talking about surprised? Yes, they were absent on purpose, he said angrily. Reply. Location unknown. 3 silhouettes are seen in a dark place. I can't believe it, said an angry voice. They kneel before a brat. Furious. Hey, calm down, he's just a child, indifferent. You don't understand, idiot. Angrily. But he's just a child, he said, a little scared. Exactly. A stupid brat who doesn't deserve to be king, he said angrily. When was the last time we were in power? He said seriously. Nobody remembers the time when we were known as the King of Terror, he said, frustrated. Now they kneel before anyone, he said angrily. You should kneel before us, he said as the three silhouettes began to glow yellow. We are the only ones worthy of the title of king, he said angrily. Godzilla, you damned, you took everything from us just as you betrayed our race, Ghidorah, he said angrily. Do you think we'll make it? He said seriously. Of course, I left with a sly smile. After all, as the light increased in intensity and grew to an enormous size. We are as the light took on a strange shape of 7 limbs. The Great One, while a strange silhouette appeared through the dust and some yellow glows and rays. King. He said as 3 pairs of yellow eyes appeared. From the dust emerged a gigantic dragon with large bat wings, 2 tails ending in spines, and a powerful roar from its 3 heads. Ghidorah, Ghidorah. Ghidorah, head of the central group. Soon, brothers, soon we will return to power, he said as he raised his wings and took off, creating his own electrical storm system. Chapter 2. A Strange Dream. Planet Earth. 130 million years BC. The land, a place where life once abounded, a place that was once beautiful with its forests, rivers, lakes, mountains and meadows, entire forests burned, is now a black and dead place. The battlefield where an unparalleled fight was being waged, which had destroyed all traces of life in the area. The completely devastated field is seen where a great electrical storm is responsible for throwing yellow lightning bolts to the ground. You can see 2 beasts of colossal proportions grabbing each other with blows, scratches, bites and thrusts. On one side is a huge gigantic black, 3-headed dragon, measuring approximately 110 meters in height and 290 meters in length from head to tail. The beast was badly injured, its spines were broken, and its strong and robust legs barely supported it. It was clinging to a rock at its height. It was missing at least 1/4 of its tail, and one of its eyes was closed and bleeding. It seemed that at any moment it would fall defeated by its opponent. On the other side, you can see a robust 3-headed dragon standing upright and leaning on its 2 gigantic wings. It had 2 tails that ended in retractable spines that made the sound of a snake. This dragon was not as injured as the monster in front of him. It seemed to have no wounds, and the few it did have were slowly regenerating. The dragon's middle head had a sly grin that reflected malice at first glance, the right head had a mocking and amused smile that showed it enjoyed hurting its opponent, and the left head also had a smile, but this was a victorious smile that reflected satisfaction with what its eyes saw. Then the dragon spoke through roars. I will translate the roars, but beings that are not kaiju will only hear growls and roars. Are you happy now, Ghidorah? He said, annoyance and disappointment in his voice. Haha, not yet, not Ghidorah, there's still something more to come, said Issei, Middlehead, with a malicious smile. So what is it? You've already defeated Godzilla, Rodan, and Mothra, you've already beaten me. You're already the king. So tell me, what more do you want? He said angrily. Oh, look at that, His Majesty admitted that he was defeated, Shishishi said Nai, right head. Answer me. He said angrily. So, what do you think it is? Said Kevin, head tilted to the left. desGhidorah just put on a serious face, waiting for the answer. Who is known as the prince and future king? Nai said mockingly. Little Issei, of course, Issei said with a smile. No, my son, you'll have to kill me first. Ruurg. He said, running towards Ghidorah. The 3 were surprised by desGhidorah's fighting spirit. So he still had strength. Kevin said, alarmed. Don't worry, he doesn't have much time left, he said as they began to run towards him, using their wings for support. The 2 titans collided. Then everything went black. A powerful electrical storm raged across the entire planet with great fury. You can see the same battlefield where the 2 titans clashed before, now there was only one of them, but not in the way one would expect. The great monster known as desGhidorah, the king of monsters, lay dead on the ground with fatal injuries, such as 4th-degree burns on his eyes, what remained of his tail, legs, and back where his dorsal plates, which supposedly demonstrate his great power, should be. Now he only has broken wings with red smoke coming out of them. The rain lashed down on the monster's body, but also on 2 small figures that were next to him. The brown-haired boy with honey-colored eyes, seemingly 15 years old, with a black tail with some spines on it, can be seen next to the corpse of the deceased king of the monsters. Beside him was a white-haired girl of apparent age of 14 with pink Masura wings 6 meters in diameter compared to her body. The girl was hugging the brunette, who was in shock, tears streaming down his face, upon seeing his father dead. All she could do was hold him and comfort him during this terrible time. Dad. I screamed, letting out more tears and falling to my knees on the ground. Dad, father, wake up. We have to go home, Mom is waiting for us, get up please. He said, crying harder and hugging the monster's head while the girl still hugged him. Issei was desperate, he was seeing the kaiju that raised and trained him since birth dead. Ice-chan, he's already here. Mew interrupted by the chestnut-haired boy. No. He can't be Mew without being able to say the complete word. I'm sorry, she said, crying as she saw her beloved in that state. Irie, he said the girl's name as he hugged her. Whoever did this I swear will pay. Issei said, surprising Irie. Issei was crying and furious. He had no desire to forgive the wretch who had done this to his father. Irie understood, and with her pink wings she hugged Issei. Ham. A loud footstep was heard behind the two young people. Will whoever did this pay? Huh? Said an unknown, mocking voice. The gruff voice, reflecting mockery and malice, was heard behind the young people. Sound of bells. Surprising Issei and Irie, since they knew the only one or ones who could make that noise. Ghidorah's shriek. Ghidorah stared at the two young people who were still hugging for a few seconds, until he said. Your father gave us a good fight, but in the end his fate was sealed, Ichi, middle head, said mockingly. Just like yours, Issei and I, right head, said with hatred in his voice. Ghidorah's three heads began charging their gravity beams, illuminating their necks, preparing to kill them. When he said that, Irie was shocked, since he admitted to murdering King desGhidorah. What on earth was wrong with him? Why did he do it? When he saw the neck slowly lighting up, he realized. These traitors intended to become kings and wanted to kill them both. Irie knew that no titan would bow down to Ghidorah unless the king and his son were dead. After hearing that, Issei clenched his fist so tightly that blood began to drip, while his fists began to release light blue energy. He did it. They've always been power-hungry but this no, I'll kill him. He screamed in his thoughts. The three heads displayed a sinister smile. Let's finish this now, and while we're at it, let's take the life of Mothra's daughter. Ichi said with a psychopathic smile. Aye. The three of them shouted at the same time, firing their gravity beams in the direction of Issei and Irie. Irie closed her eyes. This was the end of her life, and she couldn't tell Issei how she felt. Only a single tear escaped her eye. Issei she was about to scream until she heard a strange noise and opened her eyes, seeing something that surprised her. A powerful red and black beam absorbed Ghidorah's gravitational rays and then struck him in the abdomen, throwing him about 200 meters away. The lightning was so strong and fast that none of Ghidorah's heads managed to see from whom that powerful lightning bolt came. Irie, seeing the powerful beam that launched Ghidorah so far away, quickly realized that the king of Ghidorah was not dead and had saved her and Issei's lives. Irie turned around, hoping to see the king, but what she saw left her in complete shock. The shock prevented her from saying more words. Ghidorah got up from the ground. Ichi and I were furious, and Kevin just shook his head to get rid of the dust. Their first thought was that desGhidorah was still alive, but even if that were the case, where on earth did he get that power from? Ichi and I thought to themselves. What happened? Kevin asked, confused. Is he still alive? I asked. Not even with much doubt. But we finished him off. We saw him die. He can't be alive. Ichi shouted furiously and a little confused. The three of them turned to see where the ray had come from, but they were all shocked by what they saw in front of them. But what were they seeing? What they saw was Issei with glowing blood-red eyes, his hair illuminated in black and white, as well as the small spines on his tails illuminated in bright red and black. But what shocked them even more was that Issei had his mouth half open, while a kind of red smoke was coming out of it, which indicated that he had launched that powerful beam. Issei's body lit up entirely in a bright red, a light that completely enveloped him as his size increased to over 100 meters. Ghidorah was a little frightened when he saw it, because the fact that someone so young was able to throw a lightning bolt with such power meant that he was a prodigy, worthy of the son of King Ghidorah. What happened to him? Kevin asked, as best he could, still in shock. Ichi and Nai had asked themselves the same question. Is this the same Issei who was crying over his father's death just minutes ago? I didn't understand. Irie, seeing how he transformed, simply said. Ice-chan. She said, terrified by the change in her secret beloved. What happened to his Issei? He wondered to himself. I will explain how she fell in love with him in future chapters. Issei finished the transformation, revealing an imposing desGhidorah 150 meters tall, taller than his late father. It's almost identical to Ghidorah, it only has two horns and spikes of varying sizes on its back and more spikes on its tail. Its heads are these. Previously, Issei's transformation into desGhidorah was 100 meters tall. Irie understood that Issei planned to fight Ghidorah alone, something she couldn't allow since Issei was still inexperienced in battle. Irie's body began to glow white and she quickly transformed into her kaiju form and prepared to fight alongside Issei. Issei al Natilo Arugio Irie. Translation of the roar. Irie, get out of here. Irie was surprised to hear that and said with a squeal. Of course not if I leave you alone, he might. Call your mother Godzilla and Rodan. In his voice. Irie said nothing and just flew off as fast as she could to get help. Ghidorah was still in shock until. Listen, don't let that kid intimidate you, he'd never beat us, Issei said angrily. But look at him, Kevin said, a little intimidated. We have to kill him quickly, Nai said decisively. Issei ordered Issei while Nai looked at him seriously and Kevin looked somewhat scared. Issei just looked at him seriously and their license plates began to blink. Ghidorah stood upright and raised his wings to intimidate Issei, displaying this great image. End of the Godzilla soundtrack. Everything went black. ROOOOOOARRRRRGGGGG RINNNNNNNNNN RINNNNNNNNN HHHHHH. The boy was heard screaming from behind his sheets. The boy was brown-haired, with honey-colored eyes, 15 years old, and dressed in blue shorts and a white t-shirt. The boy was sweating and panting, although for some strange reason that even he didn't understand, he was crying. That strange dream again. What was that monster? He said, somewhat intimidated by having seen those monsters in his dream, especially the last one directing a terrifying roar right at him. The boy remained in the same position for a few seconds while he thought about that dream, which, for some reason seemed very familiar. That was the case until. Issei, come down now, it's time for breakfast. A woman's voice was heard. I'm coming, Oka-san. Shouted the young brunette, now identified as Issei. End of chapter. Chapter 3. A day to celebrate. Previous chapter. Issei, come down now, it's time for breakfast. A woman's voice was heard. I'm coming, Oka-san. Shouted the young brunette, now identified as Issei. Chapter 3. A day to celebrate. 2019 AD. Kuoh City, Japan. This is after sealing Trihexa, the defeat of Klepeth, and the death of Rizavam. One could see a mansion on a street in the beautiful city of Kuoh, about 7 or 8 stories high. This was the Hyoudou residence. Inside one of the rooms of the large mansion, a brown-haired boy named Hyoudou Issei, 15 years old and 143 centimeters tall, was getting out of bed after his mother called him for breakfast. 18. The boy changed into more casual clothes for being at home. The boy ran downstairs quickly and the first thing he saw was his mother putting his breakfast on the table. Hello mom, the boy said cheerfully. Hello son, breakfast is on the table, said a brunette woman of about 40 years old. Okay, the boy said with a smile. The boy sat down at the table where 4 people were eating. Hello, father, said the little chestnut-haired boy. Hello son, good morning, said a brown-haired man with glasses and a newspaper. The man looked much older and appeared to be about 40 years old. Father, do you know when they will arrive? The boy asked, his voice filled with hope. No, Issei, I still don't know when they'll come home, said Issei's now identified father, tiredly. The reason for this is that Issei always asked the same question every morning when he woke up. Oh I see, the boy said, sounding a little sad. But what if they got hurt? She said, her voice breaking. Don't worry, Issei, they're very strong, I'm sure they'll be fine, said the father, trying to encourage his son. But what if something happens to them? The little brunette said worriedly. The father, noticing this, made a sad face seeing his son like this, then turned on the TV and put it on the news channel where something peculiar was happening. Look, let's see how your brothers are doing with those things, said Issei's father. The chestnut-haired man quickly fixed his gaze on the television where the news of the moment was being broadcast. Today at 0:42 hours and after 2 months and 1 week of battle, the governments of the world and our allies, the supernatural beings, have finally managed to kill the 2 creatures identified as Mutos. A few images of Mutos in cities were shown on television. The television shows images of the 2 dead Mutos in the middle of a ruined city with angel, demon and fallen helicopters flying around in a disturbing way. Good heavens, they finally killed those things. I can't believe it took them more than a month to kill even the supernatural beings, and your brothers were there. The chestnut-haired man continued watching television where someone was being interviewed. It showed a brunette with green eyes wearing a very battered school uniform with many wounds, not fatal, only minor wounds such as scratches and cuts, speaking into the microphone, and the name said Izumi Hyoudou. Izumi Hyoudou, 16 years old and bearer of the mid-level Longinus manifestation of the demon god. Demon extract. This power comes from an anime called a King Ghidorah, which gives her large-scale ice powers. I never expected these beasts to be so strong. My 2 brothers and I tried so hard to defeat them, even though I haven't slept in 2 weeks, but I'm fighting for my family's future, especially for my little brothers, the brunette said seriously. Wow, Oni-chan, and Oni-san are amazing. She said with stars in her eyes. Well, now that they've killed those things, it looks like classes are going to resume again, Issei's mother said with a smile, looking at Issei. Issei just stared blankly upon hearing that. But. What happened? How did supernatural beings help? What were those things? Flashback. 1.5 months ago. Flashbacks will be in italics. June 13, 2019.3. It was an ordinary day for everyone. The sun rose, the birds sang, and the city was illuminated by the sun's rays. There was nothing special about it. Students went to school, people went to their respective jobs, everything was normal, or so it seemed. In Japan at 9:43 am, a never-before-seen monster, 61 meters tall, with long wings and an appearance that seemed like a fusion between a beetle and a spider, the monster had different shades of black and gray, attacked the Tomer nuclear plant, Hyoudou, in Japan. Muto macho. This monster was named Hyoudou, massive unidentified terrestrial organism. The world's population learned of the existence of this monster, which completely destroyed the nuclear plant and then took flight to who knows where. The disappearance of a Russian nuclear submarine in the middle of the Pacific Ocean was reported, and it was immediately concluded that the Muto had something to do with it. Just 2 days after the Muto attacked Japan, a sighting was reported on one of the Hawaiian Islands, where the monster then flew away. Everyone was terrified by this, especially because the monster disappeared from the sight of the military. Just 1 day later, another, larger Muto appeared in Nevada and attacked Las Vegas, but the biggest difference was that this one was 98 meters tall and did not possess wings like its counterpart. Muto hembra. This was confirmed as a female of the same species as the male Muto, and that they were apparently looking for each other to mate. This was told to the world in a message by the recently revealed Monarch Qualification, which is in charge of finding and studying these monsters that inhabited the planet long before us. After the whole world became aware of the existence of these two creatures, the detonation of a nuclear warhead was approved, thinking that this would kill them. The two Mutos met in San Francisco, where the male Muto stole the ship's nuclear warhead and gave the order to deactivate it before it exploded in the middle of the city. The Mutos placed a nest containing the eggs and their young in the middle of the city of San Francisco. Unfortunately, the warhead exploded in the city, killing both people and unborn Muto pups. But, to everyone's surprise, the Mutos did not die even with the explosion of the warhead, and after that they began to destroy what little remained of the city of San Francisco. The US government begged for help from the other powers, who, although they all attacked them, did not seem to do anything to them. The governments of the world allied themselves, and the leaders came to the conclusion that they could not do it alone, so they asked for help from the supernatural world. The world leaders knew that the supernatural existed. The help came from the alliance of factions who, together with the 3 pillars of the alliance, which were Ryu Hyoudou, Itsuki Hyoudou and Izumi Hyoudou, fought against the MUT.OS with all their strength and great courage, managing to kill them after 2 months of battle. Obviously, the existence of the supernatural world and the sacred gear was revealed to the human population. In the end, humans accepted that the supernatural exists. End of flashback. Present day. Issei continued watching TV where something interesting was happening. A few hours ago, the monsters known as Mutos were killed thanks to the help of the alliance of factions and governments of the world, said the news anchor. But also, the recent revelation from Monarch, an organization tasked with finding and studying these monsters generally known as Titans, is that they are being interrogated by the alliance of factions and world governments to extract more information about how many monsters there are and where they are located. We will bring you information on the interrogation of the Monarch agency when it has been completed. Next, we bring you an interview with the pillars of the alliance of factions, said the program's host. We went to see a young man with brown eyes and torn clothes, several wounds on his body, and a few bandages on his arm. You. Ryu Hyoudou 18 years old and bearer of the Red Emperor Dragon, Drake. Gasping, well, this was an unparalleled battle. I thought it would be my death more than 10 times I could compare it to when my brothers and I faced Sekiryuutei, he said ruefully. Honestly, I don't even know what I would do if one of those things reappeared because alone, I could never beat them. As you may have heard, this, according to the testimony of other supernatural beings, instilled in them a fear very similar to, and even greater than, that of the creature named Sekiryuutei, which was fortunately sealed by the 3 faction pillars. Now we turn to the words of another of the faction pillars, the young Itsuki Hyoudou, the presenter said. The TV showed a light brown, almost blonde man with blue-gray eyes. Itsuki Hyoudou, 17 years old and possessor of a high-level sacred gear, Kane the Shadow Reaper's darking scythe. This is a weapon of a champion from a MOBA called League of Legends. The scythe has a dark being called Dark sealed within it. He was in the same state as Ryu and Izumi, that is, very injured and with his clothes torn and bloody. The truth is I have to admit it was the toughest battle I've ever had in my entire life, harder than the time I faced Seekvaira alongside my brothers, but I do it so my little younger brother can live in peace. He said, your younger brother? Do you have another brother? The interviewer asked, curious and hoping to see another powerful warrior. Yes, his name is Issei and he's still very young. She said with the same smile. And it has great power, right? She said with a hopeful expression. No, he doesn't have great power, you could say he's quite normal, he said with a neutral expression. I see it's surely a disappointment for you, isn't it? The interviewer asked, thinking that he would answer yes and thus create a controversy that would bring her money. Issei's parents just made an angry face at the interviewer's audacity. Issei was very sensitive and this could affect him. Upon hearing that, Issei's face showed surprise. Did his brothers see him as a disappointment? The thought made his eyes well up with tears, but upon hearing the next words, he could only smile. What? Of course not. He's the reason my brothers and I became strong, to protect him. I'm not disappointed at all. On the contrary, I wish I could be like him, have his charisma, and see the positive side of everything. He began angrily, but ended with a smile as he shared his thoughts about his little brother. Issei was surprised, but a few crocodile tears welled in his eyes. The fact that his brother thought this way about him made him very happy, but this didn't change the fact that he was weak and always had to depend on the protection of his older brothers. The interviewer was simply surprised to hear those words. Cut it out. She said, embarrassed with herself. Time skip. At night. Hours had passed since the battle against Hyoudous ended and we can see 3 people outside the Hyoudou residence. We'll see Dad, Mom and Issei after 2 months, Ryu said anxiously. I can't wait to see Ice-chan, said the brunette with green eyes, smiling serenely. Yes, me too, although do you think I saw what this reporter asked me? Itsuki said, worried about his little brother's feelings. That damn woman, clenching her fists, well, I don't think it matters, Ice-chan knows we love him very much, Izumi said, first angrily, then with a small smile. Yes, he knows we'll never be disappointed in him, Ryu said with a smile, but also with a hint of worry. Ryu opened the door and the first thing he saw was a brown blur heading straight towards him and when he realized it, he found Issei hugging him, although he only reached the lower part of his chest. Welcome, Ani-san, said a small brown-haired boy, hugging Ryu with a smile. Hey Issei, did you miss us? Ryu said, amused by his little brother's childish attitude. Yes. Don't leave for so long again. Issei said, letting go of him and then hugging his other 2 brothers. Don't worry, Issei, I won't leave you for so long again. Izumi said, hugging Issei so tightly that she lifted him up and placed him on her medium-sized breasts, then letting go because he was short of breath. Me neither, Ice-kun. Itsuki said, shaking Issei's hair with the palm of her hand. Thanks brothers, he said, enjoying the caresses on his head. Oh, boys, you've finally arrived, said the mother of the 4 brothers with a smile. Oh, sorry Oka-san, I didn't see you, but yes, we've arrived and we don't intend to leave until we've made up for these 2 months, Ryu said, speaking for everyone. I hope so, but well, they must be hungry. Fighting those things must have exhausted them, said Mrs. Hyoudou. I haven't eaten anything in 2 months, I stayed alive with magic, Itsuki said, drooling at the thought of tasting his mother's cooking. I prepared a grand banquet for your victory, come in, said Mrs. Hyoudou, going into the kitchen. Time skip. 10 minutes. They were all sitting at the table watching the grand banquet their mother had prepared for them to eat, but the mother of the 4 boys asked something before they began to eat. By the way, where are Rias and the girls? Aren't they coming to eat? Mrs. Hyoudou asked doubtfully. That's right, I haven't seen Rias since they left, Issei said, asking no one in particular. Oh, but you said she'd be here with everyone in a little while. Apparently, Sirzechs-sama called her to attend to something related to Monarch, Izumi said, answering her mother's question. At that moment, there was a knocking sound on the door. Come in, said Mr. Hyoudou. The door opened, revealing a Redeed followed by 9 girls who I don't need to describe because everyone already knows who they are. Estas here in Rias Gremory, Akeno Himejima, Asia Argento, Irina Shidu, Zenobia Kyorda, Kuroka Hellcat, Kaneko Taoju, Ravel Phonex, Rasuis, Lefay Pendragon while Menhold Karnstein. They all arrive in the Hyoudou residence. Before one of them could process a word, a brown blur was seen heading straight for them, specifically one of them. Hi girls, I missed you. Said the little Issei, hugging Rias, who only showed a small blush and then spoke. We missed you a lot too, Ice, the Redeed said with a beautiful smile, pleased by Issei's attitude, her adorable pawn. Ara, won't you hug me too, Issei-chan? Akeno said with her typical smile and raising her arms, calming down to receive a hug from Issei. Issei Naya, what about me? She said, stepping in front of Akeno and bending down slightly to hug Issei between her breasts, which never happened. Kuroka opened her eyes and saw Issei being hugged protectively by Kaneko. "Don't worry, Issei-senpai, I'll hug him," she said in her expressionless voice, but with a small smile and a slight blush. Note: Issei is only slightly taller than Kaneko. "Kaneko-chan, I missed you too," Issei said, hugging her affectionately. "Now, I want a hug from Ice-kun too," Irina said with a pout, watching Issei hug only Kaneko. "Irina-senpai," Issei said, jumping up to Irina and hugging her. Kuroka snatched Issei from Irina's arms and deliberately placed him on her breasts, while Irina pouted again. Issei didn't blush, since he was too innocent to notice the ulterior motives of some of the girls. After all, he was used to this. All the girls complained about not being able to hug Issei and were about to fight until. "Hey!" Mrs. Hyoudou said, startling the girls. "Stop trying to corrupt my son," Mrs. Hyoudou said, looking at them with annoyance. After a long lecture from Mrs. Hyoudou to the girls, everyone began to eat. "So, how were these past 2 months for you guys?" Mrs. Hyoudou asked, not addressing anyone in particular. "It was terrible, it was even worse than when we faced Trihiksa," Ryu said with concern. "I have to admit there were moments when we almost died, and we probably would have if it weren't for the help of the armed forces this time. We might not have survived," Rias said, and everyone nodded. But everyone's okay, right?" Issei said, fear in his voice. "Of course, I personally fought thinking that when this was over, I would see you again, Ice-kun," Akeno said with a smile, making Issei blush. "Thank you, Akeno-san," Issei said, blushing. "But at least we managed to destroy those evil creatures," Irina said with a satisfied expression. "Evil? Were they evil?" Issei asked, and everyone looked at him in confusion. "Yes, Issei, those monsters were bad, they destroyed several cities," Itsuki said with a serious face. But they didn't do it because they wanted to, the government destroyed their offspring, they didn't do it with bad intentions," the chestnut-haired man said, sounding somewhat sad. For some reason that he himself does not know, Issei is able to understand the deceased Mutos and feel empathy for them. "But likewise, they were a danger to all of us. If you had seen how they attacked us, Issei, you would realize that they are just monsters without feelings," Izumi said to Issei, who was just surprised and said. "But they killed their babies and then attacked them mercilessly." I think that interrupted by a few words. "Issei, shut up." Ryu said that. "You're too immature to understand, you don't know what those monsters are, so you'd better not speak." Ryu scolded Issei, who just stood there paralyzed when his brother yelled at him. Issei got up from the table and said. "I'm not hungry anymore, I'm going to sleep," Issei said, his voice slightly broken. "No. Issei, wait, I didn't mean to yell at you, I'm sorry." Ryu tried to apologize to his little brother, but he was already gone. Everyone was worried about Issei, especially the girls and Izumi, since they knew he was very sensitive to words. Ryu felt guilty for having yelled at his little brother, so he went upstairs to talk to him. When Ryu arrived at Issei's room, he found him lying on the bed with glassy eyes and a serious face. Ryu knocked on the door and said. "Can I come in?" Ryu asked Issei, who simply nodded. Ryu entered Issei's room and sat on the bed next to him. "Issei-yo," interrupted by Issei. "I'm sorry," she said in a subdued voice. Ryu got confused and asked. "Do you feel it?" "Why?" he said, confused. "Because of what I said, it's just that." "No," he said in a subdued voice, confusing Ryu. "No, I don't know why, but I feel empathy for them, like I understand them," he said in response to Ryu's question. "Do you understand them?" I asked, even more confused. "I don't know how to explain it, but I feel like those two monsters and I have something in common, something that makes me understand them," Issei said as tears welled up in his eyes. "Oh, Issei, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have yelled at you, it's just that what you said seemed too inappropriate," he said, to which Issei asked. "Inappropriate? Why?" I asked, confused. "Because I saw those monsters destroy everything in their path with my own eyes, but now that I think about what you said down there, it gives me a different picture of what they are," Ryu said thoughtfully. "And what's that new look like, big brother?" Issei asked. "If they had killed my children or my family, I would have acted exactly the same as those monsters," he said sadly. I don't see them as monsters, I see them as two very wounded people, so hurt that it was very difficult to heal them," Issei said, sounding a little more cheerful. I wish I could be like you who always see something positive in people, Issei," Ryu said with a smile. "And I would love to be like you are strong and brave, you fear nothing, I wish I could be like that," Issei said with some sadness. "But you're better than me, maybe I'm brave, but many things terrify me just like everyone else," she said as she stood up. "Like, for example, losing my little brother," Ryu said sadly as he headed for the door. "Good night, Issei, classes resume tomorrow," he said as he turned off the light in Issei's room. "Oh, that's right, good night big brother," he said with a smile. "Sweet dreams, Issei." as she closed the door and left. Issei lay down on his bed and covered himself up. "Tomorrow will be another day," he said as he closed his eyes. "I hope I know if I'll dream that again," he said as he fell asleep. End of chapter. Chapter 4. The Meeting. Here's a new chapter of the return of King Ghidorah. This chapter is rather long, with exactly 4929 words. There's a big revelation at the end, but you'll have to read the whole chapter to understand it. I hope you enjoy it. Issei's Dream. An image of desGhidorah crushing one of Ghidorah's heads against the ground is seen. desGhidorah is seen grabbing another Ghidorah head in a marine environment. desGhidorah is seen launching his destructive beam at Ghidorah's abdomen. But the difference is that they seem to be in a city. You can see desGhidorah slamming Ghidorah against a building. desGhidorah is seen alongside Godzilla, and Ghidorah is running towards each other in the middle of a city. And finally, Ghidorah can be seen letting out a terrifying roar while perched on a volcano. Issei wakes up suddenly upon seeing the last image. "Hhhh. Issei screamed, waking up quickly. Issei had an expression of hatred never before seen on him, an expression that reflected contempt. Issei felt a great hatred and anger, and tears welled in his eyes, but he didn't know why. Seeing the last image of the three-headed dragon monster made him so angry that a strange fine and delicate black aura began to surround his entire body without him realizing it. He began to clench his fists as the aura of his body gathered in his right fist and took the form of red and white fire. "Issei." A few voices emerged in unison, sounding hysterical. Upon hearing that scream, Issei's aura quickly disappeared. The door quickly opened, revealing Ryu, Itsuki, Izumi, the Gremory girls, Kuroka, Lefei, Irina and Issei's parents with a look of fear on their faces. Note: everyone was in pajamas and bathrobes. Issei, are you okay? Did anything happen to you? Are you hurt? All the hysterical girls asked, including Izumi, who was hugging Issei tightly, almost suffocating him. I'm fine, Issei said, his face turning blue. "We all felt an enormous power suddenly appear and increase, then we heard you scream and we all came running, but I see that you are okay," Ryu said, calmer now that he saw his little brother was safe. "I'm so glad nothing happened to you, Issei. I was so worried," Izumi said, still hugging Issei. "Gee, thanks for worrying about me, but I'm fine," he said as he was hugged by the girls, but without suffocating him. "I'm not going to risk you, I'm going to sleep with you, Issei," Rias said, very determined and a little flushed. Ara, in that case I'll sleep with Ice-kun too," Akeno said with her typical smile. "I won't leave Issei-senpai with you too," Kaneko said, hugging Issei and showing her Nekomata characteristics. Kaneko could sense the intentions of her mistress and her senpai, and they were not good at all. "Naya, Shirin, don't pretend you want to protect Issei, Naya, I can sense your hidden intentions with him," Kuroka said with a mocking smile, making Kaneko blush. "True intentions? What does it mean?" Issei asked innocently. "It means I'll sleep with you to make sure nothing bad happens to you, Ice-chan," Izumi said, blushing slightly at what she said. This made all the girls blush and made the two remaining brothers and Mr. and Mrs. Hyoudou's parents laugh. "Well, how about everyone sleeps with Issei and the rest of us go back to our rooms?" Itsuki said, laughing and giving Issei a thumbs up, which he didn't understand, but returned anyway. Everyone went back to their rooms, Mr. Hyoudou went back to his, and Ryu and Itsuki went back to the room they shared. All the girls stayed on Issei's bed, which, since they lived in a mansion, was too big for everyone to fit in. With Ryu and Itsuki. They laid down in their respective beds and tried to sleep, but the fright from earlier wouldn't let them. "Hey Ryu," Itsuki spoke to his brother, who also couldn't sleep. "You can't sleep, can you?" Ryu said to his brother. "How can I sleep knowing that Issei could have been in grave danger?" Itsuki said with a serious face. "I know that power, it far surpassed the three of us combined," referring to the fact that the power they felt far exceeded the three Hyoudou brothers, and when it began to increase, I could swear it was much stronger than Trihiksa, Ryu said, worried about his family's well-being. The magic circle with the Gremory family symbol appeared on Ryu's ear. "Aha, yes, okay, we'll be there, Sirzechs-sama," Ryu said from within the magic circle. Itsuki looked at him confused. "What happened? Was that Sirzechs-sama?" Ryu asked doubtfully. "Yes, it seems he and the other leaders felt that power," Ryu said seriously. "And what else did he tell you?" Itsuki asked her older brother. "There will be a meeting tomorrow after school to discuss this. All three of us need to be there," Ryu said seriously. "But do you know where the power came from?" Itsuki asked doubtfully. "No, I think it was so enormous that it's impossible to know exactly," Ryu said seriously. This refers to the fact that it was felt in almost half the world, which is why it's impossible to know exactly where it happened. "Furthermore, I believe they managed to extract more information from Monarch," he said, even more seriously. "More information? So they got more information out of you about those creatures? Itsuki asked, a little nervous at the memory of those monsters. Yes, they'll tell us at the meeting tomorrow, Rai replied seriously. Well, we need to be there with energy, it's 3 in the morning, and we're still awake, Itsuki said, wrapping herself up in the covers. You're right, good night brother, Ryu said, also wrapping himself up in the covers. Good night, Itsuki said, falling asleep. Ryu didn't sleep until an hour and a half later because of worry and doubt about what that great power was. Time skip. 7 a.m. It was a new day in Kuoh City, today the 4 Hyoudou brothers were sleeping peacefully. Ryu and Itsuki were waking up in their respective beds, still a little sleepy. Ryu got up and changed into his Kuoh Academy uniform, then proceeded to head to his younger brother's room, while Itsuki also began to change into his Kuoh Academy uniform. Ryu knocked on the door, but no one answered, so he entered the room and found something that would leave him speechless. What Issei? Ryu asked as he looked at Issei's bed. But what was Ryu looking at? What Ryu saw was most of the girls sleeping naked in bed, with Issei using Akeno's breasts as pillows. Itsuki arrived at the room saying. Issei, Izumi, girls it's time to go to the she didn't finish saying because she almost fainted when she saw what was on the bed. Izumi was supposed to avoid something like this, Ryu said, his mouth still open as he looked at Izumi, who was sleeping in a corner in pajamas. The alarm clock rang, waking up all the girls, but not Issei. Good morning, Ice-kun, Akeno said, blushing as she looked at the still sleeping Issei. Issei. Izumi exclaimed worriedly upon seeing her little brother still asleep on Akeno's chest. Akeno-san, let go of Ice-chan right now. Izumi said, almost shouting. Shhhhhhh, you're going to wake him up. Akeno said playfully. Akeno, let him go. Issei can't wake up on your breasts, you'll corrupt him. Rias said hysterically. Ara, a perverted Ice-kun wouldn't bother me, Akeno said with her smile. Nyan, me neither, I'd like a perverted Issei Nyan, he'd be my playmate he. Kuroka said with a sensual smile, approaching Issei. Kaneko stood in his way. Nisama, I won't let you corrupt Issei-senpai. Kaneko said with a frown. Kuroka was about to answer her sister when. Hey guys, wake up and get ready to go to the academy. Mrs. Hyoudou couldn't finish because as soon as she saw the situation she quickly shouted. What do you think you're doing to Issei? Mrs. Hyoudou shouted when she saw how they were treating her youngest son. All the girls tensed up without answering. They used magic circles to change into the Kuoh Academy uniform and Rasuis into the teacher's outfit. All the girls except Kuroka, Elmenhold and Lefei wore normal clothes. Mrs. Hyoudou told them to go downstairs and they all did, almost leaving Issei still asleep in bed. Mrs. Hyoudou simply approached Issei, touched his cheek, and said. Issei, it's time to wake up, Mrs. Hyoudou said in a soft tone of voice. When he said that, Issei just woke up. Ah, hello Oka-san, Issei said with an adorable smile. Hey Issei, come on, put on your uniform and come down for breakfast, we're all waiting for you. Okay, Mom, Issei said as he stood up and changed into his Kuoh Academy uniform. Issei went down to the dining room where everyone was talking about trivial things. Hello. Issei said with a big smile. Hello Issei, good morning, Rias said with a smile. Good morning, but you, Issei said with the same smile that characterized him the most. Issei sat down in the dining room and began to eat his breakfast. Everyone was talking about trivial and unimportant things until. So tell me, Issei, how did you sleep today? Itsuki said with an amused smile, remembering how they found Issei sleeping on Akeno's chest. Everyone tensed up, except for Issei's father, who was unaware of the matter. Issei, did you like the place where you slept? Akeno asked with her typical smile. Issei was only confused by Akeno's strange interest, but he answered sincerely. I slept more comfortably than ever last night, I want to sleep on those soft pillows again, Issei replied innocently. The girls just got jealous of Akeno's luck, while Itsuki tried not to spill all his cereal in a fit of laughter, and Ryu just rolled his eyes at his brother's immaturity and his little brother's innocence. The entire breakfast continued peacefully until everyone had finished and they took their backpacks to head to the academy after 2 months. But before they left, Mr. Hyoudou reminded them of something they had all forgotten. Remember that now everyone knows you are demons and you 3 are the pillars of the factions. They all just hit their heads for having forgotten something so important that could cause problems. That's right, how could we forget something like that? Ryu said, whacking himself on the head. I hope this won't be a problem for your education, Rasua said, sounding worried, but no one paid any attention to her except Issei. Don't worry, Rasua-san, I'm going to work really hard on my studies, Issei said, and Ross just blushed slightly. They all just walked to the academy, prepared for anything. When they all arrived at the academy, all the students surrounded them and asked them questions that I won't repeat because I think you can get an idea of what kind of questions they were. That is, until one of the students said something that angered everyone, especially the three older Hyoudou brothers. "Hey Issei-chan, what's your power?" "Oh wait, you don't have one." One of the students said cheekily, mocking him and only making a small group of 4 students, who were his only friends, laugh. That comment hurt Issei, who, as you know, was very sensitive to words. That didn't sit well with the other students who just glared at him and his friends, but he got rid of the bullies from another group. Hey, what if he was interrupted because Izumi grabbed him by the neck while she was surrounded by a light blue aura and small pieces of ice began to appear in her hands. "I won't allow you to speak about my little brother like that, did you hear me?" he said as he began to create an ice dagger in his right hand. Everyone was shocked by the reaction of the famous Izumi Onasama. No one, not even the Hyoudou brothers and the girls from the Gremory entourage, tried to stop her. Everyone thought that boy was already dead until. "Bonnie-chan please," said a voice that was a little childish but scared and worried, surprising absolutely everyone. "It's not worth it, Bonnie-chan please, you're not like this," Issei said, to everyone's surprise. But Issei," he interrupted by Issei. "I know, but don't do it," Issei said, frightened by what his sister wanted to do. She simply let go of the boy, causing him to fall in the ice dagger to disappear. "You should be grateful for Ice-chan's kindness, you damn fool," he said hatefully, addressing the boy who just nodded, terrified, and ran off to his classroom. All the students were shocked, not only by Izumi's reaction when her brother was insulted, but also by Issei's great kindness and forgiving. Even though Issei forgave the boy who insulted him and practically saved his life, it hurt him deeply to know that what the boy said was true. He was weak, and in the supernatural world they made that very clear to him. Everyone went to their respective classrooms forgetting what had happened that morning, but the 3 Hyoudou brothers, who were already popular at school, were now even more so, as everyone knew that they were the strongest warriors in the alliance. However, this didn't change anything for Issei, since he wasn't popular at all, but he wasn't a misfit either. You could say he was a completely normal student. The day passed like this until the last hour of classes, where Issei was in his classroom sitting at his desk watching, paying attention to the history class which today had a somewhat peculiar topic. The professor was talking about the very recent Hyoudou attack where the world was revealed not only to the existence of ancient creatures that were comparable to the tallest buildings, but also to the existence of the supernatural world. Issei was paying attention because the topic of titans gave him a feeling that was hard to explain, not to mention the strange dreams he'd recently started having. Issei was focused on the class until the teacher said something he disagreed with. "And that's why those horrible monsters are a danger and should all be exterminated," the teacher said, disgust in her voice as she mentioned the titans. For some reason, Issei felt angry and offended by his teacher's comment, so he raised his hand to ask a question. "Yes, young Issei, please tell us your reason why you believe these beasts are the evil of the world," the teacher said, confident that the younger brother of the strongest warriors would support her opinion. Well, Issei said somewhat shyly, feeling watched by everyone. Note: Ravel and Kaneko are in the same class. "Come on, don't be shy," said the teacher. "Why do you say the titans are the evil of the world? They did nothing but defend themselves against us," he said seriously. Everyone was surprised that Issei thought that way, especially the teacher. "Why? Those monsters caused so much damage and loss, they're just mindless creatures that are a danger," she said angrily at Issei's, in her opinion, ridiculous question. "But we attacked them first, and we killed their unborn offspring, and as soon as they appeared, we were the ones who were hostile towards them," Issei said seriously. "Those monsters destroyed many cities and killed thousands of people, we must worry about ourselves and not let them disturb our peace," the teacher said, almost shouting at Issei. "But if they were only following their natural instincts, are we going to blame creatures for following nature's commands and trying to survive? Besides, where could they go? We live in a world full of beings that only destroy what was once their home," Issei said, sounding somewhat angry, but it wasn't obvious. "Those monsters should never have existed. They are creatures that bring destruction and death. Besides, they can live anywhere on the planet, but we can't coexist with them," the teacher shouted at Issei. "But if we don't even give them a chance to adapt to this world they woke up in, how can we say we're the good guys in this world?" Issei said, almost shouting, surprising everyone. The vast majority of the class realized that Issei had some good points. As soon as the monsters rebelled, the armed forces immediately tried to kill them, and we didn't give them a chance to adapt to the new world. That discussion left the students in the classroom very thoughtful about whether they were just monsters or creatures trying to survive. Just as the teacher was about to respond sharply to Issei, the bell rang, indicating that classes were over. All the students went home, but Issei went to the occult club where his older brothers and the Gremory entourage were waiting for him. Well, as you know, we haven't forgotten that last night in the middle of the night we felt an immense power and we don't know who or what it belongs to. I speak in a serious tone. That's why we're going to have a faction meeting at a Monarch agency headquarters, Akeno finished. They all just nodded seriously and were teleported in a magic circle to the meeting place. It was a room where representatives of Monarch and representatives of the planet's armed forces sat in front of world leaders and faction leaders. I won't describe the leaders because I think everyone already knows them. These were. From the demons. Seraphol Leviathan, Sirzechs Lucifer and Ajuka Beelzebub. On behalf of the angels. Archangel Michael, Archangel Gabriel, Exorcist Dulio Gesualdo and Arena Hyoudou as bodyguard. On behalf of the fallen. Azazel, former leader of the fallen, the Penemu cadre and the current leader of the fallen Shamazai. On behalf of the Yokai. Leader Yusaka and a few bodyguards. From Asgard. Odin the Allfather and some random Valkyrie as a bodyguard. From Olympus. Only Zeus. They were all gathered to discuss what to do about the Titans and try to find an answer to the great power they felt last night. The magic circle appeared next to Sirzechs, showing Rias and her entourage, along with the 3 faction pillars. Also present were Vali's team, which included Kuroka and the Sitri entourage. Office greeted Issei with a wave and a small smile. When Issei saw Office greeting him, he returned the greeting, happy to see her, which caused her to blush slightly. Okay, let's get started with this meeting, said the meeting coordinator, who was an ex-human. All the leaders of the countries and factions paid attention. We are all gathered here to discuss the matter of what to do about these monsters called Titans and to discuss a mysterious force reported by Sirzechs Lucifer, so we can begin with the following question addressed to you, Dr. Serizawa said the meeting coordinator with a serious face. Dr. Serizawa, you can begin by answering the question. What are Titans and how many of them have been discovered by you? The coordinator asked a man named Ishiro Serizawa. Dr. Ishiro Serizawa, first representative of Monarch. The man stood up from his seat and spoke. Well, in short, the Titans are ancient creatures that ruled planet Earth since its beginnings. They are creatures that feed on radiation, and after the meteorite impact more than 65 million years ago, these creatures went into hibernation as a result of the planet's radiation levels dropping dramatically, said Dr. Serizawa with a neutral expression. Most people who didn't know that detail were surprised to think that those creatures inhabited the planet even before the oldest deities of the supernatural world. But they were also surprised because everyone or the vast majority, except for Issei, considered them monsters and Dr. Serizawa referred to them as animals. How curious that you refer to those radioactive monsters as animals and not for what they really are, Admiral William said disdainfully, referring to the Titans. Admiral William, chief representative of the US Armed Forces. We've been considering that the best course of action would be to place Monarch under military jurisdiction and eliminate those creatures, Lucifer said with a serious expression. Just 2 of those creatures destroyed 5 cities in the United States and it cost many lives of our soldiers and almost ours and those of the 3 pillars. The most sensible thing would be to exterminate them while they are hibernating, said the leader of Heaven, Michael. The vast majority agreed with the idea of exterminating the monsters. Of course, there were exceptions, namely the representatives of Monarch and Issei. But we've found that over 30,000 years ago, these creatures were worshipped as gods by our ancestors, which shows that Titans may have much more consciousness than we think, and Dr. Vivian Graham began, but was interrupted. Dr. Vivian Graham, second representative of Monarch. Gods. Please, they're just mindless monsters. Mindless monsters can't be considered gods. Azazel said this with a nonchalant expression. We think so too. We cannot allow uncontrolled beasts to roam the planet, said the President of the United States. The representatives of Monarch and Issei did not find that proposal acceptable at all. They all just nodded until they heard. Killing them would be a mistake. They woke because of us seismic surveys and mining are what awakened the Hyoudous. If we truly want to survive, we must learn to coexist with the Titans, especially with the second king drive. Serizawa said the last part in a whisper that no one could hear. Issei completely agreed with what Dr. Serizawa said. In order to live in this world, one must recognize that they are and will be the first rulers. But that doesn't explain why they attack San Francisco, Hawaii, Las Vegas, and the nuclear plant in Japan. I think that proves they're just mindless beasts, said Zeus, who spoke until now. I agree, those monsters are a danger to humans and the factions, and we should eliminate them, said Odin, the Allfather, gravely. Everyone started voting for the destruction of the Titans, even the pillars of the factions, but that didn't last long because they were interrupted by someone. That would only be suicide. The voice of a miner was heard speaking in a dry tone. Everyone turned to see where that voice was coming from until they saw Issei with his hair covering his eyes. Killing the Titans would only mean our own extinction, Issei said seriously. Most people thought that was ridiculous. A minor giving their opinion at a meeting like this? Most considered it disrespectful. Issei, please don't speak right now, his older sister Izumi called to her little brother. No, please, I want to hear what you were going to say, young man. That was Dr. Serizawa, leaving everyone in shock. But he's just a child and he's my sister's pawn, he shouldn't. Sirzechs was interrupted by Dr. Serizawa. Please, I want to hear what this young man has to say, so I ask you not to interrupt him, said Dr. Serizawa in a serious voice and with a serious expression as he looked at the leaders in general. Well, I think the Titans shouldn't be seen as just monsters. After all, as Mr. Serizawa said, they inhabited a world very different from the one we have now. They're just confused and following their basic instincts to adapt and survive in this new world. I think the most sensible thing would be to find a way to coexist with them. Issei said, surprising absolutely everyone in the room. Dr. Serizawa just looked at Issei with a small smile. He was able to see the Titans for what they are. Confused creatures who deserve a chance. Dr. Serizawa saw himself reflected in Issei because of his open-mindedness, the complete opposite of the rest of the people in the room who had closed minds and only considered the negative damage of the situation. Everyone was shocked that the boy had such a ridiculous thought, according to most of those present, but the monarch representatives saw Issei as someone who had a great mind. Haha, but that doesn't explain why they also attacked the cities and the nuclear plant in Japan, said the Russian representative, thinking he had destroyed the boy's argument with that simple sentence. All the leaders thought that boy would never speak again after having ruined their argument until. With all due respect, you're mistaken, sir. As Mr. Serizawa said, Hyoudous feed on radiation, and that's why the male attacked the Japanese nuclear power plant. And regarding the other matter, you reacted immediately and with hostility towards them. All you did was defend yourselves against the attacks. Furthermore, you killed all their offspring. Your aggressive reaction towards the cities is perfectly normal and justified. Issei said, silencing the Russian representative. When Issei said that, Dr. Serizawa and the representatives of Monarch felt proud of the young man, since he was the only one who did not see the Titans as monsters. That boy is right. Besides, the Titans can bring back the life that we humans have destroyed, said Dr. Serizawa seriously. Everyone was left thinking and shocked by what the young man and Dr. Serizawa said. Well, I'm going to end this meeting and ask everyone to send their answers tomorrow, the coordinator said, concluding the meeting. The faction leaders retreated in magic circles, but as Ria's entourage was about to leave, Dr. Serizawa approached and asked Issei. Excuse me, kid, what's your name? Dr. Serizawa asked, approaching Issei and surprising Ria's entourage. This my name is Issei Hyoudou, Issei said, a little shyly. Issei, how about you come to the Monarch facility one day? I want to talk to you privately. He said, handing Issei a card with the Monarch symbol. Wow, of course I'll go, sir, but I don't think they'll let me go alone. He said, looking at his brothers. Don't worry, Issei, we'll take you, Ryu said, speaking for everyone. Great. Thank you so much, brothers, Issei said with a smile. I'll be waiting for you, Issei, said Dr. Serizawa, ruffling Issei's hair and bringing a smile to Issei's face. Without Issei noticing, Dr. Serizawa plucked a small hair from him. Well, it's time to go, Ria said, creating a magic circle. We'll be waiting for you, see you soon, said Dr. Serizawa, taking his leave. Issei didn't get a chance to answer because the circle had already disappeared. Time skip. 8 hours. Monarch Base Castillo Bravo. Dr. Serizawa was walking through the base's corridors until he ran into his assistant Vivian Graham. Sir, are you really going to bring that child and show him everything? The doctor asked. Yes, his way of thinking, I believe he may be the boy mentioned in those writings, said Dr. Serizawa with a serious face. What? Dr. Vivian Graham said in shock. Do you already have the boy's DNA test? Dr. Serizawa asked his assistant. Yes, I still haven't seen the evidence, he said, handing an envelope to Dr. Serizawa. Dr. Serizawa opened the envelope and checked the sheet inside, only managing a half smile upon seeing it. But what did the sheet I was looking at say? Sheet contents. DNA test. Name. Hyoudou Issei. Age. 15 years. Height. 1.43 meters. Weight. 54 kilograms. Blood type. A. Warning. The person named Hyoudou Issei has enormous levels of radiation in his blood, equivalent to more than 9,000 nuclear power plants, something never seen before. When Dr. Serizawa finished reading Issei's DNA test, he only said the following words. Dr. Serizawa. Long live the king. End of chapter. Chapter 5. The Great Revelation. Here's the new chapter, and as you can see from the title, this chapter will reveal something that may raise more questions than answers, but I don't want to give too much away, so I hope you enjoy the chapter. Chapter 5. The Great Revelation. 2019 AD. Hyoudou residence. We enter the Hyoudou residence, where we can see Issei, Ryu, Itsuki, Izumi, Mr. and Mrs. Hyoudou, Kuroka, Irina, Lefei and Rias Gremory's entourage, minus Rias herself, watching television with great attention. More specifically, what they were watching was the news channel where they were talking about a certain topic. On television. Yesterday, a meeting was held with the leaders of the planet's governments, the Alliance of Factions, and the crystallographic agency Monarch, commonly known as the Monster Hunters, the news anchor said. The meeting was intended to decide what to do about the creatures called Titans, which threaten the peace of the planet and the people of the world, the presenter said. During the meeting, Dr. Ishiro Serizawa, Monarch's chief representative, spoke about the limited information we have about Titans, such as that the vast majority are millions of years old and feed on radiation. Midway through the meeting, a young man who appeared to be 15 years old interrupted the leader's conversation, saying that the Titans were not monsters, but ancient creatures awakening in a new world, and that the best thing to do would be to try to coexist with them. This happened while a video of Issei talking to the leaders was being shown. Dr. Ishiro Serizawa supported the young man's argument, saying that the Titans that attacked San Francisco were only following their basic reproductive instincts. While Dr. Serizawa was shown talking to the leaders. This has brought controversy about what option we should really take with the Titans. For that very reason the meeting was adjourned, declaring that the final option would be decided by a vote of the leaders. The options are 1. Study the Titans and look for ways to coexist with them. 2. Eliminate the creatures as quickly as possible. Today will be the day of voting to decide what measures will be taken with the Titans. Moving on to other news. Thousands of people gathered last night in what was one San Francisco Bay to honor those killed in the Hyoudou attack. Large demonstrations are taking place with people demanding that the Titans be eliminated because they are a threat to the human race and that the monster hunting agency known as Monarch be held accountable for not revealing the existence of these creatures. Rumors persist that Monarch is hiding more creatures discovered after the attacks of 3 days ago. A historical tragedy that changed the world as we knew it forever, the day the world discovered that monsters are real, the presenter finished. The television is turned off. The television was turned off by Mrs. Hyoudou, who had the remote control in her hand. Well, Issei, do you have anything to say in your defense? Mrs. Hyoudou said, looking at her son with some anger, as did the others present. Issei was only intimidated because his mother was calling him out and said. I didn't think what they were saying about the Titans was right and I don't know why. Issei finished, giving his mom puppy dog eyes that made him look adorable. The others finished saying. Oh, how lovely, everyone said except for Mrs. Hyoudou, who still had a frown on her face. Issei, do you have any idea of the consequences that could bring? The vast majority of people hate Titans, what if they try to do something to you because of that? She said, finishing the little lecture she was giving her son, somewhat worried. I'm sorry, Mom, it's just that Issei didn't say anything else, his head bowed. Don't worry, Mom, no one will try to hurt him if they know he's our brother, and if they do, you know what we do, Izumi said with a serious face. I lost, but you have to learn that you shouldn't take things so seriously. There's no point in trying to understand the Titans. I don't want the people who hate those creatures trying to hurt you, Mrs. Hyoudou said, hugging her son. That's true, but why so much interest in the Titans, Issei? Itsuki asked Issei, and everyone was asking the same question, except Ryu, whose reason was already explained in chapter 3. Everyone looked at Issei with the same doubt, except Ryu, who already knew. It's BYM. He is interrupted by the door being opened. At the door, you can see a redeed that everyone already knows. The redeed had a face that showed she was nervous. Ria said, sounding a little nervous. That caught everyone's attention, and they wondered why she was nervous. Is something wrong, Rias? Akeno asked, worried. Well, my brother and my parents want us all to go to my house, Rias said nervously. Why is she so nervous, but you? Kaneko asked, worried that something bad might happen. It's nothing, Kaneko, we'd better hurry and not keep them waiting, Rias said, sounding a bit calmer. Yes, I'll be able to play with Milikas, Issei said, happy to see his friend. All members of the Gremory entourage stood up and left, except Kuroka, Irina, and Lefei. When Rias left, I created a magic circle where everyone entered. Underworld. Castillo Gremory. They all appeared in front of Gremory Castle where the maid Grayfia Lucifuge was waiting for them at the door. Rias-sama, your parents and Sirzechs-sama are waiting for you in the main hall, the maid said politely. Thanks Grayfia, let's go guys, Rias said as they all followed her. Hello Grayfia-san, Issei greeted the maid cheerfully. Hello Issei-chan, it's good to see you again. Grayfia said with a smile as she greeted Issei. Grayfia-san, are you here? Issei asked doubtfully. Yes, I'm sure he's waiting for you to play, Grayfia said with a smile. Thank you, Grayfia-san, Issei said as he walked over to the others. Grayfia looked at Issei with some sadness when she saw him leaving. I hope they're not too hard on him, Grayfia thought to herself, a hint of sadness in her voice. As everyone headed to the main hall where Mao Lucifer and the Gremory's patriarchs were waiting for them, they encountered someone running down the corridors. Hello Aunt, hello Issei, said a boy with crimson red hair, blue-green eyes, and dressed in the clothes of demon nobles. I think everyone knows Milikas. Hello Milik Rias was about to say, but was interrupted by Issei. Hello, Milikas. Issei greeted his friend. Hey Issei, it's great you came, let's play in the yard, it's not fun without you, Milikas said with a smile upon seeing his friend. Let's go, said Issei, who ran off with Milikas. The two of them ran off quickly, leaving everyone with amused smiles after seeing the children's interaction. He didn't even greet me, Rias said, still holding her hand up from greeting Milikas. This made everyone laugh because of how quickly the children ran off without asking permission. The Gremory entourage arrived at the main hall. In the room awaited the Mao Sirzechs Lucifer, Zodicus Gremory and Venelana Gremory, all three with serious faces. Everyone quickly felt a heavy atmosphere upon entering. The entire Gremory entourage felt the tense atmosphere. No one dared to say anything due to their doubts until Rias dared to speak first. Ida, what's wrong, Ani-sama? Why did you call us? Rias asked, somewhat confused and intimidated by the serious look they were receiving. Rias, we need to talk to you and someone from your entourage very seriously, Zodica said with a serious face. Everyone was surprised by Sirzech's tone, but they also had doubts. Speaking with his mistress and with another person, who was that person? The entire entourage wondered. With whom else? Rias asked hesitantly. Hyoudou, Issei, Sirzech said seriously. Issei and Milikas can be seen running with Milikas trying to catch Issei. I've got you, he couldn't finish because Issei dodged him and escaped. He, escape, Issei said with a smile. Ah, it's not fair, I almost caught you. Milikas said with a pout. Come on, don't be like that, or do you want to play something else? Issei asked. Yes, let's go to my room, I have something to show you, Milikas said enthusiastically. Okay, let's go. Daiho Issei. Milikas and Issei went to Milika's room, but as they passed through the main hall, they heard what sounded like an argument. Oh, what are you talking about? Issei asked as he approached the door. Hey, you shouldn't listen to the Milikas couldn't finish because he heard something that caught his attention. I won't allow Sirzech-sama to say that, said what sounded like Ryu's voice. Milikas approached the door with Issei and they both slowly opened it so they could hear the conversation argument better. Inside the room. Rias, I can't believe you allowed that from your pawn, Sirzech said with an angry face. But Ani-sama, Issei no Rias couldn't finish because she was interrupted. Well, Issei interrupted the meeting and talked about things that didn't interest him, all you had to do was shut him up, Rias. Venelana said with an angry face. Issei was just making his point and besides, some of the Monarch members supported him, Rias said, somewhat intimidated by the gaze of her parents and brother. Hyoudou, Issei is your pawn and just a stupid kid who doesn't know what he's talking about, Zodica said with a frown. This angered the three Hyoudou brothers who were about to intervene, but they were stopped by Akeno. Guys, wait, at least let this finish, Akeno said, worried that a scene would be made. They're insulting my little brother, I won't allow it. Itsuki said angrily. Please, just wait, we don't need an unnecessary fight, Akeno said worriedly. The Hyoudou brothers did not respond and simply listened to the argument. Father, mother, please understand, Issei is not to blame for that. Rias is interrupted again. That foolish boy is just talking too much, he doesn't even have the right to an opinion, Sirzech said with an angry expression as he spoke about it. And on top of that, because of their stupid interference, some leaders changed their minds about killing the Titans, Zodica said angrily. But that's not Issei's fault, he didn't. She is interrupted by her brother. And besides being useless at everything, he's stupid enough to believe we can coexist with the Titans, Sirzech said angrily, with a hint of mockery. That was the last straw. Nobody could stand to see Issei insulted like that. The Hyoudou brothers were going to speak to defend their brother. Sirzech-sama, I won't allow you to speak about Ice-chan like that, Izumi said, annoyed with the Mao. You all stay out of this conversation, Zodica said with a serious expression. Rather, you have no reason to insult Issei, he hasn't done anything wrong, Itsuki said angrily. Because of that kid, we're no longer sure if the option to kill the Titans will win, Sirzech said angrily. That's not Issei's fault. The fact that some leaders changed their minds isn't his fault, Ryu said to the Mao. That's right, Ice-chan only said what she thought, you can't blame Issei for defending his point of view. Izumi said, almost shouting. Her brother talked too much, something we simply won't allow from an immature and ill-mannered child, the Venezuelan woman said angrily. You're the ill-mannered ones for blaming and insulting a child for saying what he thought. Itsuki said angrily to the Mayu and the patriarchs. But Issei and Milikas was surprised and angry with his father and grandparents for insulting his best friend in that way. He never thought his grandparents would say something like that. Issei, on the other hand, he was very hurt and had crocodile tears in his eyes because of the insults they were directing at him, something that Milikas quickly noticed. Issei, are you okay? Milikas said, worried about his best friend. Issei did not respond and simply looked at Milikas, his eyes still glassy. Milikas, can you do me a favor? Issei said to Milikas, his voice breaking. Milikas was worried about his friend and decided to help him. Sure, what is it? Milikas asked, looking worried. Issei took a card out of his pocket with a monarch symbol and some coordinates on the back. Can you cast a magic circle around this place? Issei asked, handing the card to Milikas. Back to the discussion. The atmosphere had calmed down a bit and no one was shouting anymore, but there was still tension in the air. Sai, alright, we're not going to blame his brother, Sirzechs said, calmer but with a serious expression. It was about time, Ryu said with a frown. But if the option to kill the Titans wins, we're going to ask them for something. Sirzechs said seriously. Nobody answered and they just kept blurting out that they wanted to know what it would be. If the option to kill the Titans wins, we'll kill the first one the next day, but we need the help of the entire alliance, the human governments, and it will also be the same Great Red One. Sirzechs said seriously, leaving everyone in shock. Everyone was in shock. To kill the two Hyoudous, they needed the help of Office Ouroboros, and now Great Red. How powerful was this Titan that they needed him too? If the two Hyoudous together were equivalent to Trihiksa itself, saying that made it seem like they were all headed straight for their deaths. What Titan is it? And how powerful is it? Ryu asked, shocked. Its name is Behemoth and we believe it has far greater power than Trihiksa. A military helicopter can be seen flying through the air. The helicopter had the symbol representing Monarch on its left side. Entering the helicopter, we can see Dr. Ishiro Serizawa sitting in the seat while looking at a document with Issei's photo and name. On the other side of the helicopter, you can see Dr. Serizawa, who was still looking at Issei's file. Is that boy really? Dr. Graham asked. Yes, everything indicates that it is, but I don't understand, why does it now appear to be a human? It doesn't make sense, said Dr. Serizawa, grabbing his compass and thinking of a theory. Perhaps this means that he isn't the Titan, and the reason he has such high levels of radiation is because he was in contact with a Titan and, with the help of magic, his body absorbed that radiation without harming him, Dr. Graham proposed. No, because if that were the case, the radiation would have already affected the people he lives with, at least his parents, but young Issei has it naturally contained within his body, which is why it doesn't affect other people, said Dr. Serizawa. But if it really is him, then why is he here? Dr. Graham asked, very doubtful. I don't know, it's him, I have no doubt about that, but I have no idea how he got here. He's supposed to be. He couldn't finish because he was interrupted by the pilot. Dr. Serizawa, we've arrived, said the helicopter pilot. Dr. Serizawa and Dr. Graham looked out the helicopter window to see a facility in the middle of the sea. Main facilities Castillo Bravo. The helicopter flew around the facility and then landed through some doors that were opened. The helicopter descended slowly through the facility when they encountered other similar doors that also opened. When they opened, the helicopter slowly descended through the center of the facility, which was located at the bottom of the sea. Dr. Serizawa and Dr. Graham looked out the helicopter window, seeing the facility from the inside. Inside the facility was the head of the female Hyoudou that was being studied. The helicopter landed at the landing base where two people were waiting for them. When Dr. Serizawa and Dr. Graham got off the helicopter, they were greeted by two women. Dr. Chen and her twin sister. Hello Dr. Serizawa, Dr. Graham, we were all expecting you, said Dr. Chen. We apologize for the delay, but this topic is quite sensitive and I needed time to prepare what I'm going to say. The twins looked at each other, confused. What's this about? What's so important that it warrants a meeting with Monarch's top brass? If it's about the vote to exterminate the Tit, Dr. Chen was interrupted by Dr. Serizawa. No, this is much bigger, that was all Dr. Serizawa said. The four of them headed to the Monarch meeting room where Monarch's top brass and scientists were seated. I'm not going to say who they are because they won't have much importance in the story. In the meeting room there was a long table with different types of images of both Titans and their current locations. When the four arrived, the three women sat in their respective seats while Dr. Serizawa stood in front of everyone where the screens were. They all looked at Dr. Serizawa, who was standing in front of them. Alright Serizawa, what's the purpose of this meeting? It had better be important because we're worried that the option to exterminate the Titans will win the vote, so speak up. The person who said this was Dr. Emma Russell. Dr. Emma Russell, Monarch representative and scientist. "This is very important, Dr. Russell, believe me," said Dr. Serizawa as he pointed a small remote control in his hand and pressed a button, causing Issei's image to appear on the screen, along with what was his DNA test. Everyone who saw the boy's picture quickly recognized him as the young man who supported Dr. Serizawa at yesterday's meeting. "Wasn't that young man the one who supported you at yesterday's meeting and silenced the Russian representative?" said Scientist X, making some laugh as they recalled that moment. "The same," said Dr. Serizawa with a smile, recalling the boy's bravery in supporting him at the meeting. "What's wrong with that boy, Serizawa?" Dr. Russell asked Dr. Serizawa. "The thing about that kid is that after the meeting I approached him and gave him a card inviting him to Monarch," said Dr. Serizawa seriously. That revelation surprised everyone except Dr. Graham, who already knew that. "What? Why would you do something like that?" Dr. Russell asked, very surprised. "I did that because I had a slight suspicion," he said, confusing everyone. "Suspicion? Suspicion of what?" Dr. Chen asked doubtfully. Everyone had the same question. Had the respected Dr. Serizawa invited a young minor to the Monarch facilities based on a suspicion? But of what? "I imagine everyone here remembers the caves we found about 5 years ago, where there was a depiction of the 5 legendary titans fighting," Dr. Serizawa said seriously. Everyone remembered that moment when they discovered the existence of 5 special titans, that just one of them was capable of destroying all life on the planet if they so desired. "Explain yourself better, Serizawa. What does that have to do with a young man?" Dr. Russell said seriously, addressing the topic. "Well," he said as he pressed another button on the remote and the DNA test results for Issei were displayed. "This is the DNA test I did on young Issei, but all of this is irrelevant, what really matters is," he said, while specifically showing the fragment that described the anomaly Issei has in his blood. Everyone read that passage. Warning. The person named Hyoudou Issei has enormous levels of radiation in his blood, equivalent to 10,000 nuclear plants, something never seen before. Upon reading this, everyone, absolutely everyone, was in shock. How was it possible for someone to have so much radiation in their system without dying? Not even supernatural beings could withstand such a high amount of radiation. What? How is that be possible? That boy should have died by now. Dr. Chen said in shock. Is it true? How is something like this possible? Dr. Russell asked, also in shock, and they tried to find an explanation. As you know, we have already found 4 of the 5 legendary titans destined to fight for control of the planet, and we have even communicated and interacted with 2 of them, but we still haven't found the last one, Serizawa said, shocking everyone present who already knew what he meant. We still have the most important one, Serizawa said, pressing a button on the controller, causing the following images to appear on the screen. Clark, son of Godzilla, king of the monsters. Ghidorah, the king of terror. Harma, son of Rodan. King of the skies. Irie, daughter of Mothra. The queen of monsters. No, that means that Dr. Chen didn't finish speaking. That boy is Dr. Russell said, shocked. The one destined to lead the battle for the planet. The true alpha of the titans. The heir to the throne. The true and only king. Issei, son of desGhidorah. The king of monsters and king of darkness. End of chapter. Chapter 6. The accident at Monarch. Here's chapter 6. It only took me a few days to publish it, but I needed some time to better express the story. I should also mention that this chapter will lay the groundwork for the following revelations in the story, but I've already written too much, so enjoy. But Issei and Milikas. Issei and Milikas appeared at what seemed to be a Monarch base, more specifically, Brave Castle. The 2 of them were confused when they appeared at the place and began to look all around. Is this the Issei place? Milikas asked, confused. Well, I think so, Issei said as he looked at the card with the coordinates on the back. Issei and Milikas were still confused, is this Monarch's base? The 2 of them continued to wonder, until. Intruder alert. An alarm sounded, making the 2 young people jump. Intruder? Who is the intruder? Issei asked innocently. I don't know, maybe Milikas couldn't finish because a voice startled him. You? A man's voice was heard. The voice came from behind them. Issei and Milikas turned around to look back only to find something that made them pale. Don't move, said a security guard. 8 security guards were pointing their guns at Issei and Milikas. The 2 terrified young men slowly raised their hands. Who are they? One of the guards asked. We are Issei was stammering out of fear, just like Milikas. The 2 were terrified since neither had the power to withstand a bullet from a normal gun, so they were both afraid. Ask, who are you? The same guard said again, scaring the 2 of them. Calm down, McFly, they're just 2 kids, said the one who seemed to be the leader. But, the guard tried to say. Okay, put your weapons down, we're not in danger, you look really bad pointing guns at 2 children, said the leader of the guards. They all lowered their weapons, somewhat saddened by that. Issei and Milikas were still somewhat frightened by the situation and just looked at each other for a little while. "Excuse me, children, what are your names?" the lead guard asked the two boys. Issei was hesitating about whether to say his name. "Come on, don't be shy, what's your name?" the same guard asked again. My name is Issei Hyoudou," Issei said, still intimidated by the presence of the guards. I am Milikas Gremory," Milikas said, also somewhat intimidated. "Ramirez, tell the higher-ups, they're in the meeting," said the head guard. "Yes, I'm coming right away," said one of the guards, starting to run towards the meeting room. "You two boys, come with me," said the guard as he began walking down the corridors. Issei and Milikas had no choice but to follow the guard to where he wanted to take them. They couldn't escape from them in a facility they didn't know. The two began walking in the direction the guard was going, while being escorted by the other guards who only had serious looks on their faces. During the journey, Issei and Milikas marveled at the things they saw. They passed by the laboratories of the base and saw how the scientists had mostly strange creatures, some smaller than others, but none exceeding 20 centimeters in height. There was a moment when the two passed in front of the female Hyoudou's head. Milikas looked at her, somewhat shocked and scared by how imposing and terrifying she looked, like a giant monster in his words. In contrast, Issei viewed her with a mixture of admiration and sorrow for her death at the hands of supernatural beings and the armies of the world. Issei saw a creature who gave her all and was simply trying to survive. The two passed by while the guards were still escorting them. They continued walking through more corridors until they stood in front of a door. The guard put his hand out and opened the door only to find himself in a room with a table and some people sitting on it who only looked at the two boys with different expressions, more specifically at Issei. Dr. Russell regarded Issei with a serious and analytical gaze. After all, she had just been told that he was the successor to the throne and the son of the Monster King. The rest of the scientists looked at Issei in a confused and serious manner. Was that child really the king's son? That was the question most of them were asking themselves. After all, he didn't seem like a strong person. In contrast, Dr. Serizawa looked at Issei with surprise and a smile. "Issei le hablo el Dr. Serizawa Issei." Hello Mr. Serizawa Iido." Issei was nervous because of all the looks that those present were giving him, analytical, confused and even a few of shock. "Listen, I think you're scaring him a little," said Dr. Russell, abandoning her analytical gaze and adopting a serene smile. "That's right, Issei, how about you and your friend come with me? We all have things we need to talk to you about specifically," said Dr. Serizawa, speaking to Issei with a small, almost imperceptible smile. Okay, Mr. Serizawa," Issei said, sounding a bit more confident. "Alright all of you, don't try anything with young Issei, I'll take care of him, and you'd better keep us informed about the voting," Dr. Serizawa whispered so Issei couldn't hear. Everyone was surprised to hear that, and they had even forgotten about the voting and the shock of the revelation. "Alright, Serizawa, but keep that young man safe and make sure he doesn't get upset, I don't want to think about what would happen if that were to happen," Dr. Russell whispered as she looked at Issei. Time skipped 3 hours. Dr. Serizawa, Issei, and Milikas were in the base cafeteria while the latest news was being reported on a large screen, but everyone was generally waiting for one particular story. "Well, Issei, I'm glad you came," said Dr. Serizawa with a serene smile. "Thank you Mr. Serizawa. I decided to come because Issei didn't want to finish because he remembered the harsh insults that the Mayu and the Gremory patriarchs had directed at him." Milikas, seeing Issei's reaction, immediately knew that he was remembering what his father and grandparents had said about him. Well," he said as his voice gradually broke. Upon seeing Issei's face and hearing his voice, Dr. Serizawa became worried, not only for the boy's personal condition, whom he was gradually growing fond of, but also because he risked unleashing a power that Issei didn't know he possessed. "Issei, are you alright? Did something happen to you?" Dr. Serizawa asked, worried about Issei. "The thing is, there was a little problem, and that's why he decided to come. I only came because he asked me to," Milikas said, trying to avoid the subject. "The problem? I don't mean to interfere, but I hope it's nothing serious, Issei," said Dr. Serizawa, sounding somewhat worried about Issei. "Then no, don't worry, it's nothing serious," Issei said, a little calmer now. A slightly awkward atmosphere formed between the three of them, who remained silent for a few seconds. Dr. Serizawa wanted to ask Issei something important, but since he didn't know how to steer the conversation in that direction, he took advantage of the fact that nobody was saying anything to say the following. "Issei, regarding the meeting," Dr. Serizawa tried to say, but it felt somewhat awkward. "The meeting? You're talking about yesterday's, right?" Issei asked curiously. "Yes, the reason I wanted to bring you to Monarch was regarding that," Dr. Serizawa said, sounding more confident than he let on. "What exactly?" Issei asked, confused. "Why did you support me on the subject of the Titans? I'd like to know why you think that way about them," said Dr. Serizawa, somewhat nervously. "There's nothing that can be done to prevent his destiny from being fulfilled, but I want to know exactly what he thinks about the Titans and make sure he's ready to fulfill that task," Dr. Serizawa thought to himself, anxiously awaiting Issei's response. Issei was surprised by how sudden Dr. Serizawa was with that, but he would answer truthfully. "Ever since the Hyoudous appeared, everyone said they were just mindless monsters capable of nothing but destruction, but I never saw them that way for some reason I don't understand. I'm able to feel empathy for these beings, and I'm certain they aren't destructive monsters, they are animals who came to reclaim a world that has always belonged to them, a world now being destroyed by us, and only they can save it. They are ancient beings, part of the planet's natural balance. The balance we ourselves shattered," Issei finished, his face filled with sincerity and determination. Milikas had a stunned expression of surprise on his face. He never imagined that his best friend would admit that thought so openly. Dr. Serizawa had a surprised expression on his face. Hyoudou Issei had a way of thinking that only members of Monarch possessed, although it was to be expected that he would identify with them, although there was still one detail that worried him. "So you're saying that humans and supernatural beings have to be eliminated and let the Titans save the planet?" Dr. Serizawa asked, somewhat worried about the answer to his question. "No, humans and supernatural beings have to find a way for the Titans and us to coexist peacefully. Just as eliminating the Titans isn't the right option, neither is eliminating ourselves. We have to find a way for both groups to live in peace," Issei said with great determination on his face. Dr. Serizawa was surprised and happy with Issei's open-minded way of thinking. Elimination is not the solution, but rather coexistence. "It's ready," Dr. Serizawa thought, looking at Issei with a smile. At that moment, Dr. Serizawa remembered something of utmost importance. Flashback. About 2 years ago. Dr. Serizawa, Dr. Russell, and Dr. Chen were standing in front of a bright white light where they were apparently talking about something. "So if we do find him, what do we have to do?" Dr. Chen asked the light. Just let me tell you that if you happen to find him, you have to give him some clues or a little help so that he can recover his memories," said a female voice that came from the white light. "Help? But how?" Dr. Serizawa asked the light. "Show him the paintings I showed you, that way his memories will begin to come back little by little," the voice said seriously. "As you wish, Your Majesty," said Dr. Chen, bowing her head. They all began to leave through a door with the symbol of a moth. "Wait," said the voice, a little agitated. That caught the attention of the three of them, who simply turned to look at the light. "Also, if you find him, I want you to tell me quickly. I want to see my darling again," the sad voice said. "Vendelfla's back." When he remembered that, Dr. Serizawa said. "Issei, there's something I need to talk to you about, it's very important and I need you to see it," said Dr. Serizawa calmly and happily. "What is Mr. Serizawa?" Issei asked, confused. "What I want to show you is." Dr. Serizawa couldn't finish because a red light quickly turned on along with a large screen in front of them and everyone in the cafeteria. On television. "Attention, it seems we already have the voting results to know what measures we're going to take with the Titans," the presenter said. The television displayed a bar graph where the brown bar represented the first option of studying and coexisting with the Titans, which was gradually increasing, while the other bar, in green, which represented the option of killing the Titans, was also beginning to increase. The two bars slowly increased, creating great tension throughout the audience, including the faction leaders and Monarch. The two bars stopped, leaving some in shock and others somewhat pleased. The option to kill the Titans has won and is completely final. In 1 day or approximately 8 hours the killing of the first Titan will begin. The area where the Titan named Behemoth by Monarch is sleeping is already being evacuated. The big screen is turned off. Everyone at Monarch was in shock and some had worried expressions on their faces. After seeing that, Issei simply turned his gaze to Dr. Serizawa, who was in shock. When Dr. Serizawa came out of his shock, he lowered his head and it was clear that he was sad. Mr. Serizawa, is there nothing more that can be done?" Issei asked, his face showing sadness and some concern for the creatures. Dr. Serizawa looked at Issei with an expression of sadness and concern and said. "Let's hope the Titans can defend themselves," Serizawa said, a sad expression on his face. Issei just felt completely powerless because he couldn't do anything for the creatures. Rin. Dr. Serizawa's cell phone rang. Dr. Serizawa answered the call. "Well," said Dr. Serizawa seriously. "Serizawa, come to the meeting room immediately, it's of utmost importance," said Dr. Russell's voice, sounding somewhat agitated. "It's about the vote, right?" Dr. Serizawa said, sounding rather sad. "Yes, come quickly but don't bring young Issei or his friend. This is very important and it's best if you leave them alone," Dr. Russell said seriously. "As you command," said Dr. Serizawa before ending the call. After the call ended, Dr. Serizawa turned his gaze towards Issei. "Issei, you and Milikas, come with me," said Dr. Serizawa in a serious tone. Hi Daiho Issei nervously. The three of them left the cafeteria and began walking through the hallways. Issei had a sad face because of the, according to him, inevitable death of the Titans. Milikas, noticing that his friend was sad, simply placed his hand on his shoulder. "Issei, are you alright? You seem very down," Milikas said, concerned for his friend. It's just that they're going to kill the Titans, and I don't think it's fair," Issei said, sounding more disheartened. "Don't you think it's fair, or does it make you sad that they're dying?" Milikas asked, confused. I feel like if they die no, I don't understand what's happening to me, Milikas, I feel like they're important to me," Issei said as his voice gradually broke. Milikas, seeing his friend like this, decided to encourage him, no matter how strange his thinking was, according to him. "Don't worry, after all, Titans are very strong, even the Mutos were, I don't think they'll let themselves die so easily," Milikas said, trying to reassure his friend. "Yes, you're right, although I'm also worried about my brothers, I hope nothing happens to them," Issei said, still sad. "Nothing will happen to them, they are the strongest warriors in the alliance, I don't think they will let themselves be defeated," Milikas said calmly. "Yes, they are very strong, not like me," Issei said sadly in the last part. Dr. Serizawa, who was listening to everything they were saying, simply said. "Issei, if only you knew that your inner power is beyond imagination," Dr. Serizawa thought to himself. The three of them continued walking through the corridors in silence until Dr. Serizawa stopped at a door. "Have we arrived yet, Mr. Serizawa?" Issei asked, curious about where he would drop them off. "Yes, it's in my room," Dr. Serizawa said calmly. Dr. Serizawa entered the room followed by Issei and Milikas. Dr. Serizawa's room seemed normal at first glance, that is, if we disregard the various newspaper clippings and photos scattered throughout the room and the laptop on the table covered with images of what appeared to be fossils and a few animal bone samples. Upon seeing the place, Issei and Milikas were amazed by what they saw, especially Issei, who was dying to see all the pictures and items they had. Dr. Serizawa smiled at the reaction of the two young men and said. "Do you like it? Excuse the mess, but from what I see in your eyes, you love this place," said Dr. Serizawa with a smile. "We love it," the two boys said in unison. "This place is amazing, I can't wait to see everything," said Issei, his eyes sparkling. I'm glad you're all so interested," said Dr. Serizawa with a smile. Dr. Serizawa sat down at the table where he opened his laptop, then inserted a USB drive and transferred what appeared to be files and photos to it. When he finished, he unplugged the USB and got up from his seat. "Well, I need you both to stay here. I have a very important meeting to attend, so don't leave or you'll get lost," said Dr. Serizawa as he left the room. When Dr. Serizawa left the room and closed the door, leaving Issei Milikas there, he just thought. "Issei, I just hope he doesn't find anything that upsets him," Dr. Serizawa thought to himself. Dr. Serizawa began walking down the corridors while holding the USB drive in his hand. Inside the room. After Dr. Serizawa left, Issei and Milikas stared at the room with all the photos, files, and notes it contained. "Wow, this place is amazing, Issei," Milikas said as he walked around the room and looked at all the clippings posted. "Yes, it's super incredible, I never imagined seeing all this," Issei said as he walked around and looked at all the photos. Issei and Milikas watched everything until Issei saw a particular photo that caught his attention. It was that of a titan, but with the appearance of a giant bird. Issei took the photo and out of nowhere his head started to hurt, not enough to scream, but enough to put his hands on his head and make a few small moans of pain. And out of nowhere, the following images appeared in Issei's head. In Issei's head. A red-haired boy appeared in Issei's head. "Aja, groan of pain, this time I swear I will defeat you," Issei the Redeed said as his entire body began to glow in a red light and began to grow and end up transforming into what looked like a giant pterosaur with wings of fire. Out of Issei's head. "Ah!" Issei screamed as his headache worsened dramatically from one second to the next and he collapsed to the ground. "Issei?" Milikas asked, frightened by what was happening to his friend. Milikas ran towards Issei to try to help him. "Issei, what's wrong? Are you okay? What happened to you?" Milikas asked, scared and very worried about his friend. I am fine, Issei said while panting from exhaustion and pain. "And nothing's wrong, I'm fine now," Issei said, still tired. Milikas was still worried about his friend. After all, he was still a reincarnated low-class demon. "Are you sure?" Milikas asked, worried. "Why yes, I'm fine," Issei said, now recovered from his severe headache, although he was still somewhat dizzy. Who was he? And what was that titan? And why does he feel so familiar? Issei thought to himself as he stood up from the ground. Issei composed himself and continued looking at the pictures that were stuck on the walls of the room. Milikas trusted his friend and continued watching the images. "Wow, look at this one looks like a mammoth," Milikas said, showing a drawing of a titan with the appearance of a combination of an ape and a woolly mammoth. "Titan Behemoth Outpost Brassel. That titan, I think it's the one they're going to attack first," Issei said sadly, remembering that they were still going to kill the titans. "Yes, it looks impressive," Milikas said enthusiastically. "Yes sure," Issei said sadly. The two continued watching the images as they became more and more impressed, although Issei was still a little sad and very confused by what he saw in his head. It was so familiar. Why is this happening to me? Issei wondered to himself. Issei continued looking at the images, becoming more and more impressed. "This is incredible." He couldn't finish because he saw a specific image that caught his attention. Issei slowly approached the image until he took it in his hands and looked at it more closely. Just like the first time, Issei began to have a severe headache as he put his hands on his head and fell to the ground again. Milikas noticed and quickly ran to see if his friend was okay. "Issei!" Milikas exclaimed as he ran towards his friend. Issei, on the other hand, began to see images in his head again. In Issei's head appeared a beautiful white-haired girl with eyes just as beautiful as she was. "Darling," said the beautiful girl as she looked ahead. After that, a different image of the same girl appeared, but as her body began to glow white and increase in size, this image was revealed. Out of Issei's head. "Ah!" Issei screamed from the severe headache he was experiencing. "Issei! I'll go get help," Milikas said as he ran to the door, but something was stopping him. Milikas turned around to find Issei grabbing his shoulder. "And no, I'm fine now," Issei said as he recovered from the severe headache he had experienced. Unlike the first time, this time the pain was much stronger but disappeared faster. "Don't go, I already feel fine," said Issei, who had fully recovered. "Issei? What are you talking about? Just seconds ago you were dying and now you don't want help. I'm going to get Dr. Serizawa," Milikas said as he turned to go towards the door. "And no, believe me, I'm fine, nothing's wrong with me," Issei said, looking Milikas seriously in the eyes. Milikas looked at Issei, surprised and serious, for a few seconds until he said, "Okay," Milikas said, now calmer and looking at Issei. "I won't tell Dr. Serizawa, but if it happens to you again, I won't hesitate to do so, okay?" Milikas said, looking at Issei seriously. "Okay, but I don't think it'll happen to me again," Issei said, now composed. "I hope so," Milikas said seriously. Milikas continued looking at the images while becoming increasingly surprised by the incredible pictures he found. Milikas sees another image, but this one was of a giant humanoid reptile with dorsal plates of rock. "Wow, look, this one looks like a giant dinosaur, but very scary," he said, showing the image of the same giant reptile. But then Issei's head started to hurt more than Milikas and he became very agitated. Issei, what's wrong with you? Issei." Milikas shouted desperately for his friend who wouldn't stop screaming. Inside Issei's head. The same reptile appears on the head, but its plates were light blue. Sigh of tiredness, "It's clear you'll be a good opponent in the future to see which of us will be the new king of the monsters," said a boy with black hair and black eyes, who was also sweaty. Outside the head. Issei kept shouting. Issei screamed from the severe headache he was experiencing. "Issei! I'll go get help," Milikas said as he ran to the door, but something was stopping him. Milikas turned around to find Issei grabbing his shoulder. "And no, I'm fine now," Issei said as he recovered from the severe headache he had experienced. Unlike the first time, this time the pain was much stronger but disappeared faster. "Don't go, I already feel fine," said Issei, who had fully recovered. "Issei? What are you talking about? Just seconds ago you were dying and now you don't want help. I'm going to get Dr. Serizawa," Milikas said as he turned to go towards the door. "And no, believe me, I'm fine, nothing's wrong with me," Issei said, looking Milikas seriously in the eyes. Milikas looked at Issei, surprised and serious, for a few seconds until he said, "Okay," Milikas said, now calmer and looking at Issei. "I won't tell Dr. Serizawa, but if it happens to you again, I won't hesitate to do so, okay?" Milikas said, looking at Issei seriously. "Okay, but I don't think it'll happen to me again," Issei said, now composed. "I hope so," Milikas said seriously. Instead, Issei got up from the floor and sat on Dr. Serizawa's bed. When Issei sat down, he was more than confused. Why did those people appear in his head when he saw those images, and why were titans appearing? Did it have something to do with his strange dreams? He didn't know. He was more than confused. When Issei recalled the first vision where Reed appeared, he felt a surge of adrenaline ignite in his chest, as if he were about to do something very dangerous and risky. What was that titan that looked like a pterosaur and inspired fear? And what did it mean when it said, Issei, this time I will defeat you? The other one, the dinosaur, said, you will be a good opponent and we will see who will be the new king of the monsters. These were the questions Issei wondered in his thoughts. And then he went on to recall the second vision, where, in Issei's words, the most beautiful woman he had ever seen appeared, even surpassing Rias and Akeno. What were those beautiful wings that conveyed so much peace and tranquility? Why did she call him darling? And above all, why did remembering that make him feel a burning in his heart that brought him calm and happiness just by seeing the girl's face? And while he was wondering that, he didn't notice the deep blush on his face. At this point, Issei was more than confused and only had doubts in his mind. While Issei was thinking about everything that went through his mind, Milikas, on the other hand, continued to look at Dr. Serizawa's room, completely amazed by the images on the walls. Milikas was snooping around the room while Issei continued thinking while sitting on the bed. At one point Milikas noticed something on the main desk in the room. When Milikas approached the desk, he noticed that Dr. Serizawa's laptop was open and turned on among the sheets of paper. Note: Dr. Serizawa did not turn off the laptop before leaving, so since it was neither turned off nor had the lid closed, it did not ask for a password. Milikas simply removed the sheets of paper and began looking at Dr. Serizawa's laptop. Milikas found a folder labeled images and clicked on it to view the images inside. Wow, this is incredible, said Milikas as he looked at the images on the laptop. Note: these are just some of the many images Milikas found. Milikas was fascinated by ancient paintings that depicted titans very different from the Hyoudous. Issei, who was still sitting thinking about what he saw in his head, realized what Milikas was doing. Listen, you shouldn't do that. He couldn't finish because he was interrupted by Milikas himself. Wow. This picture is incredible. Milikas said, almost shouting. Issei, consumed by curiosity, got out of bed and went to check the computer with Milikas, only to see something that would leave him in shock with drive. Serizawa 2 minutes earlier. Dr. Serizawa was sitting in one of the chairs at the table in the meeting room, where there were about 12 people including Dr. Russell. They all had a worried look on their faces, and a few had a somewhat desperate expression. Now that the option to kill the Titans has won, what the hell can we do? Dr. Russell asked, somewhat hysterically. Well, for now, we can't do anything, Dr. Russell. We can't confront the army to stop them from killing the Titans, said a scientist. That won't do, Serizawa, what do you suggest? Dr. Russell asked, somewhat hopeful about Serizawa's response. Well, there's nothing we can do. That left everyone disappointed. But perhaps he can do something, said Dr. Serizawa, confusing some of them. Who? Dr. Russell asked hopefully. The King Issei, said Dr. Serizawa seriously. That left everyone in shock because of Serizawa's response. The young Issei, he hasn't recovered his memories yet. I don't think he can do anything at this point, said Dr. Russell, discouraged at the thought that there was nothing that could be done. But still Dr. Serizawa was interrupted as the ground began to shake, leaving everyone in shock. When the tremor ended, almost immediately an alarm sounded indicating that radiation levels at the base were beginning to rise. Everyone was shocked by it. They didn't know why there was an earthquake out of nowhere and the radiation from the base suddenly increased. Activate the radiation defense system, quickly. Dr. Russell shouted because she knew that so much radiation could kill everyone at the base. At that moment, a scientist quickly pressed a red button on one of the walls and then released red smoke throughout the base. Note: that red smoke is what eliminates the radioactive particles. When the radiation levels finally dropped, Dr. Russell asked. Where did that radiation come from? Dr. Russell asked seriously. The scientist looked at one of the screens on the wall that displayed the map of the facility. When he finished searching, he only said the following. In Dr. Serizawa's room, the scientist said. Everyone was surprised and looked at Dr. Serizawa, who just had a look of disbelief. Upon hearing that, Dr. Serizawa could only imagine what had happened. Then no, it can't be, said Dr. Serizawa as he ran out of the meeting room and quickly headed to his bedroom. When he arrived at his room, he saw some guards standing guard inside the destroyed room. Dr. Serizawa quickly entered it only to find Milikas and Issei passed out on the destroyed floor. What stood out most was that Issei had a red aura surrounding his entire body. Dr. Serizawa, upon seeing this, was shocked, took a step, and heard a cracking sound. Dr. Serizawa looked down at what he was stepping on and realized it was his laptop, which was somewhat broken and battered. Dr. Serizawa picked up the laptop only to see an image on the somewhat cracked screen that would leave him even more surprised. On the laptop displayed an image of Godzilla fighting a three-headed golden dragon, but another one, black and somewhat white, was also fighting alongside Godzilla. The accident at Monarch. Chapter 7. Another strange dream. On any television. On a random television we can see the presenter looking somewhat nervous and scared, holding some papers with the script of what she would say. About 3 days ago, armies from around the world and the alliance of factions began a battle in Tingua, Brazil, against a titan named Bahamut, the reporter said. When he said that, an image of Bahamut was shown in the middle of a destroyed city, being attacked by fighter jets and supernatural beings. During the battle, supernatural beings and armies have managed to keep the titan contained on the coast of Tingua so far, but most of the city has suffered serious damage. Fortunately, the surrounding cities have not been damaged by the disasters of the battle. Furthermore, I am informed that a fierce confrontation is taking place between the titan and a dragon known as Great Red. While a large red image was displayed on the screen. Currently we have no images of the battle, as all the helicopters and planes that were sent to document the battle have not returned. But luckily we have some testimonies from survivors who were fortunate enough to be rescued. They say the battle is just a game of hide and seek. All the testimonies agree that the dragon named Great Red has only been flying and launching ranged attacks at the titan, which apparently isn't suffering any damage, the presenter said seriously. Neither the 3 pillars of the factions nor any soldiers or leaders intervene in the battle because they run the risk of being incinerated by the powerful bursts of fire. It's been a week since the battle started and apparently there's no progress. We can only hope for a miracle, for something to happen that can save people from the wrath of the titans. The television is turned off. Tingua, Brazil. We can see the city completely destroyed, the buildings collapsed, burned, bodies of people among the rubble, a cold, dark and dead place. But an orange flash can be seen in one section of the city, which is burning completely. In the middle of that part of the city we can see flying through the air a gigantic red dragon, 100 meters long and with wings of the same span. The dragon had a frightened look fixed on the ground. The dragon was more than scared and nervous upon seeing that place. Point 3. Where the dragon had fixed its gaze was a titan with the body of an ape, with 2 gigantic mammoth tusks on its face and covered in brown hair. The titan was approximately 98 meters tall and had its gaze fixed on the sky, more specifically on Great Red. The titan had a furious look for not being able to defeat his enemy who was only hovering in the air. Great Red launched a very powerful fireball at Bahamut, which took the full force of it, creating smoke around it. When the smoke cleared, Bahamut could be seen unharmed, as if the fireball had meant nothing. Brew on. Bahamut roared angrily, his face a bright red roar, but Bahamut just launched another fireball at him. A few kilometers from the battle, around 10,000 people could be seen, both human soldiers and faction members who had managed to survive the battle. Most had severe injuries all over their bodies, especially 3 people at the back of the crowd. The 3 pillars of the factions can be seen sitting on the rubble of a small house. All 3 were badly injured and their clothes were torn. Issei was sitting with several scratches on her skin and face, she was in a terrible state, the only reason she wasn't unconscious was because her friend Asia Argento was healing her, although she herself had some wounds on her body. We went to see Itsuki who, like his younger sister, was badly injured and barely had his shirt on because of how destroyed it was. He had some glass embedded in his left arm and with his right arm, he was holding onto his scythe while being healed by a Kuoh with healing magic. Now we turn to Ryu, he was the one in the best condition of the 3, he only had some blood-covered wounds all over his body, and his clothes were somewhat scratched while he was talking to his dragon companion Drake. So we can't do anything against that thing, right? Ryu asked his dragon companion. No, partner, that monster is too strong, I don't see any chance of winning, said Drake, serious and tired. What? But no, we must do something, we can't just stand by and do nothing. Big Red can't, he is interrupted by his partner. Don't be an idiot. If even the Great Red can't do it. What hope do you have, Drake shouted mentally to his partner. But Great Red does nothing, he just keeps running away from, he is interrupted because he saw a very intense red light. Everyone was bewildered by the intense light that reached even the great distance they were standing. They all turned to look at the battle scene, only to find something that would leave them in shock. Great Red versus Bahamut 5 minutes earlier. Great Red continued flying above Bahamut, who only roared at him and looked at him with a furious expression. Great Red was already getting desperate. They had been fighting for a week and he still couldn't do any damage to the Titan. And the worst part was that he had to keep flying so the Titan wouldn't kill him by sinking those imposing fangs into him. All of this made Great Red feel utterly powerless and humiliated before that filthy ape, in his opinion. Damn beast, why don't you die already? The Great Red creature shouted furiously, throwing an even more powerful fireball at Bahamut. When the fireball hit Bahamut, a large cloud of smoke was created. When the smoke cleared, Bahamut could be seen intact as always. Why don't you stop already, said a deep unfamiliar voice, it sounds somewhat like Thanos' voice. Big Red was confused by what he heard and just looked around, searching for the owner of that voice. Who said that, asked Big Red, puzzled. The voice said again. Big Red only turned his head towards the place where that voice came from, only to find something that would leave him in shock. Great Red was looking in the direction of Behemoth, who was on the ground looking at Great Red. "Why did you just speak?" Big Red asked in shock. "Of course, who else did you think of?" said Behemoth's imposing voice. "Why didn't you speak up before?" asked Big Red, still in shock. "I don't have to waste my breath talking to someone like you," Behemoth said. I never thought a filthy beast like you could speak. I thought you were more primitive, but I was wrong," Big Red said, trying to appear confident and calm before Behemoth. "A filthy beast, you call me that? The only beast in this place is you," Behemoth said seriously. "Don't speak to me like that. I am the dragon of dragons, the dragon god of dreams and the king of the dimensional rift. You shouldn't speak to me like that," the Great Red One said arrogantly, thinking he would intimidate Behemoth with his titles. "King, are you serious?" "These days they call anyone king," said Behemoth, tired of Big Red's attitude. "What do you mean, monster? You should have some respect." "I am a god, you are just an animal," said Big Red, trying to maintain his composure. "I would never respect such a weak being as you. All my loyalty is reserved for someone who is truly worthwhile," Behemoth said angrily and then nostalgically as he remembered his young prince. "You know who he's talking about." "Idiot. How dare you speak to me like that? You're just a stupid beast who thinks he can insult the deities," he yelled, a furious red man. "Am I a stupid beast? If I am not mistaken, you've been trying to harm me for a week now. You haven't dared to come and face me properly, and you're stupid enough not to realize that you can't harm me with any attack," Behemoth said seriously, as he wasn't interested in talking to beings who thought themselves superior. That was the last straw. He was red-faced and seething with rage at being insulted like that by a mere animal, according to him. "Now yes. You will feel the power of the most powerful dragon of all," he shouted, a great angry red. "In my day dragons were stronger," Behemoth whispered, a whisper that Great Red couldn't hear. Great Red began to increase all his power to use it in a single shot, which, although it would end up destroying the surrounding cities, would finally manage to kill that monster. His body was illuminated with an intense red light that covered the entire battlefield. Currently, Great Red had all his power loaded into that attack, but because of his pride, he wanted to do the most damage to Behemoth, so he made the stupidest decision of his life. Big Red landed about 100 meters from Behemoth, ready to launch the attack, but he saw something that left him speechless. When Behemoth saw that Big Red had gone down to the ground, he decided not to waste the opportunity, so he ran towards him while lowering his horns, ready to charge at Big Red. When Great Red saw that Behemoth wanted to ram him, he tried to take flight again, but it was too late. Behemoth charged at Great Red with what might have been considered little strength for him, but not for Great Red. The dragon felt the Titan's fangs sink into his stomach, giving him the greatest pain he had ever felt. The attack that Great Red was preparing vanished into thin air like dust, only for him to then feel a great force in his abdomen, being thrown several meters by the Titan's onslaught. Big Red was launched 500 meters from its previous position, crashing into two buildings. The building's beams pierced his back and part of his wings, in addition to the terrible pain from the perforations in his abdomen. The two buildings where Big Red fell were knocked down by the strong impact. Big Red was stunned by his severe injuries and almost fainted from the intense pain, but he saw something that prevented him from collapsing. After throwing Big Red into the air so that he fell into the buildings, Behemoth decided not to stop and teach him a lesson for being so arrogant. "This will teach you when to stop talking," Behemoth said, then ran towards Big Red, who was still impaled on the collapsed buildings. Behemoth was running faster and prepared its fangs to deliver a slightly more powerful charge than the previous one. Great Red, seeing Behemoth running towards him, was filled with terror and his survival instinct kicked in. Big Red slowly opened its wings, which were badly damaged and had parts of the building buried in them, but luckily it was enough for it to take flight. Great Red, enduring the pain, slowly opened his wings to begin to fly. Luckily for him, Behemoth had thrown him far away. Great Red managed to fully open its wings and take flight, narrowly escaping imminent death. Behemoth ended up ramming into the buildings, knocking down 10 in a line. Behemoth looked up to see Great Red in the sky, barely able to fly. The soldiers of the factions, seeing how Behemoth humiliated Great Red, could only feel true terror at seeing the most powerful being in the world, according to them, defeated with a single charge. The three pillars and the leaders felt something they hadn't felt since the events of Trahexa. They felt fear at its maximum potential. Upon seeing this, Ryu realized that Great Red could not continue fighting, so he decided to take the initiative. "Ah!" Ryu screamed, surprising everyone, and then they heard something that would leave them even more shocked. "Diabolus Dragon Balance Breaker," Drake's voice was heard, followed by armor appearing on Ryu. Ryu flew off at top speed in the direction of Behemoth. When everyone saw one of the three pillars of the factions go off to battle, the vast majority also took the initiative. 8,000 of the 10,000 who were there also went to face the Titan. Monarch Base Castillo Bravo. We can see the Monarch Base Castillo Bravo, which is located in the middle of the Bermuda Sea. We slowly entered the facility, where we could see people running around very nervously. Some people were carrying folders with important papers, and others, like the security guards, were even more attentive than usual. That was because they received important news someone was about to arrive at the base, and everyone was more than nervous and wanted to ensure their arrival was successful. We entered a room that looked like a hospital. In that room, we could see Issei lying in bed with some devices connected to him to monitor his health. Next to Issei is Milikas, who sees his best friend with concern since Issei had been in a coma for a week. Milikas. Issei has been in a coma for a week now. I can't remember exactly how it happened. The last thing I remember is seeing Dr. Serizawa's computer and showing it to Issei. Flashback. A week ago. Wow. This picture is incredible. Milikas said, almost shouting. Issei, consumed by curiosity, got out of bed and went to look at the computer with Milikas, only to see something that would leave him in shock. On the laptop. Incredible, isn't it, Issei? Milikas said to his friend, thinking that he too was amazed by the great image. Milikas turned to look at Issei, who only had his eyes wide open, but Milikas noticed how little by little they lit up and blue. That confused Milikas a lot. Issei? I asked worried. Guy Issei began to babble, which Milikas found even stranger. Issei continued to babble while a strange thin red aura appeared all over his body. Issei. What's wrong? Are you alright? Milikas asked, frightened to see this in his friend. Ghidorah. Issei shouted with all his might, his aura increasing dramatically and causing an explosion. End of flashback. That's all I remember. The next day I woke up and Dr. Serizawa told me I'd been exposed to a lot of radiation and the only reason I survived was because I'm a pureblood demon, but I still remember how Dr. Serizawa looked visibly nervous when I mentioned what had happened. He just told me that little by little, I'd realize a great revelation that could change the course of history. End of Milikas' POV. Milikas was still sitting there, worried, watching his friend in a coma, until he heard the door open. The door opened, revealing Dr. Serizawa, who looked somewhat nervous and worried. Milikas, I need you to come with me was all Dr. Serizawa said. What's wrong, Dr. Serizawa? He asked, sounding very doubtful. Someone is coming to visit Issei. I need the room cleared when they arrive, said Dr. Serizawa. Are you going to visit Issei? Who? Milikas asked, very doubtful. Someone from royalty, Dr. Serizawa said nervously. That only left more questions than answers. Is someone from royalty coming? Is a king going to visit Issei? These were the doubts Milikas had. Just don't ask questions and come with me, I think it's about to arrive. He is interrupted by a very peculiar sound that shocked everyone except Milikas. What was that noise, Mr. Serizawa? Milikas asked, puzzled. Dr. Serizawa remained silent for a few seconds before saying. I'm here Milikas, you have to come now, said Dr. Serizawa seriously. Okay, said Milikas. Milikas and Dr. Serizawa ran through the corridors, as did many scientists and guards from Monarch. They all ran out onto the airstrip where they saw the entire sky was dark. Dr. Serizawa, what are we doing here? Milikas asked, very confused. After all, they were outside the base where everything was dark. Wait and see, Milikas, said Dr. Serizawa. Milikas was still confused, but in the distance, further ahead of them, there were two people standing near the end of the runway. It was Dr. Chen and her sister who were very nervous. Ugh, I can't believe she's coming here, said Dr. Chen. I know. Do you think he'll be angry with us because he's in a coma? His twin sister asked. I don't know, you know her, maybe she didn't finish speaking because she saw something that surprised her and made her serious. Description of what happens. In the distance, a white glow can be seen among the clouds, which gradually approaches. Everyone was surprised to witness that strange phenomenon in the sky, but the surprise only increased when they saw the following. The clouds quickly parted, revealing a beautiful and majestic creature with bright white wings that radiated tranquility and peace. The entire sky turned white, red, and pale blue as the roar of the beautiful being was heard. All are witnesses to the majesty and beauty of the second queen of the monsters. The beautiful creature approaches the runway and lands with utmost elegance. Dr. Chen and her twin sister bow their heads in greeting. Its blinding light begins to grow more and more intense until it gradually begins to diminish. The light goes out and in the place where the creature was, there is now a beautiful light white-haired girl, and she also had a pair of white monster wings on her back with a wingspan of meters. Current Mothra and Queen of the Monsters. She walks towards the twins who are somewhat nervous about how she might react. Where is he? Was all the girl said, her voice slightly broken. The twins looked up only to see that she had glassy eyes and a sad face, as if she were about to cry. He's with the nurse, Your Majesty, said Dr. Chen, nervous about what her reaction would be. Where? Take me quickly, I need to see him. Irie said, very distressed, grabbing Dr. Chen by the shoulders. She was surprised by how worried she was, but she already knew why she was like that. Oh okay, Gigamet-sama, said Dr. Chen. After that scene, Dr. Chen and her twin sister took Miku inside the facility. Everyone was surprised to see the second queen of the monsters in her human form for the first time, although she ignored the looks they gave her. In her mind, she had a very clear objective. As the three women passed in front of Milikas and Dr. Serizawa, Milikas asked in a whisper. Dr. Serizawa, who is she? And why was she before a butterfly? Milikas whispered to Dr. Serizawa. Upon hearing Milika's question, Dr. Serizawa simply said. She, Milikas, is Irie, or better known as Gigamoth, the second queen of the monsters, said Dr. Serizawa, calmed by the aura of tranquility and peace that she exuded. Mothra? Milikas asked, still confused. She is one of the 5 legendary titans, or kings, who are titans that rule over the rest, Dr. Serizawa said calmly. I didn't know there were legendary titans, and what are the other 4? Milikas asked curiously. The other 4 are Rodan, Ghidorah, Godzilla, and Dr. Serizawa stopped because he realized he was talking too much. And who else? I didn't finish saying it. Milikas said, confused. Oh no, Mothra's aura of tranquility made me talk too much, Dr. Serizawa thought to himself. Will drive. Serizawa didn't finish speaking. And why did the Queen of Monsters come to see Issei? Milikas asked, changing the subject. Well, Dr. Serizawa didn't finish speaking. The twins and Irie arrived at the infirmary. Which was closed. Dr. Chen slowly opened the door, letting Irie in. When she entered, her eyes filled with tears upon seeing the person lying on the infirmary stretcher. Issei could be seen on his stretcher still unconscious, but despite that his head was moving abruptly, a sign that he was having a bad dream. When Irie saw him in that state, she just remained silent for a few seconds before saying. Get out of here, we need some time alone, Irie said, tears still streaming down her cheeks. The twins simply obeyed and left the room. Once outside, Irie erected a barrier to prevent anyone from entering or hearing what was happening inside. After creating the barrier, Irie approached Issei, almost trembling, tears streaming down her face. She sat down on the cot where Issei was, and when she did, she put her hand on Issei's cheek and began to caress it. Darling, Irie said with a big smile and a few tears. She slowly began to approach Issei's face, who was still unconscious, getting closer and closer until she kissed him on the forehead. The tears disappeared, and then her face was filled with a slight blush. Oops, I got carried away for a moment, he said, giving himself a light tap on the head. She turned her gaze to Issei again and simply said. Although I've already waited millions of years to see you, haven't I? He said seriously. After that, a magic circle appeared on Issei's forehead. Irie, seeing that, just smiled and said. Soon we'll be able to be together again, darling, Irie said with a smile, looking down at him. We can see Issei. In a completely black void, with absolutely nothing but his own presence. Where am I? Issei asked, frightened. Is anyone there? Issei shouted into the void. Issei was scared and confused. A few seconds ago he was feeling an unparalleled and unknown sensation, but he liked it. After a few minutes of shouting and getting no response, he simply gave up. Or so it seemed until I heard something. This is how I will write the roar of desGhidorah. Issei turned around only to notice that he was in a completely destroyed field, with fire everywhere and a powerful electrical storm of yellow lightning. Issei was even more confused. First he was in an infinite void, and now he found himself in a completely destroyed field. At that moment, while Issei was wondering what was happening, he heard something that made his skin crawl and scared him. This is Ghidorah's roar from 2019. Issei, trembling with fear, turned in the direction from which he heard that powerful shriek, only to find something that left him in shock. Issei was seeing 3 titans with appearances that came from his imagination. The 2 titans looked like they were eager to tear each other apart. Note. This is a continuation of the dream from chapter 2 of the story. Issei watched this in amazement and very scared at the same time. He never imagined titans with that appearance. In the fight, desGhidorah and Ghidorah were facing each other. Ghidorah unleashed its roar as it began to fly towards Ghidorah. Ghidorah unleashed its roar from its 3 heads and also began to run towards desGhidorah. The 2 titans collided with Ghidorah, trapping its heads with their 2 heads, while the central head bit him on the neck. desGhidorah's right head, as best it could, bit Ghidorah's left head and, freeing the left head, desGhidorah then scratched the central head, causing it to release its neck. From now on I will call them by their names. Issei roared at desGhidorah, then charged his gravity beam and launched it. Before Issei could launch the beam, desGhidorah covered himself with Nai, who was still biting desGhidorah's neck. Ghidorah quickly grabbed Nai and slammed him to the ground. After that, Ghidorah stepped on Nai with his leg and then grabbed Issei to bite his neck. Heaven quickly helped by firing his gravity beam at desGhidorah, hitting him in the back. Ghidorah released Issei, then quickly turned around and whipped Ghidorah in the abdomen with his tail, causing him to fall to the ground. Nai, who was still at desGhidorah's foot, was picked up by him so that desGhidorah could bite his neck and end up tearing off his head, leaving only his neck. Upon seeing this, Issei and Kevin quickly stood up and began to fly upwards. Ghidorah flew about 800 meters into the air before diving down and positioning his legs forward in an attack stance to knock down desGhidorah. Kevin wrapped his neck around desGhidorah's neck, who then fired his dark gravity ray at Issei's face, completely destroying his head. desGhidorah had destroyed Ghidorah's two main heads. Kevin just roared at desGhidorah and, since he was the one who possessed control of the entire body, he began to fly. With Issei. He was more than surprised and scared. He found it terrifying and disgusting, but that feeling only increased when he heard a noise. R-A-A-A-A-U-U-U-U-H-H-H-H-H-H. In the fight. The two missing heads had already regenerated and let out a roar full of rage. Damn it. How the hell is he so strong? Issei shouted furiously. That damn brat, we have to kill him like his damn father. Nai shouted angrily towards Godzilla. desGhidorah, Issei, upon hearing that, could only harden even more than he already was and let out a terrifying roar. With Issei. Did they kill your father? Issei asked, addressing no one in particular. Upon hearing that, Issei could only make a sad face for the Titan. Issei was worried about what might happen. After all, that three-headed Titan was very frightening. While Issei was watching the Titans looking at each other, he heard something that caught the attention of both Issei and the Titans. Mothra's shriek. Rock. Rodan's roar. Ruoire. Godzilla's roar. Those three strange sounds were heard in the distance. Issei turned toward the incessant noise only to find something that would leave him in shock. In the distance, a white and a red light could be seen among the dark clouds. But in the mountains. The blue glow was approaching at great speed. Rodan and Mothra emerged from the clouds and began to plummet towards Ghidorah. Then Godzilla runs towards Ghidorah. Issei watched this in amazement, but everything went black. Issei was back in the same void as before, where with much doubt and astonishment he asked. What the hell happened? Issei asked, more than confused. First I was witnessing a battle between titans, and now I was in the same void again. Help. Issei cried desperately. Is anyone there? Issei shouted into the void again. Help me, Issei said, his voice breaking as he curled into a fetal position. Issei heard the same incessant shriek again, which he recognized as that of the three-headed dragon. Terrified and trembling, Issei slowly turned around, only to find himself face to face with. This part will be important in the post-credit scene. Ah! Issei screamed in terror upon seeing the Titan that could be considered a nightmare. Everything went black again. Issei appeared in a completely white place. When Issei opened his eyes, he looked at the place he was in, with much doubt. That was all Issei said when he saw the place where he was. Suddenly the whole place was filled with fire that began to surround Issei. Issei could no longer even speak because of the great surprises he had received, and he remained like that until. Ryak. The loud roar echoed throughout the area, then flames of fire began to take shape, revealing a winged beast that appeared to be a pterodactyl. Ryak. The beast roared upwards again as it raised its wings, and more fire surrounded it. Upon seeing him, Issei was filled with terror and almost screamed in panic, or so it seemed until. Rock. The beast looked down and found himself face to face with a 15-year-old brown-haired boy who was looking at him with fear. The Titan brought his face closer to Issei and said. Issei. Is that really you? The Titan said in surprise, then put on what could be considered a smile. The Titan began to glow bright red until it shrank in height. When the light went out, a Redeed with a smile on his face could be seen. My best friend, the Redeed said with a smile, looking at Issei. End of chapter. Chapter 8. The Old Days. Here's a new chapter of the return of King Ghidorah, but before you start reading, enjoy. 5. Flashback. We can see a peaceful countryside, the sun's rays striking the vibrant plains, the mountains covered in trees, the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves, the beautiful blue lake reflecting the clouds. Everything is practically perfect. Well, not really. In the distance, the unmistakable roar of our favorite Titan could be heard. In the middle of the beautiful landscape, one could see a desGhidorah approximately 120 meters tall, black in color, with a robust body, a long tail, and its characteristic dorsal plates. The imposing desGhidorah had his gaze fixed on high, he had a serious look while growling and showing his sharp teeth, demonstrating anger. Raiik. Likewise, the characteristic roar of another favorite could be heard high in the skies. In the place where the desGhidorah had its gaze, a rodent could be seen flying more than 300 meters above the ground. The rodent measured 28 meters in height and 244 meters in wingspan, and, just like the desGhidorah, it had a serious look directed at its enemy that was on the ground. Raiik. The two titans unleashed their roars, after which the rodent dived towards the desGhidorah in an attack position. The rodent grabbed the titan's neck with its paws, but the desGhidorah did not back down, and with its hands, grabbed the rodent's legs, and bit its right leg with its strong jaws, making the rodent let out a roar of pain. The rodent manages to break free from its rival's strong bite, then uses its fiery wings to strike the desGhidorah's face, causing it to tilt its head and close its eyes to protect itself. In the distance from that battle, two silhouettes could be seen positioned on a mountain, watching the fight. The first one was a dark-haired man with black pants and a black jacket, and he had a 5-meter-long, scaly black Agera tail. This was known as desGhidorah, the second king of monsters and king of darkness. While the other was a redeed with green eyes, wearing a formal suit, who had 2 rodent wings with an 8-meter wingspan. This one was known as Rodin, the king of the skies. The two were watching the battle with contrasting expressions. The second king of monsters wore a look of satisfaction with the battle, while the king of the skies wasn't so pleased as they watched the desGhidorah gradually gain the upper hand. In battle. In a swift movement, the desGhidorah gives the rodent a powerful tail whip, which takes the full force of the blow and is thrown towards a mountain that was 500 meters away. The young desGhidorah unleashed his roar at the rodent lying on the side of the mountain. But the kings. Ahaha, what did you think of that? It's obvious my son is a prodigy, said the second king of the monsters proudly. The king of the skies just made a face of displeasure at his friend's comment. Ah, please. That doesn't prove anything. If he were a prodigy, he'd already unleash his destruct ray. He is interrupted by seeing a light blue in the distance. In the battle a few seconds ago. The rodent rose from the mountain rocks where he had fallen, then looked at the desGhidorah with an angry face, which then changed to a sideways smile. The rodent rose into the air as its wings began to emanate much more heat and the fire on them became more intense before heading at full speed towards the desGhidorah. Upon seeing this, the desGhidorah's mouths began to glow red and emit brilliant lightning bolts, starting at the tip of its tail and extending to its head, and then. The powerful burst of destructive rays shot from the mouth of the desGhidorah, hitting the rodent directly, which was just a few meters away from attacking it with its legs. The rodent fell to the ground while the lightning was still hitting his abdomen. When the desGhidorah finished launching its destructive ray, the rodent's body began to glow with a red light that gradually diminished until it ended in the appearance of a young man with red hair, copper eyes, seemingly 16 years old, and with rodent wings with a wingspan of 4 meters. The redeed simply felt his chest with his right hand, only to see that it was burned. "PSK damn it, we're not finished with this yet Issei," he said with a mocking smile, showing his teeth, but it was clear he was in pain. As he said those words, the desGhidorah's body began to glow red and black until it shrank to the size of a human, revealing a young brown-haired boy with honey-colored eyes, seemingly 14 years old and with 2 black tails 3 meters long. "Shishi, come on Karma, admit I beat you, or do you like feeling pain?" said the brown-haired boy with an amused smile. "Ah, please, this is nothing show me what you're capable of, little prince," he said mockingly. You'll regret that," said the chestnut-haired boy with an amused smile, after which the spines on his tail, his eyes, and his hair began to glow with a light blue glow. "Let's go," said the redeed, causing his wings to release drops of lava that fell to the ground and its temperature to rise. They both run towards each other to start a fist fight. End of flashback. With Irie. Irie was still sitting on Issei's lap, slowly stroking his cheek, with a beautiful smile on her face. Irie was mesmerized by the sight of the child's face as he continued to sleep on the stretcher. She moved a little closer and lay down next to him, with her wings on the right side of the bed. When she lay down, she gave Issei a small kiss on the cheek and then said. "Ah, darling, you are just as I remember you," he said with a smile. "I hope that fool Karma doesn't scare you and try to fight you after all, you're human now," Irie said, concern etched on her face, before hugging Issei with her wings covering his body and her arms around his neck. Irie remained in that position for approximately 1 minute, only to then put on a sad face and say. "I couldn't save you, I was too weak, I don't want to lose you again," Irie said, her voice breaking and tears running down her cheek. Irie stared at Issei for a while until she fell into a deep sleep in Issei's dream. We can see Issei in front of a redeed in the middle of a white place with a lot of fire around it. The Redeed had a smile on his face that indicated he was happy with what his eyes saw. Issei, on the other hand, wore a face of utter confusion. He had absolutely no idea what had just happened. What was that titan? Why did it transform into a person? And above all, why did he call him best friend? Issei tried to say something, but the words wouldn't come out of his mouth. What's wrong, Issei? Aren't you happy to see your best friend after so many years? The Redeed asked the brunette. Upon hearing that, Issei could only have more questions in his head that he was unsure to ask. Who are you? Issei asked the Redeed, confused. Always so cheerful. Come on, Issei, why so downcast? Come on, let's do our salute, the Redeed said with a smile, raising his fist. Seeing that, Issei was only filled with more questions. Issei? Come on. Don't keep me waiting. The Redeed said with a smile. Greeting, what greeting? Issei asked timidly. The Redeed was more than confused by Issei's words, but Issei himself couldn't be left behind. I don't know you. Issei said, intimidated. The Redeed's shoulders trembled when he heard that, and he just paled upon hearing that from the brunette. Issei, it's me Karma, why your best friend and your rival, are you telling me you don't remember me? The Redeed asked, scared of what the brunette's answer might be. I don't know, what are you talking about? Said the chestnut-haired boy, still shy and unsure of what to say. Upon hearing those words, the Redeed simply lowered his head, letting his hair cover his eyes and clenching his fists tightly. After that, the Redeed slowly raised his gaze to look Issei in the eyes. When he made eye contact with him, he opened his eyes in surprise and stared at him for a few seconds. Could it be? The Redeed asked in a whisper that Issei managed to hear. The chestnut-haired man only became more confused upon hearing that question, but it was to be expected. He had no idea what was going on. Why you don't have your, the Redeed tried to say, but the shock prevented him from finishing. He simply lowered his head as he remembered something in his mind. Flashback. We can see a completely dead and destroyed field, the whole field was burning, but the great peculiarity is that the fire was blue. Amidst all the destruction of the place, we can see a Redeed on his knees with wings that appeared to be made of volcanic rock and lava falling from their edges. The Redeed was completely covered in wounds and fourth-degree burns all over his body, and his clothes were completely destroyed. A heavy footstep was heard in front of the Redeed, who was still kneeling. The Redeed was trembling with fear and helplessness, so he began to raise his gaze while slowly shaking. When he finally looked up, he was confronted by his nightmare. Ghidorah stood before him. The three heads stared at him with different expressions. Issei looked at him with a malevolent smile, reflecting his terrible intentions. Nai looked at him mockingly with a sly smile that sent chills down your spine just looking at him, and our good Kevin looked at him with indifference. Karma was terrified and sweating nervously from his forehead. After all, he was standing in front of the most powerful titan. Let's end this, Issei said with his evil smile. The three heads began charging their gravity beams to kill Karma. He, on the other hand, couldn't even move because of the terror Ghidorah and his words inspired in him. When the three heads were about to fire, behind Karma appeared a powerful light blue beam, which hit Ghidorah in the abdomen and sent him flying. Karma turned around slowly only to find. End of flashback. When Karma remembered that moment, she clenched her fists so tightly that they began to bleed. Damn it, I still haven't forgiven you for saving me. He said with a. Seriously, who are you? Issei asked, scared at the thought that the Redeed might do something to him. I'm sorry, my name is Karma, sorry if I scared you, I mistook you for someone else. Karma said nervously, worried about giving the brunette a strange impression. So it wasn't one of Miku's stories. To avoid interrupting them, she really doesn't remember anything, Karma thought to herself. Issei, right. I'm really sorry, it's just that I have another friend with the same name. Karma said, scratching his head and with his usual smile. Is this a dream? Issei asked with a little more confidence. Oh, if this were a dream, then I would have these wings. He said, and then the wings of Rodin, with a wingspan of 7 meters, appeared on his back. Issei was surprised to see those strange wings on his back, but he said nothing because of the same surprise. Karma returned to see Issei only to find his surprised face, which left him thinking. My Seekvaira had something to do with this, although she still owes me a lot of explanations, Karma thought to herself. Karma called Issei's attention, but with a gloomy voice. Hi, Issei said, frightened by Karma's terrifying voice. You've become more of a snob, buddy, Karma thought to herself in a playful tone. Would it be a good idea to try and help him remember a little? The Redeed thought to himself. Thinking that, Karma simply lowered her head as her hair covered her eyes and. If necessary, I'll bring back your memories by force. Karma said, raising his wings and quickly launching himself at Issei. Normally, Issei was defended by his brothers from bullies, so he had never been in a fist fight and would normally have reacted with fear, but out of nowhere, a rush of adrenaline hit him throughout his body, his eyes turned red, he frowned, and… the dream is over. Issei was waking up from his strange dream, very confused and disoriented. When Issei opened his eyes and tried to get out of bed, he realized that something was preventing him. Issei turned to his left only to see that around his neck were two soft but strong arms that surrounded him. Issei was beyond confused by what his eyes were seeing, so he turned to his right, only to find himself face to face with… Issei tried to say a few words, but they just wouldn't come out of his mouth. Issei couldn't believe his eyes. He was being hugged by a beautiful, half-naked girl who was sleeping next to him. Issei stared at the beautiful girl, a deep blush spreading across his face. Out of politeness, Issei tried to break free from the girl's grip without waking her, making small movements with his body. He tried to get out as best he could, sliding through her arms, but that was interrupted when the girl hugged him even tighter and turned him to the other side of the bed, making poor Issei's face end up in the girl's breasts. Being so innocent, Issei didn't know how to handle the situation. After all, it was somewhat normal for him, so he grabbed the girl's breasts with his hands to try to get out, but when he did that, the girl made a strange sound, in Issei's words. "Ah, Issei-chan," he let out a sleepy moan. Upon hearing what she said, Issei was simply surprised that this woman knew his name. Do you know my name?" Issei said, turning to look at the girl's face, and unconsciously a blush appeared on his face. "It's very pretty," Issei said innocently, a blush creeping across his face. "Issei-chan darling," the girl said in her sleep, surprising Issei even more. "Why does it feel so familiar?" Issei wondered to himself. "Darling, help me," the girl said in her sleep, tears welling in her eyes. Issei, without knowing why, quickly wiped the tears from the girl's face because for some reason, it hurt his heart to see her cry. Issei said, very confused. What could she be dreaming about? Issei wondered to himself. Irie's dream. We can see the same destroyed field where the four legendary titans were previously having a fierce fight. The place was worse than the very concept of hell, in addition to that powerful storm that mercilessly battered the planet's lands. In the middle of the place, we can see four silhouettes, the first was lying on the ground like a corpse, and the other three were in front of it. The person lying on the ground, dying, was none other than Irie, also known as the heir to the Queen of Monsters. That beautiful, cheerful, white-haired girl who always cared about others, was lying on the ground with several wounds on her body, and her pink wings were more than just damaged and burned at the edges. Facing her were other silhouettes, the first was Ghidorah's central head. This was a blonde, blue-eyed man who appeared to be 20 years old, wearing a white trench coat and black pants, but his main distinguishing feature was that he had two large golden dragon wings on his back with a wingspan of 9 meters. To the right of this person was another person. Right head of Ghidorah. This was a blonde boy just like Issei, only he looked 1 year younger. He wore a black suit with a white shirt underneath, but his main characteristic was that he had two long tails with spines at the tips. Imagine it with Ghidorah's two tails. And finally, to the right of these two was Heaven left head of Ghidorah. This was a blonde boy with blue eyes, just like his two brothers, who appeared to be 19 years old. He wore a black suit with a black shirt with white stripes, and like his brothers, his main distinguishing feature was that he had tiny horns on his back and hands. The three of them were standing in front of Irie, who was lying on the ground, badly beaten. Issei approached Irie only to grab her tightly by the neck and lift her up to his height. "Aha, what's wrong with you, wannabe queen?" Issei said with a mocking smile on her face. She looks so pathetic," Nai said with a mocking smile as the bells on her tails jingled. Why you bastard, Issei-chan, he'll make you pay for this." Irie said with difficulty, but you could feel the hatred in her voice. "Kuoh, the son of that stupid desGhidorah. Where is he? I don't think he'd show up just to save an immature girl like you. You're just a childish brat who doesn't know when to stop talking," Issei said, still with his malicious smile, hurting Irie with his words. "And no, Issei-chan, my darling wouldn't leave me. I love him. He wouldn't dare leave me," Irie said while crying her eyes out at the thought of Issei abandoning her to her fate with the three of them. "Honestly, I don't know what you see in that kid, I mean, he's only 14,000 years old. If that's not being a pedophile or a shotgun, I don't know what is," Kevin said, trying to make a relevant comment for the chapter. Irie just frowned when she heard that. After all, they were reproaching her for her love for Issei. "Shush, why don't you just forget about that stupid kid and come for the grand prize? I personally would take care of satisfying you in every way, all you have to do is kneel before us," Issei said very brazenly. Point 3. Upon hearing that, Irie lost all patience and made a face of complete disgust, only for push. Miku had spat in Issei's face, shocking Kevin and bringing a mocking smile to Nai's face. After that, about 20 seconds of deep silence passed, during which Issei devoted himself to cleaning the saliva off his face with his free hand. After cleaning himself completely, he opened his eyes only to reveal that they were glowing phosphorescent yellow, and his hair began to glow the same color. "Now then you damn bitch," Issei whispered, but everyone present heard it. The wings on Issei's back rose as the storm grew more intense. Issei's wings began to emit small golden rays, as did his eyes and hair. "Drrrrrrr," he said, clenching his teeth and beginning to growl like an animal. Irie was terrified by what was about to happen. It was more than obvious that she was dead at that moment. Golden rays fell on Issei's wings, then he opened his mouth and prepared his gravity beam from his mouth. Irie closed her eyes in terror, tears streaming down them as her life flashed before her eyes. Memories of when he was just a 2,000-year-old child, when he met his beloved on the day of his birth, when they played together in the mountains, when she sometimes took him flying in her Titan form, the times she made advances towards him, when she hugged him with her wings, and recently, when he fought alongside him and Karma, Clark against Ghidorah, without knowing what they were really facing. "Issei-chan darling, I love you," he thought to himself, only to hear a "Rauhh." Arg. Urn. Irie only heard what sounded like a scream of pain and an explosion. Irie kept her eyes closed for a few seconds, only to realize that she wasn't dead and feel a strange warmth all over her body. She slowly opened her eyes, only to find. When Irie opened her eyes, she found Issei carrying her like a princess while smiling, unaware that the three Ghidorah brothers were now impaled on a nearby mountain. "Issei-chan." Irie screamed in shock as she saw herself being carried by her beloved. "Don't worry, she's safe now," Issei said, looking at Irie with a very sweet smile. "Irie-chan, sorry for making you wait," Issei said with the same smile. "And no, don't say it, after all, I knew you'd come back to me," Irie said, tears welling in her eyes. "Darling. The dream is over." Irie woke up from the nightmare, which ended up becoming the dream she longed for most. When he opened his eyes he found Issei, but she was kissing him in a very bold way and hugging him so tightly that she almost crushed him. She only loosened her hug so as not to hurt Issei and then stopped kissing him, revealing that Issei had spirals in his eyes and a deep blush. Irie, seeing Issei's reaction, only gave a lascivious smile and a strong blush took over her face. But Irie, realizing what she had done and what she had thought, only became flustered as she watched Issei looking at her with a deep blush on his face. "Issei-chan, I see you're awake," she said with a somewhat nervous smile and a deep blush on her face. "Irie-chan," those words came out of Issei's mouth unconsciously. End of chapter. Chapter 9. The Battle of Tingwa. Planet Earth 130 million years BC. We can see planet Earth, a place full of life, the trees, the fields, the lakes and the mountains, all coexisting in a delicate balance, which was sustained by its kings. We can see a beautiful countryside with mountains and lakes. Upon seeing this place, the first thing you think is that it is beautiful, a lovely peaceful place with nothing out of the ordinary, but what is most striking about this place is what is flying over the field in the air. Grayfia. We can see a member of the Masura species flying around the place. It was 10 meters tall and had a wingspan of 201 meters. Its wings were different shades of white, but with some touches of red and blue, and emitted a small and almost perceptible faint light from its wings. The monster was flying around the place calmly without anything noteworthy. "Wow, Irie-chan, flying is amazing. I'll be flying through the air soon too, just the two of us." A somewhat childish voice was heard coming from who knows where. If we get closer and look more closely at the monster, we can observe that on its back there was a peculiar silhouette. If we get even closer we can see that on the back of the monster was the silhouette of a small child. The child appeared to be no more than 10 years old. He was brown with honey eyes, but what stood out the most was that he had two black and scaly tails with some spines at the tip. The boy was looking from the back of the monster at the beautiful landscape they were flying over, with a big smile and stars in his eyes because of what he saw. "Raya." The monster let out a small squeal in delight at the child's words. The monster accelerated its flight to move faster. In the distance, where the two of them were, some large creatures could be seen flying through the skies. The monster rose higher only to find itself in the middle of a flock of flying titans, with an appearance that fused the characteristics of a Pegasus and a dragon. Pilus. The flock of more than 80 members of this species soared through the skies. They measured 80 meters in height and 250 meters in wingspan. The Masura was flying in the middle of them all. One of the creatures approached the monster and only looked confused. "Hello." The little boy greeted the creature, who only looked at him with doubt. The creature was confused by the voice it had just heard, or so it would be until it turned its gaze to the back of the monster. When the creature looked closely at the child on the monster's back, it only opened its eyes in surprise, but without going into shock. "Issei-sama. Why are you here?" The creature asked, sounding somewhat nervous. Moo, Irie-chan asked me if I wanted to know what it feels like to fly, and it feels amazing. The boy exclaimed, raising his arms to the sky. Wow, I'm happy for you, Issei-sama. Wait. Is she Irie-sama? The creature asked in shock, turning to look at Issei, only to realize they were no longer there. But Issei and Irie continued flying very high, letting Issei enjoy the beautiful view of the landscape. Issei was beyond amazed by the great view, and because it was his first time flying so high. Not even from the top of Pride Rock could one see such a beautiful view. Irie descended a little, only to encounter another pack of titans, but very different from the previous ones. Quetzalcoatl. A flock of Quetzalcoatls appeared in the vast sky. Imposing and gigantic feathered serpents of various colors, with 2 pairs of wings and 230 meters in length, flew alongside Irie. Some looked at Irie with doubt and others with surprise, already recognizing that they were in the presence of the heir to the title of queen. Irie began to descend further until she reached a field with a few trees and mountains, where many titans of all species were gathered peacefully and coexisting. Among them were behemoths, Agares, Zillas, Gorosaurus, Barragons, Methuselans, and others. All over the planet there were titans living together in harmony, gathered in packs and small groups, who only spent their days under the command of the king of the monsters and the second in command. Irie and Issei flew past the titans, who could only watch them fly overhead. The vast majority of the titans didn't even notice that 2 of the 3 heirs were there. Time skip at night. We can see Irie flying towards a peculiarly shaped rock, while her wings illuminated the night with their beautiful white glow. On top of Irie, you could see a brown-haired boy with 2 black tails, only he was asleep on the back of the Masura, and he was snuggled up very tenderly in Irie's smooth fur. Irie, who was transformed into her titan form, could be assumed to be more than happy to have Issei asleep on top of her, and this could be seen by the shine of her wings. Issei-chan is so adorable. Irie thought to herself as she moved closer to the rock. Irie reached the rock and landed with utmost elegance, while her entire body began to glow pale white. Irie transformed into her human form, revealing a white-haired girl with eyes of the same color, seemingly 14 years old, and with her characteristic wings on her back. Irie was carrying the sleeping Issei like a princess and had a sweet smile on her face as she looked into his eyes. Darling, Irie said in a whisper almost imperceptible to anyone. Rias. The characteristic roar of the monster queen was heard coming from inside the rock cave. A beautiful blue light emerged from the cave, which gradually became smaller until it took the shape of a human. Mothra, queen of the monsters. A beautiful woman with light blue hair appeared where the light was. The woman had pale skin, blue eyes, appeared to be 20 years old, and her wings were similar to Irie's, only they were somewhat larger and emitted a light blue-greenish light. The woman had an annoyed expression on her face, which showed how angry she was at that moment. Irie, the blue-haired woman, spoke in a dry tone and with a furrowed brow. Hi, Oka-san, Irie said, a little nervous because of her mother's penetrating gaze. Irie. What kind of time is this to be arriving? And why are you holding Issei-chan asleep in your arms? The blue-haired woman said, scolding and reproaching her daughter. Sorry Oka-san, it's just that Issei-chan wanted to know what it feels like to fly, and I couldn't refuse, besides, he'll be flying very soon. Irie said with a drop of sweat on her head and an innocent smile. Mothra sighed. What am I going to do with you, Irie? You need to be more responsible, Mothra scolded her daughter. Irie just lowered her head in sadness at her mother's reprimand. I'm sorry, it won't happen again, Irie said, her head bowed. Honestly, I'm not promising anything, Irie thought. Well, come in, Zurus and Hanaki are probably worried about Issei-chan, Mothra said, more calmly and seriously. Okay, Irie couldn't finish because she was interrupted by a strange noise. Bam. A heavy footstep shook the rock. From the cave in the rock emerged desGhidorah himself, who stood about 150 meters tall. desGhidorah looked down, only to find Mothra and Irie, who was carrying her son who was fast asleep. When Irie saw Issei, her entire body immediately lit up with a black and white light that began to lose intensity and shrink little by little. Where the king of monsters once stood, there now stood a dark-haired man of slender build with a tattoo on his neck. The dark-haired man immediately approached Irie so that she, with some hesitation, handed Issei over to him. Issei, I'm so glad you're alright, you had me worried, said the black-haired man, who was now calmer upon seeing that his son was safe. Zurus, I'm sorry my daughter took Issei. I'm sure you were very upset, just like Hanaki, Mothra said, a little embarrassed by her daughter's actions. Irie, on the other hand, just made an adorable pout, puffing out her cheeks and closing her eyes. Zurus will be used to refer to Issei's father, or Ghidorah, when he is in his human form. Don't worry, Hikari, I'm not angry, and neither is Hanaki after all, they were just having fun, Zurus said calmly, looking at Mothra. Hikari is so as not to call her Mothra. "Anyway, I apologize for what happened," she said, giving a small bow of apology. "I know my daughter and Issei are very close, but this time they really gave us a scare," Hikari said, sounding somewhat guilty. "Don't worry, let's go inside, we can still talk," Zura said with a small smile. "It's not necessary, in fact, Irie and I are going to rest now," Hikari said, politely declining Zuras's invitation. "Well, I wish you good night." Zuras was interrupted by a small sound coming from Issei. Achoo. Issei gave a small sneeze while still asleep in his father's arms. "Oh, it looks like he's caught a cold," Kaido said, looking at his little son. "But how is that possible?" Hikari asked, somewhat surprised by the fact. "Well, his radiation defenses aren't fully developed yet, he'll need to get a lot of sleep, so he's okay tomorrow," Zura said. "I'm sorry, I didn't think Issei-chan would catch a cold. Is there anything we can do?" Hikari asked Zurus. "It's not necessary, he just needs a good nap, with some warmth," Zura said. "Well, how are you?" Hikari was interrupted. "And desGhidorah-sama, if you'd like, I can take care of Issei-chan at night and teach him to fly in the morning," Irie said, having been ignored during the king's conversation. At night. We can see the famous Pride Rock, where the royal family of the Titans lived. On top of the rock was a small white light that illuminated the night. In the place where the light was, we can see Irie embracing Issei with her arms and her beautiful wings, who was fast asleep. "Issei-chan, I can't wait to tell you how I feel about you," Irie said, looking at Issei with a very sweet smile. "Aha, since I turned 12,000, I've started to see you in a more serious way," Irie whispered. Ie began to bring his face closer to Issei's, only to join his lips with the brunette's. Present day. Tingua City, Brazil. We could see the city in ruins. Hardly any buildings remained standing. Death was the only thing that reigned in what had once been a city. The sky was stained gray by the ash on the ground. And as if the scene weren't cruel enough, among the many rubble, bodies could be seen. Angels, demons, fallen angels, yokai, Asgardians, and Valkyries. All of this was the representation of hell that humans had always imagined. Venturing deeper into the city, we could see powerful explosions erupting in the ruins that had once been the heart of Tingua. In that area, the sky was orange from the fire and the blasts. Loud explosions, bursts of fire, shockwaves, that was all the spectacle we could see in the ruins of the city. A more powerful explosion than the others occurred, releasing a shockwave that toppled a few buildings that were still standing. The explosion was so large that it left a thick cloud of smoke that obscured what was inside. Above, we can see some silhouettes flying around the smoke screen. Those silhouettes were Sirzechs, Lucifer, Seraphol Leviathan, Ajuka Beelzebub, Archangel Michael, Archangel Gabriel, the former ruler of the fallen, Azazel, the current ruler of the fallen, the Shamazai cadre, the Penemu cadre, some of the Gremory entourage, excluding Gasper, Kaneko, Asia, and Kiba, who withdrew from the battle, Saji, Sona, Tsubaki, a few members of Bale's entourage, a few members of Razor's entourage, Volley's team, excluding Kuroka and Lefei, who were badly wounded. The first pillar of the alliance, Hyoudou the Sekiryuutei, who was wearing his Diabolus dragon armor, the second pillar of the alliance, Itsuki Hyoudou, who had his scythe in his hand, the third pillar of the alliance, Izumi Hyoudou, who had an ice sword in her hand, and a few more soldiers that kept flying. Every single one of them was severely wounded. Their clothes were torn to shreds, they had fourth-degree burns all over their bodies, and their bodies were convulsing. Each one flew using their respective magic and the wings of their race. All wore expressions of fear and tension. Only the strongest leaders maintained a serious demeanor, and most were on the verge of fainting mid-flight. Everyone had their eyes fixed on the large curtain of smoke that prevented them from seeing what was inside, but judging by their expressions, it can be deduced that what they see is not at all pretty. Roon. A powerful sound, like a loud roar, emanated from the thick cloud of smoke. The smoke dissipated, revealing the source of the supernatural being's fearful expressions. A behemoth titan emerged from a part of the smoke that surrounded almost 500 square meters, revealing its imposing appearance that intimidated any weak being. In its large fangs, two corpses could be seen, one of an angel and the other of a demon, impaled on the titan's sharp fangs, stained with some of the dead soldier's blood. The titan turned his gaze straight ahead. The supernatural beings, who only tensed up more at the sight of the titan's furious stare. Behemoth was unharmed, not to mention that they had just unleashed their most powerful attacks on him. But in all the smoke that still covered much of the area, a roar could be heard that left the supernatural beings even more tense, except for Behemoth. From what remained of the smoke screen emerged what appeared to be a gigantic fox with golden fur, 9 collars, and blue eyes, which was the same height as Behemoth. This fox was none other than Yusaka, the leader of the Kyoto yokai, who had extensive wounds all over her body. Scratches, cuts, and badly damaged fur. The Kyoto leader was more than just injured, but she still had the strength to stand. The Kyuubi has been fighting the Titan for a few minutes now, when in a desperate measure, they considered that they had to fight fire with fire, but they have not made any progress at all. Raya. Isaka unleashed a powerful roar at Behemoth, but it didn't even flinch. Isaka begins charging his fire fox and throws it at Behemoth, who receives it completely, forming another smoke screen. Behemoth emerges from the thick smoke unscathed, as always. Brood. Behemoth unleashes its roar at Isaka, who, like the supernatural beings, shudders from the incessant sound. Behemoth starts running towards Isaka, who is startled, but in a swift movement, she leaps onto Behemoth's back and tries to scratch its back with her claws, but it remains unharmed. Seeing this, Isaka bites Behemoth's neck with her jaws, but it shakes its head violently, causing Isaka to release its grip and fall to the ground. Quickly, Behemoth stepped on Isaka's abdomen with its powerful paws, causing the poor Kyuubi to cry out in pain. Seeing this, the supernatural beings try to help her. The leaders combine their powers and form a giant magic circle above Behemoth, while a few angels and yokai place a shield around Isaka, who is still being trampled by Behemoth. From the magic circle of the leaders comes a powerful blue beam that hits Behemoth directly, while creating a shockwave and an earthquake throughout the area. A cloud of smoke formed where Behemoth had been trampling Isaka. Some thought they had finally defeated the Titan. After all, the leaders had put all their power into that attack. But that hope wouldn't last long. Broo. Behemoth's powerful roar was heard, but this time it was so loud that it was felt throughout the city. From the ruins and dust emerged Behemoth without a single wound on his body, quite the opposite of Isaka, who was now unconscious on the ground, with parts of her fur burning, and with an expression that reflected pain. The supernatural beings were beyond terrified. Nothing could destroy that monster. Most were about to give up and die, but there were 3 people who were not willing to do that. Ah no, that thing why doesn't he die? The Mau Lucifer asked wearily, isn't there anything we can do? The Mau asked again. If Great Red and Isaka Dono couldn't defeat him in his Kyuubi form, what hope do we have? Azazel said ruefully. I don't intend to give up. I can't leave my parents and Issei-chan alone. I wouldn't forgive myself. Izumi said, clutching her shoulder with her right hand as her eyes welled up with tears. No, we can still do something, Ryu said with difficulty, looking at Volley Yasaji. Hyoudou, perhaps, Saji tried to ask. Do you want me to? Volley said, already guessing what his rival meant. Volley, Saji, we can do it, Ryu said, confusing everyone present. What are you talking about? Sona asked, confused, just like the others. This, Saji said as his entire body began to be covered in what appeared to be purple snakes with yellow rings. Are they going? Rias tried to ask in shock. Brag, it's time, Ryu said to his partner. Yes, mate, said the Welsh dragon. Albion, we've been training for this moment, Volley said seriously. It has to be done, Volley, said the vanishing dragon. I, the one who will awaken. I am the celestial dragon who stole the principles of God's dominion. I laugh at infinity and despise dreams. I will become the red dragon of domination. I will plunge you into the depths of crimson purgatory. Juggernaut drive. Ryu and Drake shouted with all their might to begin the transformation. I, the one who will awaken. I am the heavenly dragon who stole the principles of God's supremacy. I envy infinity and pursue the dream. I will become the white dragon of supremacy. I will take you to the furthest reaches of innocence. Juggernaut drive. Similarly, Volley and Albion shouted with all their might to begin transforming. Haman Vritra. It's now or never. Saji shouted to his companion dragon. It has to be done, Larva, the prison dragon said seriously. Saji's body glowed with a violet light as Vritra's silhouette surrounded him. The 2 celestial dragons and the prison dragon king were going to fight together with all their might. Saji appeared in his dragon god form from a gigantic purple light, looking slightly larger than Behemoth. Similarly, Ryu and Volley's juggernaut drives appeared, only this time they were much larger and 80 meters tall. Rayire. The 3 dragons roared with all their might towards Behemoth, who, unfazed, roared back at them. Brood. At the main Monarch base Castillo Bravo, inside the base, many Monarch scientists and soldiers could be seen somewhat agitated. The latest news could be seen on a screen in the middle of the base. Television. At this time we still do not have information about the great battle that is taking place in the city of Tingwa, but miraculously we have obtained some images of the fighting. The presenter said this while images of a giant golden fox fighting the Titan Behemoth were shown on television. These are all the images taken by the few planes that managed to return from the battle. We currently have no more images or information. Outside of television. Outside the base's infirmary, we can see many Monarch scientists and soldiers who appeared to be waiting for something important. Inside the nursing ward. We can see Irie, who was almost naked, lying on the bed, but what interests us is that she was hugging a brown-haired boy with honey-colored eyes, who had a big blush on his face. The Irie-chan, those words came out of Issei's mouth unconsciously. Irie was dismayed by the chestnut-haired man's words, since supposedly he had no memories, especially of her. Issei, could it be you? Irie thought to herself, very surprised. Issei, those words came out of Irie's mouth, who was still surprised. Issei, who didn't realize what he said, just stared at Irie's face with a deep blush on his own face, but that only lasted until he heard her say his name. Who are you, miss? Issei asked timidly. Irie was only more surprised to hear those words. Darling, you're already regaining your memories, Irie thought happily. Who are you? Issei asked again timidly and uncertainly. Irie only made a sad face upon hearing Issei's words. Even though she didn't have his memories, it hurt Irie that her darling didn't remember her. I'm sorry if I scared you. It's just that Irie tried to speak, but the fact that Issei was looking at her made her a little nervous. What's your name? The brunette asked innocently, making a sweaty face that made him look cute in Irie's eyes. My name is Irie Arcadia. Yes, that's my name, Irie said, a little calmer. Irie-senpai, your name is very cute. Issei said with a small smile and an almost imperceptible blush on his face. Irie just blushed when she heard that. Issei had told her the same thing a long time ago, and she felt like she was reliving the old days. Do you really think he's cute, Issei-chan? Irie asked, blushing slightly. Yes, Irie-senpai has a very nice name. Issei said again. Darling, you're just as innocent, I wonder what he thinks of me, hahaha. Irie said and laughed in her thoughts, with a perverted smile. Ara, do you think I'm pretty, Issei-chan? Irie said flirtatiously, slowly approaching Issei. Issei, who did not understand the monstrosity's double intentions, simply answered with utmost sincerity. Irie-senpai, I think she's very pretty, Issei said shyly, lowering his head in embarrassment. Irie simply placed her hand on Issei's chin and slowly lifted it so that he would look her in the eyes. Irie's eyes began to take on a paler, whiter tone, and she said. Do you really think I'm pretty? Irie asked in a seductive tone, looking Issei in the eyes. Hi-senpai, Issei said, mesmerized by the beauty of Irie's eyes. Irie unfurled her characteristic wings, which began to shine more intensely, and then a song began to play. Irie plays the song from her wings. The beautiful melody began to be heard throughout the room, causing Issei to slowly close his eyes because of the calm that Irie transmitted and the song that sounded from her wings. Good boy, you like the song, right? Irie asked Issei as she moved closer to him. Why yes, it's very pretty, Issei said as he slowly fell asleep, or so it would have been, if it weren't for. Irie-sama. A female voice was heard from the other side of the door. Irie was annoyed to hear that, after she had told them not to interrupt her. What's going on? I'm in the middle of something important. Irie said, almost shouting to the person on the other end. I'm sorry, it's just that the female voice hesitated, unsure whether to continue or not. Get to the point. Irie said, annoyed that they had interrupted her golden opportunity. Darling, I was about to fall at your feet, Irie thought to herself, watching Issei on the verge of sleep. It's about the city of Tingua in Brazil, said the voice from the other side of the door. End of chapter. Chapter 10. Issei-sama. Boston. United States. We can see the great city of Boston, a prosperous city where people went to work without a care in the world. After all, there were no titans in that city to threaten human peace for now. In one of the many houses in the city, we can see a laboratory where Dr. Russell herself was working on a device similar to a laptop. While she continued with her work, her phone, which was on her desk, began to ring. Dr. Russell was confused and picked up her phone, thinking it was news about the battle in Tingua. When she saw the cell phone, she realized it was an unknown number. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly answered. Hello? Is this you? Dr. Russell asked the person on the other line. Dr. Russell, it's time you came and showed me how the progress with the machine is going. A somewhat hoarse and relaxed voice was heard on the other end of the line. Of course. Do you want me to come now? Said Dr. Russell, sounding a little nervous. Yes, at the place we agreed on, please, the voice on the phone repeated. I'll be right there, Dr. Russell said, prompting the other person on the line to hang up. Dr. Russell sighed heavily, then placed her cell phone on the table and leaned back in her chair. Dr. Russell sat back in her chair staring at the laboratory ceiling for 1 minute, then turned her gaze to the strange machine she was working on. You almost there, the doctor whispered, then picked up the device and headed for the lab exit. Monarch Base Castillo Bravo Infirmary. Inside the infirmary, we can see a semi-naked Irie, who was hugging a small Issei, who was half asleep. Irie had an expression somewhere between annoyance and confusion at what she had just been told. What do you mean? Irie asked, sounding a little annoyed. Well, the titan named Behemoth, well, it's having a confrontation against the alliance of factions, the voice said, somewhat nervously. Don't worry, a behemoth won't lose to them, they should be worried about the factions. Irie said calmly and disinterestedly. But it seems they've completely destroyed the city and the two celestial dragons are fighting against them, the voice said, sounding somewhat calmer. Issei, who managed to hear everything, simply opened his eyes in utter surprise, something that Irie did not notice. And? That should Irie is interrupted by Issei. Oni-chan? Issei asked, leaving Irie in shock. What? Irie asked in shock. Irie got very close to Issei's face, her lips almost touching his. Issei was blushing because of how close he was getting to Irie. Who did you call Oni-chan, Issei? Irie asked seriously. Ryu, he's my older brother, Issei said shyly. So he has an older brother, Irie thought to herself. Do you love him very much? Irie asked analytically. Yes, I love my brothers very much, Issei said sweetly. Perhaps you have more siblings? Irie asked in the same tone. Yes, Itsuki-nai and Izumi-chan are here, Issei said with a smile as he spoke of his siblings. Izumi-chan? Who is that? Irie thought to herself with some disgust. Irie stared at Issei for a few seconds, realizing that he wasn't lying. Dr. Chen, I call Dr. Chen Irie. Hi, what's wrong, Irie-sama? Asked Dr. Chen, who was behind the door. How are Issei-chan's siblings? Irie asked. According to the information we've gathered, they are currently fighting the behemoth titan, Dr. Chen said seriously. Could they die? Irie asked seriously. When Irie asked that, Issei's face turned to one of fear just imagining it. Well, it's very likely, Irie-sama, Dr. Chen said seriously. Irie just stood there thinking for a few seconds before turning her gaze to Issei. Issei's eyes were glassy and he looked like he was about to burst into tears. Irie-senpai, I don't want anything to happen to Oni-chan. Issei said, his voice breaking and on the verge of tears. Issei-chan, I whisper inaudibly. Then Irie said as she snapped her fingers and her clothes returned to normal. Don't worry, Issei-chan, if you want I'll help you, Irie said with a small smile. Irie-senpai, Issei said with a big smile and stars in his eyes that made him look adorable. Pingua, Brazil. We could see the same infernal, lifeless atmosphere as always. All that was once a city was now nothing but fire and destruction. Smoke billowed from the rubble, vast amounts of fire engulfed the entire area, and the sky was stained orange and red by the flames. Amidst all the chaos and destruction of the city, we can make out four large silhouettes. The first and most prominent was a gigantic violet serpent with golden patterns, sharp, almost tiny fangs, and phosphorescent purple tentacles. This was Saji, who had transformed into his Dragon King form thanks to Vritra. He was approximately 300 meters long. This one had many wounds, many scratches and cuts along its body, but what stood out was that it had a wide, bloody basin on its tail. The second silhouette was what appeared to be a gigantic white dragon with large bright blue wings, with skin similar to shiny white metal, and with some blue gems distributed on its chest, arms and legs. This was Volley Lucifer, transformed into his Juggernaut drive form, only this time he was on another level, thanks to extensive training. He stood approximately 98 meters tall with a wingspan of 150 meters. He had many wounds all over his body and, like Saji, he had a large hole in his right wing, which was badly damaged. The third figure was what appeared to be a gigantic red dragon with wings lacking membranes. Its skin gave the impression of being armored with bright red metal, adorned with gold details and green gems on its chest, arms, and legs. This was commonly known as Ryu, the most powerful Sekiryuutei in history, who was in his Juggernaut drive form. Like Volley, he stood 98 meters tall with a wingspan of 150 meters. Like his fellow dragons, this one had various scratches and cuts all over his body, but among all of that, the large perforation he had on his right leg stood out, from which blood was dripping. And the fourth silhouette was the one known as Titanus Behemoth, which, unlike the previous three, was almost in perfect condition. Its entire body was intact, but there was something that stood out about the Titan, and that was that its fangs had some bloodstains on the tips, giving it a more gruesome appearance. Approximately 8 kilometers from the battle, in a pile of rubble, were the three main leaders of the factions, which are Sirzechs, Michael, the former leader Azazel, as well as their second-in-command, such as the three remaining Mass, the three archangels, Dulio, Shemhazai, Penemu, Baraquiel, Auden, his son Thor, gods of Olympus, some high-ranking Yokai, Bikuo, Arthur, Saraerg, Itsuki, Izumi, the Sitri group, the Gremory group, etc. They all had very serious wounds and burns. There were no normal soldiers left since they had all died in the battle. How is it possible? We haven't harmed him in the slightest. Sirzechs said with difficulty while clutching his left shoulder, which was bleeding. Great Red, Yasaka Dono and now the 2 celestial dragons and a dragon king, they couldn't do anything to him," said Michael, who had many wounds and cuts all over his body, while his forehead bled. "If things continue like this we will end up dead," Auden said seriously, with some blood on his forehead. "Brother," Itsuki said with concern. Ryu Izumi said, "Just like Itsuki. In the fight." Roar. Ryu let out a great roar in the direction of Behemoth, who did not flinch. Boost. 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 Braig's voice echoed throughout the city. Ryu's power began to increase even further as a crimson aura began to surround his entire body. He quickly leaped towards Behemoth, landing on its back. Instead, the Titan simply shook his body with great force and ended up throwing Ryu to the ground. When Ryu fell to the ground he tried to get up as quickly as possible, but he was thrown several hundred meters away by Behemoth, landing on a building. The Titan began running towards Ryu to deliver the final blow, while lowering its head and preparing to ram him. Ryu tried to get up from the rubble of the building, but when he looked ahead, he found a furious Behemoth running to ram him. Ryu was filled with fear and tried to jump, but he heard something that completely stole his attention. Evading. 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 The voice of Albion could be heard throughout the place. Behemoth stopped running and turned around, looking up at the sky. When he looked up at the heights, he found Volley, who was flying above him and then began to plummet. Volley fell onto Behemoth's back and began to bite its neck with his strong jaws, but without doing the slightest damage to the Titan. Behemoth began to shake himself off, trying to get Volley off him, but Volley held on with his claws. Volley, seeing that it did no harm to Behemoth, began to divide his power into large quantities. Evading. 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 Volley began to divide Behemoth's power, but it seemed to have no effect on him whatsoever. Volley. This monster has so much power that no matter how much you divide it, you're hardly taking anything away. Albion said to his companion through his mind. No way. How is that possible? Volley shouted to his companion in thought. Volley. If you continue splitting we will have a radiation overload and your body won't be able to withstand it. Albion warned his companion. MIT. Volley shouted to give more strength to his bite and divide Behemoth's power with greater intensity. Behemoth continued to shake himself off Volley's back without success, thanks to Volley giving his all to avoid falling off the Titan's back. Evading. 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 Volley continued to divide Behemoth's power without doing the slightest damage to the Titan. Behemoth saw a building nearby that could still stand, so he quickly ran towards it. Behemoth ended up ramming the building from the right side, causing Volley to finally release his grip on the Titan's back. Volley was knocked to the ground next to the building. Debris fell on his back and wings. Volley tried to get up but suddenly felt a great pain and pressure in her back. Ruoir. Volley let out a loud roar of pain, turning his gaze towards where he was feeling the pain, only to find Behemoth's 2 front paws stepping on his back. Behemoth applied more pressure, causing Volley to writhe in intense pain. Ruoir. Behemoth ended up breaking Volley's back, who only gave small moans of pain. Behemoth bent down slightly to look Volley in the eyes, who was giving him a look of hatred and repulsion. This is as far as you go, Dragon, Behemoth said in his deep, imposing voice. Volley was in complete shock as a chill ran through his entire body. He can speak, Volley thought to himself in shock, as did Albion. Behemoth pressed harder on Volley's broken back and prepared to bury his large fangs in her abdomen. Volley closed his eyes in terror, awaiting his death. As Behemoth was about to sink his fangs into him, he heard something that disconcerted him a little. Rig. Behemoth heard a roar behind him as he turned his gaze behind him. When Behemoth turned his gaze behind him, he encountered Saji in his Dragon King form, who launched a great blast of dark fire at his face. The fire hit Behemoth in the face, obviously without causing him the slightest harm. Saji quickly launched himself at Behemoth, wrapping his entire body around Behemoth's. Saji wrapped his neck around Behemoth's, then bit his neck with his jaws. Saji's tail caught Behemoth's hind legs, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. When Behemoth fell to the ground, Saji began to press his body closer to Behemoth's while increasing the force of his bite. Behemoth, in a swift movement, kicks a part of the dragon's long body with its front paws, causing Saji to let out a loud scream of pain. Raya. Saji, overcome with pain, releases Behemoth's neck and writhes in agony from the powerful blow. Behemoth takes advantage of this to move its hind legs and crush Saji's tail with them. Saji writhes in pain and greatly loosens his grip on Behemoth. Instead, the Titan begins to stomp on Saji's body. Behemoth gets up, still stepping on Saji's body with its strong legs, causing him to begin to agonize from the pressure of the Titan's legs. Behemoth tries to sink his fangs into Saji, but Saji reacts by throwing his dark fire in his face. Behemoth doesn't check for any damage, but it does stun him for a few seconds, enough for Saji to free himself from Behemoth's strong legs. Behemoth still couldn't see for a few seconds, just long enough for Saji to look for a way to try and defeat him. But Saji and Vritra. We haven't managed to do anything, Vritra Saji said to his dragon companion. I know this Titan is too powerful, there's no way we can beat him alone, Vritra said seriously. So what the hell do we do? Are we going to die here? Saji said desperately. Saji, don't worry, with that mentality you can forget about surviving, Vritra said, somewhat disappointed. I'm sorry, it's just that he is interrupted by a roar. Bruoogn. Behemoth recovers and lets out a great roar of pure contained fury at what had just happened. Behemoth turns his gaze towards Saji, who just stares at him with great terror in his eyes. Behemoth starts running towards Saji, who desperately and terrified tries to flee, which unfortunately did not happen. Behemoth catches up to Saji and charges at him, without sinking his fangs in, just charging at him, towards a nearby building that was barely standing. Saji falls into the building, which ends up being brought down by the impact. While Saji was in the rubble of the building, he slowly raised his gaze, only to find Behemoth, who had a cold expression on his face. Really, dragons aren't what they used to be, Behemoth whispered, but disappointment was evident in his voice. Saji, who hadn't heard anything, simply closed his eyes awaiting his end at the hands of the Titan. Behemoth slowly begins to crush Saji's body, causing him to roar with genuine pain. Raya. Behemoth lowered his head and prepared to sink his fangs into Saji, who showed no signs of wanting to continue the fight. When Behemoth was about to kill Saji, both he and Saji heard a very peculiar sound, which Saji recognized instantly. Boost. 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 The unmistakable sound of the powerful Sekiryuutei's augments could be heard throughout the area. Behemoth forgot about Saji and turned his gaze towards where the peculiar sound was coming from. Saji also directed his gaze as best he could in the direction of the sound. When they turned their gaze they found Ryu, who was completely surrounded by a crimson-black aura and emitted a strange green light from his chest. The boost seemed to be endless, they didn't stop for a single second, which left Saji very confused. The crimson-black aura began to increase too much, as did the green light emanating from his chest. Ryu let out an imposing and terrifying roar into the red-tinged skies, while his aura shot out across the area and the boosts returned with greater speed. Do you want to do that? Vritra asked, somewhat shocked. What are you going to do, Vritra? Saji asked, somewhat scared and confused. Vritra simply remained silent without responding. With Ryu and Dreg. Ryu roared loudly to the skies once more, while the boosts increased with even greater speed. Partner, are you ready? You know what the consequences could be, Dreg said to his partner with concern in his voice. This is our only chance, Dreg, right now it's all or nothing, Ryu said, very determined and serious. This will be the most powerful attack we've ever created, partner, the chances of winning are, Dreg tried to tell his partner, but the worry was evident in his voice. Dreg, I'll tell you a secret that almost no one knows, Ryu said seriously. What are you talking about, mate? Said Dreg, confused. If we older brothers were born first, it's only to protect our younger brothers, Ryu said with great determination in his voice. Partner, said Dreg, amazed by its bear. And that I couldn't fulfill it because of me, Issei, Ryu said as his dragon eyes became a little glassy. I see, so that's what it's about, Dreg said seriously. My little brother because of me, that damned fallen angel, Ryu tried to say, but his emotions were about to overwhelm him. Dreg said nothing, he already knew what his host meant. That's why I won't hesitate to sacrifice myself for your sake, even if my lifespan is reduced, Ryu said, returning to his serious and determined demeanor. In that case we have to do it, said Dreg, motivated by his partner's determination. Let's go. Ryu shouted. Longinus, Smasher. Longinus Smasher, Dreg and Ryu shouted at the same time. 3. The green light on Ryu's chest intensifies greatly, so that a powerful blast of green energy erupted from Ryu's chest. The attack tore through the air and created a powerful gust of wind around him. The powerful energy attack went directly and at full speed towards Behemoth, who had a slight expression of surprise on his face. I hope it's a worthy attack, Behemoth said indifferently to himself. Behemoth didn't even try to dodge the attack, it simply watched as it approached at great speed until The attack struck the Titan directly, causing a colossal explosion over 10 kilometers high. The massive fireball triggered a powerful earthquake combined with the enormous shockwave, which ultimately toppled the few buildings that were still standing. But the features. Those who remained and had survived the battle were shielding themselves with their arms from the strong winds caused by the explosion. The vast majority were struggling to avoid being swept away. Ah, Izumi exclaimed, raising her hands and creating a wall of ice that covered them all from the strong gusts. This attack. Could it be Itsuki tried to ask. You think what? I try to say Sirzechs. The loud boom ceased, the shock wave subsided, and the powerful earthquake ended. Izumi dispelled the ice wall, leaving everyone in shock at what they saw in front of them. The area that used to be the battle zone was now just a huge curtain of smoke. You couldn't see anything at all. All the leaders and a few soldiers were in complete shock. The power of that attack was more than enough to destroy Sirzechs itself. But something didn't add up. Itsuki whispered in shock, her eyes wide. Brother, Izumi said, looking at the smokescreen as her eyes welled up with tears. Ryu-san. Ryu-senpai. Ryu-kun. The members of the occult club said. Sona said in shock. Saji-senpai. Saji-kun. The student council members whispered. Bali. Bali. Kuoh and Arthur whispered. Ryu brother. Izumi let out a heart-wrenching scream. Nuo. Brother. Itsuki screamed with tears in her eyes. The two brothers fell to their knees on the ground while crying their eyes out. No, it can't be. Rias covered her mouth as tears streamed from her eyes. Ryu-kun, Akeno said, her eyes beginning to itch. Ryu-senpai Kaneko, just like Rias, began to cry while covering her mouth. All the members of the occult club, Sirzechs, Azazel, and Auden began to tear up as they clenched their fists. No, my friend, Bikuo whispered, clenching his fists so tightly that they began to bleed, trying to hold back the tears. Why? Arthur said, sounding just like Biku. Saji. Sona whispered sadly, her glasses covering her eyes, tears falling to the ground. Saji-kun Ria fell to her knees while covering her face with the palms of her hands and burst into tears. No. Saji-senpai Tomo burst into tears as he fell to his knees on the ground. All the student council members began to cry over the blonde boy's death. You damn idiot. Why did you do that? What am I going to tell mom and dad? What am I going to tell Issei-chan? Izumi screamed heartbreakingly as thick tears streamed from her eyes. Brother. Why the hell did you do it? Itsuki shouted, just like his sister. The vast majority were crying, some just remained silent while lowering their heads in pity for the deceased. The place was filled with the cries of supernatural beings. Heart-rending screams of pain were the only thing that could be heard in that field of rubble. Everyone was mourning the deaths of those brave warriors who sacrificed themselves to defeat the Titan until. Boost. The distinctive and irreplaceable sound of the increase could be heard in the distance. Everyone turned to look in surprise at the large mass of smoke from which the sound came. Everyone, still with tears, most of them in their eyes, carefully surveyed the entire area covered in smoke and fire until. From all the smoke emerged a figure that everyone knew perfectly. Everyone saw Ryu fly out of the smoke, his dragon wings badly damaged and his body covered in wounds. But as if that weren't enough, he was carrying Saji Yuvali on his shoulders, which were also covered in injuries. They were in their human form. Ryu. Izumi shouted with a big joyful smile. Brother. Itsuki shouted too, overjoyed to see his brother alive. Everyone began to celebrate that the three dragons were alive. With Ryu, Saji and Vali. Hi do I try to say Saji. Yuvali tried to say, but his wounds wouldn't let him. Yes, I saved their lives, Ryu said with a smile. Ryu landed on some rubble while still carrying Saji and Vali on his shoulders. Ahahaha, did you see that, Albion? You should thank me and my partner. Said Drag, mocking his rival. The SK Albion exclaimed in annoyance. Okay, calm down. The good thing is that we finally finished off that monster. Vritra didn't finish speaking because a loud noise was heard. Bruuagn. That noise was recognized by everyone. The supernatural members and the three dragons felt a strong chill run down their spines upon hearing it. And no, it can't be, Itsuki whispered in shock. That our noise, Izumi said, terrified. Everyone turned to look at the large curtain of smoke that still hadn't completely dissipated. They all wore expressions of fear and terror at what they were thinking. From all that smoke emerged a silhouette that everyone instantly recognized, which terrified them all, especially after seeing what appeared from it. From all that smoke emerged none other than Behemoth, whose fur was somewhat dirty from the powerful explosion, but other than that he was as if nothing had happened. Point 2. The Titan had a cold expression on his face, which terrified the supernatural beings. With Ryu, Saji and Vali. And no, it can't be, Saji said, his face pale. He still is, Vali tried to say, but the shock wouldn't let him. "I'm alive," Ryu whispered, his eyes wide with shock. But the features. Everyone was in complete shock and terror. They couldn't believe that the monster had survived such an attack. How's it possible?" Sirzechs said, terrified. I thought that Azazel tried to say. "Father help us," said Miguel with an expression of fear and sadness. But Behemoth. The Titan had a cold expression on his face, but even though that attack hadn't harmed him, he had to admit that it surprised him a little. Behemoth fixed its gaze on the three dragons that were in their human form, then let out a powerful roar. Brood. About 200 meters from where the factions and the Titan were, a white magic circle could be seen appearing. From this magic circle appeared none other than Issei and Irie, who made a face of absolute shock upon seeing that instead of being a destroyed city, it was simply a field of pure rubble, without any buildings standing. "What happened here?" Irie asked, somewhat confused by all the destruction. "Everything is destroyed," Issei said in an almost inaudible whisper. Issei turned his gaze towards where Behemoth was, who was looking at Vali, Saji and Ryu in a very cold manner. Issei stared at the Titan for a few seconds, confusing Irie. Issei's eyes glowed a light blue for a tenth of a second as he still looked at the Titan. But Behemoth. The Titan, who was still watching the three dragons, simply began walking in their direction. The Titan walked towards them for 10 seconds before starting to run at full speed towards them. With Ryu, Saji and Vali. They saw Behemoth begin to run towards them at great speed, causing immense terror in them. "We have to get out of here," Saji shouted desperately. I no longer have the strength to move," said Ryu, who was kneeling on the ground. "So are we going to die?" Saji shouted desperately. Vali remained silent as he watched in terror as the Titan ran towards him. But the features. Everyone was stunned to see that the Titan intended to kill the dragons, but they couldn't do anything. "Ryu. Quick. Get out of there." Izumi screamed, terrified by what was about to happen. "No, brother." Itsuki shouted in the same way as his sister. But Issei and Irie could only watch as Behemoth approached the three dragons, but she had a look of surprise on her face. Issei was stunned to see the Titan preparing to kill his brother. Fear ran through his veins, and he closed his eyes, thinking that he could do nothing. Issei was terrified of what might happen. He didn't want anything bad to happen to his brother, whom he admired with all his heart, but an incredible rush of adrenaline coursed through Issei's entire body, his hair stood up a little, and his eyes changed between brown and black. Without warning, Issei began running at full speed towards where his older brother was. Irie was stunned to see what Issei was doing. "Issei. Wait, don't go." Irie shouted, worried about her beloved, but Issei just ignored her. Issei ran at full speed, dodging the fire and debris in the area. With Ryu, Saji and Vali. Ryu could only watch as the Titan lowered its fangs, ready to kill them with one blow. Ryu just closed his eyes as tears began to fall down his cheeks. "Father, Mother Itsuki, Izumi Issei-chan, forgive me," Ryu thought to himself as more tears streamed from his eyes. Ryu squeezed his eyelids shut, awaiting his end at the hands of the Titan until. "Stop." Ryu heard a voice he knew perfectly well. Ryu opened his eyes only to find himself face to face with. But the features. That's I try to say Itsuki. What is he doing here?" Izumi asked, her face showing shock. Everyone was astonished by what their eyes were seeing. "Issei?" Rias asked, shocked, as were everyone else. What everyone was seeing at that moment was little Issei standing in front of Ryu, Saji, and Vali. Issei had his arms outstretched and his eyes closed as the Titan ran toward them. "Issei-chan?" Ryu asked in complete shock. Issei-kun, Saji said upon seeing Issei in front of them. What are you doing here? Get out." Vali shouted in surprise upon seeing his rival's little brother. "Don't do anything to my brother," Issei said with tears in his eyes, leaving everyone in shock, especially Ryu. "Issei, what are you doing? Get out of here." Ryu shouted desperately, wanting to see what his brother was doing. "Stop." Issei said, closing his eyes. Behemoth, unaware of Issei's presence, continued running towards the dragons, ready to kill them. "Stop." Issei said again. Behemoth was still running at high speed in the direction of the 4 meters. Issei opened his eyes, seeing that what he was doing wasn't working, so he closed them again as a strange light blue-red aura surrounded him. Issei opened his eyes again, revealing red pupils with a strange pattern on them. "Stop." Issei shouted in a sepulchral voice as his aura transformed into a small shockwave that created a small gust of air. When Behemoth heard that scream and the blue blast hit him, he stopped immediately. Everyone was in complete shock when they saw the Titan stop on the little boy's orders. Everyone fell silent, the shock preventing them from saying a word, but that only increased when they saw what followed. Behemoth slowly lowered his gaze, only to find an Issei looking at him with a cold expression. The Titan stared at Issei and began to process what had happened until finally his brain clicked. As the Titan tried to say, but the words wouldn't come out of his mouth. As the words still hadn't left his mouth, Behemoth began. He slowly crouched down. As he closed his eyes, Behemoth showed his respect to his rightful king, kneeling before him in full view of everyone. Issei Sama were the words that came out of Behemoth's mouth. End of chapter. Chapter 11. The Prophecy. In every city in the world, in towns or simply anywhere where human beings are, there will always be interesting news. Robberies, assaults, terrorism, these are the kinds of things that commonly make the news. If you had asked an average person about a year ago whether they believed in the existence of monsters or legendary beings like angels and demons, they probably would have answered that it was all just fiction, things from modern movies, and impossible for them to exist in real life. The irony of it all is that currently in every city on planet Earth, what is possibly the biggest news story in the history of humanity is being broadcast. Thousands of people, children and young people, stood in the streets watching giant screens broadcasting what had previously seemed impossible. Everyone wore expressions of anguish and horror at what they were seeing on the screens. And no wonder, after all, they were seeing images and videos of the city of Tingwa completely destroyed. People watched in horror on their screens as all the city's buildings were completely destroyed. What was once a city is now a vast field of rubble. The ravaged valley, engulfed in flames, was what people around the world saw on television. The grand buildings and structures were just memories. Now, nothing remained but pieces of concrete and shattered glass scattered across the ground of what had once been a city. The same channel broadcast the shocking news on large screens in every city. On television. The channel's presenter could be seen with an expression of fear and distress. Her hair was disheveled and her clothes very wrinkled. The presenter was trembling while panting repeatedly. After a few moments of silence, she finally decided to speak. It seems we are being informed that the battle in the city of Tingwa has ended. Off TV. The moment everyone heard the presenter say those words, they all began to celebrate and applaud. Even though people were in the streets or in their homes, they applauded and had big smiles, thinking that it was all over, that this week of fighting with the Titan was over, and they had finally managed to kill it. Everyone was happy to hear that great news, although everything changed when they heard the following. On TV. Although the battle in the city has ended, we are informed that the Titan named Behemoth is not dead. Now let's move on to the next images. On television, images captured by helicopters could be seen. The images showed Behemoth, the Titan that destroyed the city of Tingwa in the Amazon rainforest. Behemoth lay sprawled in the middle of the Amazon as if nothing were amiss. He was resting near a hill covered in trees and beside a small lagoon. Beside the Titan, birds could be seen approaching without the slightest fear and resting on its back. Likewise, land animals such as deer, leopards, wild boars and other species could be seen lying asleep beside it. In the trees surrounding Behemoth, monkeys, orangutans, sloths, baboons, and even snakes could be seen in the branches, coexisting as if they were not predator and prey. And in the small lagoon, anacondas, caimans, and all kinds of amphibians could be seen swimming in the water, completely relaxed. All of this seemed as if the Titan somehow influenced the harmony of nature. In the skies, some 300 meters above the Titan, one could see, in addition to planes and helicopters, angels, fallen angels, demons, Valkyries, Asgardians, and yokai flying above the Titan, as if they were watching over it. Despite this, fear was evident on the soldiers' faces. Off TV. Nobody could believe it. Everyone thought the Titan had died, but apparently that wasn't the case. Everyone looked utterly shocked. They thought it was finally all over and that the factions had managed to kill the Titan. Everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing. But what? How is he still alive? Didn't the alliance of factions kill him? Those idiots said they would kill that monster with ease. Bunch of useless people. Why didn't they kill him? Those were the comments and thoughts of everyone watching the broadcast. Bucking government!" exclaimed a woman. When they heard the lady shout that, everyone started yelling insults and cursing the alliance of factions along with the world's governments for failing to destroy the Titan as they promised. There was a commotion in the streets. People were shouting for the Titans to be exterminated. People were getting out of control while the news continued on TV. And from the little information we have, we can only salvage a short video of the moment the battle ended, exclaimed the television presenter. When everyone heard that, they calmed down and turned their gazes towards the screen. On TV. Video. On the television, a video of poor quality could be seen playing, but it was sufficient to clearly see what was happening. The video was from the perspective of a helicopter that was filming the forest at the edge of the city. That is, where the forest began, the destruction ended. The camera's view remained focused on the edge of the fire and destruction, while the sound of the propellers could be heard. "Hey, look at that." The pilot's voice could be heard in the background. "Film towards that way." The co-pilot's voice was heard. You could see the camera directing its gaze at the large curtain of reddish smoke that was like that thanks to the flames. Bam. Loud noises began to be heard throughout the area, coming from the smoke screen. Bam. The loud booms grew louder as the trees and grass could be seen trembling from small tremors. Bam. The loud noises were repeated and increased in intensity, while the tremors became stronger and stronger. Bruog. The imposing and heavy noise that everyone recognized was heard. From the smoke and fire emerged Behemoth, who walked slowly as he headed towards the center of the forest. The Titan had a calm and serene expression, while its fur moved with the breeze of the wind. The Titan continued walking, ignoring the astonished gaze of the helicopter passengers. The Titan continued his walk until he entered the Amazon rainforest, which was located a few kilometers from the ruined city. The video had a short cut. When the camera returned, Behemoth could be seen lying on a small hill covered with trees, next to a small lagoon. End of video. Off TV. Everyone was speechless when they saw the video of how the Titan, by sheer chance, left the city and went to rest in the jungle. On TV. That's all the information we have for now. We'll keep you updated on the situation in Tingua City and the situation with the Titan. End of news. Tingua City, Brazil. Despite what was shown in the news, the situation in the city of Tingua had hardly improved at all. The field, littered with rubble, had not changed at all. The fire still dominated the place, and the sky was reddish in color from the flames. Injured people could be seen in the city streets. The few who hadn't managed to evacuate before the battle began were covered in cuts and scrapes. Thinking about it, it's understandable, since they had to survive for over a week in the city, trapped in the fighting. Now that it was all over, medical and rescue services could access the city, without the constant fear of being crushed or disintegrated by the great powers that were used in the battle. Groups of dozens of people were being rushed to the emergency room in ambulances as quickly as possible. And not just civilians. Soldiers belonging to the alliance of factions were also receiving urgent medical attention from paramedics. In the middle of the city, the one that was most damaged and where the most brutal part of the fight against Behemoth took place, a pink light could be seen standing out from among the flames. Amidst the fire and rubble stood the current queen of monsters, Issei, who was standing amidst all the destruction and surrounded by fire. The beautiful girl had her white wings open, while they emitted a beautiful and warm white light that calmed anyone. The girl had a serious and sad expression on her beautiful face. The girl was deep in thought, not caring that she was practically in the middle of a completely destroyed city. The girl looked up, revealing crocodile tears in her eyes. The girl sighed softly and then said. Oka-sen was right, Irie said in a sad tone. If fate is always going to betray me, I must find a way to get back to him, Irie said with a tone of sadness, regret and determination all at once. All this while a solitary tear escaped from her right eye. Irie slowly opened her wings and, with a delicate and elegant flapping, took flight in a northeast direction. Underworld. Entering what is known to all as the Underworld, a great distance from the destroyed city, we can see a research room where many demon scientists were, who were faced with many unknowns. The faces of all the scientists showed an expression of absolute confusion as they worked and read documents in a very hurried manner. In the large laboratory where the scientists were working, 5 people stood out in the middle of it. The first was the most prominent ruler of the demon faction, Sirzechs Lucifer, who was healed from his battle wounds, but with an expression of shock and absolute confusion. The second one who stood out was the current leader of the angel faction, the Archangel Michael, who, like the Mau, was healed from his mortal wounds that he obtained against Behemoth, but unlike Sirzechs, he had an expression of amazement and intrigue at what he was hearing. The third person present was the leader and father of all, Odin, the important ruler of the Norse faction. Odin, like Sirzechs and Michael, was already healed from his wounds, but with an expression of shock on his old face. The fourth person was Azazel, the former leader of the fallen angels, who stood before the first 3, holding a data table. Azazel's battle wounds had also healed. Unlike the first 3, however, his expression was analytical and filled with astonishment. And the fifth and final figure was the one known as Majuka Beelzebub, who had also healed his wounds and was standing next to Azazel, wearing the same expression as him. An analytical and astonished one. What are you saying, Azazel? Sirzechs asked, barely recovering from shock. Yes, what do you mean by that, Azazel? Miguel asked, intrigued but calm. That's right, please implement that, said the father of all. What you heard, the young man's body is overloaded with energy, and that's why we're taking it away from him, Azazel said in a serious yet surprised tone. What do you mean by that? And what kind of energy? Miguel asked, intrigued. Well, according to what we found on the scanner, your body is full of radioactive energy, Ajuka said with a serious expression, but inside his mind was about to explode with questions. What? Sirzechs exclaimed in shock. How is that even possible? That boy is just a simple reincarnated demon, Auden said with great doubt. To be honest, we haven't the slightest idea, Azazel said. It's true, we have no clue why this is happening, Ajuka said with disappointment. An awkward silence filled the room for a few moments until someone finally decided to speak. Azazel, does it have anything to do with what that titan did? Sirzechs asked very seriously. Another awkward silence fell over the place. No one had the slightest idea what to say about the matter. That is, until Azazel broke the ice. Azazel's gaze was slightly lowered, then he raised his head and said. The truth is, Azazel couldn't finish because he was interrupted by a loud noise. Boom. The sound of a loud explosion was heard outside the laboratory. Everyone turned to look at the door where the explosion was heard, followed by footsteps. Bam. An ice sword pierced the magically protected armored door. The leaders were ready to attack until they saw something that left them in shock. Bam. The loud bang was heard again, and at the same time the armored door was completely knocked down. At the entrance of the laboratory stood Hyoudou with an ice sword in his right hand, and he had an expression of total fury, while frowning and the grinding of his teeth could be heard. Izumi looks at Sirzechs, who is surprised by that. Sirzechs-sama. Izumi shouted furiously. Everyone turned their gaze to the Mayu, who had a confused expression. Sirzechs-sama, I demand that you let me see my little brother. Izumi shouted with a gigantic expression of anger. Sirzechs just remained silent, trying to process what was happening. Did you not hear me? Let me see Issei-chan, now. Izumi shouted again, startling everyone present, especially Sirzechs. Oh well, Sirzechs tried to say. Izumi. A male shout was heard. Where Izumi had entered before, Itsuki now appeared, who had a worried expression. What do you want, Itsuki? Izumi asked, annoyed. Izumi, please calm down. Itsuki exclaimed worriedly. How do you expect me to calm down? Didn't you see them take our brother away? Izumi shouted angrily. Itsuki did not respond and quickly jumped up, grabbed her sister by the arms, and began dragging her towards the exit. This isn't the time for this, Izumi. Itsuki said, trying to stop her sister from killing anyone. Oh no. All the leaders, except Sirzechs, went to try to stop Izumi, who was trying to break free from Itsuki's grip. Sirzechs was left alone in the laboratory, as the scientists also left to avoid being harmed. Sirzechs slowly approached a door located in a corner of the laboratory. The door was white and had a sign in red letters that read. Quarantine. Authorized personnel only. At the top of the door, at Sirzechs' height, there was a window that revealed a brilliant reddish-blue light coming from inside the room. Sirzechs placed his right hand on the door as he closed his eyes and had a flashback. Flashback Sirzechs Lucifer. Everyone was speechless, unable to describe what they were seeing. They were witnessing something that had never crossed their minds in their entire lives. The powerful and imposing Titan Behemoth, who had murdered the strongest soldiers and given Great Red the biggest beating of his life, was kneeling before a mere child, in the words of most. The atmosphere was completely silent and nobody could say a single word. Sirzechs, who was with the rest of the leaders watching what was happening, couldn't utter a single sound, just like the rest of them. What is happening? That was all Sirzechs and the rest of the deities present could think about. Sirzechs watched as Issei stared at Behemoth with a cold, emotionless expression, something never seen before in him. The atmosphere remained like this for a few moments until someone broke the ice. What is that Titan doing? Gabriel asked in shock. But no one answered. Why did he kneel before Issei-chan? The Archangel Gabriel asked, as did everyone else. The others were about to speak, but were interrupted by some grunts. Issei let out a growl just like an animal, leaving everyone even more surprised. Behemoth also let out some growls while he continued kneeling before Issei. Nobody said anything and they just watched in amazement the interaction between the two. Issei let out another roar. As expected, absolutely no one understood that, but that didn't apply to Behemoth. The Titan had an expression of astonishment upon hearing that and then said. Issei-sama, everyone needs to know. Irie-sama, Clark-sama, Karma-sama also need to know, Behemoth said, somewhat agitated but quiet enough that no one else could hear him. No. That was all Issei said. But I try to say, Behemoth. Issei let out another small, sharp growl as he looked at Behemoth with a softer, calmer expression. Behemoth only opened his eyes in surprise, then lowered his head in a nod. Behemoth got up and began walking towards the outskirts of the city. Everyone present was left speechless as they watched the Titan that had almost killed them, all simply retreat without further ado. Ryu, who was behind Issei along with Vali and Saji, fearfully said his brother's name. Issei. Ryu stammered. And it was no wonder. Issei was emitting an aura that made him feel incredibly weak and insignificant. Issei turned around slowly, giving his older brother a warm and calm look. Oni-chan, are you okay? Issei asked, reverting to the personality everyone knew. Ryu barely had enough breath to respond, but his shock and helplessness only increased when he saw the following. A young Issei, Sirzechs tried to say, approaching Issei slowly and almost trembling. Issei turned his gaze to Sirzechs, which quickly changed from a friendly one to a cold and annoyed one. When Sirzechs looked Issei in the eyes, he felt his chest tighten and his body grow heavier. The boy's mere gaze was enough to subdue him. But what truly frightened Sirzechs was when he looked directly into Issei's eyes. When Sirzechs saw Issei's eyes, he swore he had seen a beast like a dragon, giving him the exact same look as the young man. Upon seeing that monster, Sirzechs squeezed his eyes shut and nearly fainted from the immense pressure Issei was putting on him. Although, that would have happened if not for the FF. Sirzechs hears a strange noise and immediately realizes that he is no longer feeling that terrible pressure. When he opens his eyes, Sirzechs finds Issei on the ground, from whose body several red particles begin to emerge, all while he lets out a heart-wrenching scream. Issei let out a heart-rending scream that eventually turned into the powerful roar of a beast. So Issei's scream transformed into desGhidorah's roar. Everyone covered their ears upon hearing that imposing sound. The weakest, like Asia, Gasper, Lefay, etc., fainted from the incessant noise. When the scream ended, those who were still standing, very dazed and almost deaf, looked up. It was difficult for them to see what was in front of them, everything was blurry. When Sirzechs recovered, he looked in front of him, only to find an unconscious Issei on the ground. End of flashback. Sirzechs quickly removed his hand from the door and fearfully withdrew from the place, while his thoughts grew increasingly filled with doubts. What was that monster? He thought to himself as he left the place. Within the quarantine zone. In the room that had the quarantine sign, you could see a reddish blue light increasing in intensity. Inside the room was a medium-sized cylindrical tank with a strange green liquid inside. The tank had thick tubes connected to it, from which energy was extracted from whatever was inside, but it returned the energy. But what was most surprising was that inside the tank, from where the red light came, a medium-sized human silhouette could be seen. Inside the tank was a brown-haired boy with very torn and battered clothes and scaly skin with small touches of black and white. The most interesting thing was that the strange red light was coming from it. Its body glowed a bright red, like a lantern. Issei winces in pain as the glow around his body intensifies. Issei's dream. It was a completely black place where Issei was asleep on the floor. Soon, my son. A mysterious male voice was heard in the vast emptiness. End of chapter. Chapter 12. The God of Darkness. Planet Earth 130 million years ago. It was night on the beautiful planet Earth. The dark landscape was the most striking feature of that cold night. Different species of titans can be seen sleeping among the leafy trees. In a small valley, surrounded by trees, which was next to a lagoon, a small silhouette could be seen. The stars were reflected in the small lagoon, while a human shadow could be seen among the shadows. Suddenly, a pink light becomes noticeable amidst all the darkness of the place. In the middle of the light, a girl with white hair could be seen, no more than 7 years old. The girl had 2 beautiful wings of a mousy that illuminated the place with their beautiful white color. The little girl takes a position with her arms crossed as a beautiful melody begins to play. Insert song monochrome sky. The little girl began to sing a beautiful song while she danced slowly. While the beautiful song sounded from her mouth, the white light coming from her wings became more and more intense. The most curious thing about all of this was that Issei was singing with her eyes closed while a beautiful smile formed on her face. While the song and dance continued, the trees were buffeted by the increasingly intense breeze. Small animals, such as insects and small lizards, came out of their humble homes to better hear the song. While Issei continued dancing and singing, small waves accompanied by a mini whirlpool could be seen forming in the small lagoon. The white light show continued, the wind grew stronger, and small bell sounds could be heard. Issei's dancing became more intense as the song progressed. The girl moved her hips very happily. In the small lagoon, the water waves became increasingly intense and larger while the wind touched the surface of the water. The little animals moved to the rhythm of the music, all while the girl grew more and more enthusiastic about singing. After a few minutes, the song ended. Issei makes this expression as she finishes her song. Issei opened her eyes just as the song ended. Her face fell when she saw what was in front of her. Nothing. The little girl felt depressed when she realized that no one had heard her music. And the animals that had been dancing to her song left as soon as it finished. Again, nobody listened to me. The girl became depressed and lowered her head, making her bangs block her eyes. Sniff, sniff. Issei whimpered softly as she looked up. Tiny tears could be seen forming in her eyes. Well, I don't exactly sing that well either, said the depressed girl. The little girl looked up, seeing the beautiful lagoon in front of her. Irie slowly approached the lagoon, seeing her reflection in it. Irie watched as the stars were reflected in the calm and peaceful water. Irie's body began to glow with an intense white light. The light could be seen throughout the area of the small watering trough. When the light disappeared, in its place stood a large moth with pink wings that illuminated the entire place. Irie slowly approached the small lagoon. The monster lay down on its shore, gazing at the tranquil water. Tiny waves began to form in the lagoon. Irie was surprised to see those ripples in the water. Amura was about to get up and move away from the shore until she saw what came out of the water. Small, rock-like spines appeared in the murky water. A small desGhidorah emerged from the water. It was a young desGhidorah, no more than 2,000 years old. The little desGhidorah turned his gaze towards Miku. The two made eye contact. Irie was surprised to see the little desGhidorah emerge from the water. She hadn't expected to see a baby desGhidorah in the same place as her. The boy, on the other hand, was also a little surprised to see Irie. He made eye contact with her for a few seconds until Miku took the initiative to start a conversation. "And you, who are you?" Irie asked with some disgust upon seeing the boy. "Nanan, it's just that I." The child is interrupted. "What are you doing here, kid?" Irie asked again, raising her voice. "I just The little desGhidorah did not continue. "You know what, kid? You'd better leave. I'm not going to let you invade my resting place." It's just that I heard a nice song and I wanted to see what was going on." Irie was extremely surprised to hear the boy's explanation. Had that boy heard her song? I heard everything." That was what flooded Irie's thoughts. "Did you hear everything?" "Yes. I think it was very nice." The little desGhidorah said with stars in his eyes. "Eh?" Irie was stunned to hear what the little desGhidorah was thinking. "You, what's your name, boy?" "And you?" The little boy remained silent for a few seconds. "My name is Issei." Everything went black. Irie, who had instantly gone from being a little girl to a beautiful young woman of about 14 or 15 years old, was on her knees crying on the floor. Her clothes were torn to shreds and covered in blood and ashes, while her two beautiful wings were now almost completely burned as their shine disappeared, changing color to a dark orange. Sniff, sniff. The girl put her hands over her eyes, which had lost all their characteristic brightness. "Sniff, darling." Irie looked up, finding herself in a war zone. The place was dark, the sky was completely black and dominated by that burning red fire that consumed everything. Irie saw how, amidst all that smoke and destruction, a beast appeared with an aura that would cause nightmares in anyone. "Issei." A sharp scream was heard exclaiming Issei's name. Irie, who was in her titan form, had suddenly woken up. The giant moth had awakened inside its gigantic temple, where it had been living for the last thousands of years. Irie was reclining on a large, low, golden pedestal. Around her were depictions of Masuras in various poses. Irie was still lying on the ground. Her fur stood on end, and her large wings covered her entire body. The monster was trembling slightly as she stared blankly towards the temple ceiling. The moth remained motionless for a few seconds until it heard two identical voices intertwined. "Mothra-sama." Two high-pitched voices were heard in unison. Irie turned her gaze towards the center of the temple, where a dark corridor could be seen. Two twin girls emerged from the darkness. The twins came running quickly out of the darkness. Irie was very surprised to see them. "Mothra-sama. Are you alright?" the first sister asked. We heard her shout, "Mothra-sama, are you alright?" the second sister asked. "Oh, girls." Irie was surprised to see how quickly the girls arrived and expressed their concern. The moth watched them for a few moments until finally it said. "Don't worry girls, I'm fine, nothing happened to me." Irie spoke in a maternal tone, radiating her characteristic aura of tranquility. The monstrosity stared at the girls for a few seconds. The girls, on the other hand, were simply reassured to see that nothing had happened to their queen and they relaxed, though they still harbored a degree of doubt. "And is she safe, Mothra-sama?" "Yes, we were very worried when we heard her scream." The girls, although more relaxed, were still somewhat nervous about what had happened. Irie, in a calm and relaxed tone, replied. "Yes, there's nothing to worry about, girls. I'm fine, don't be anxious." The atmosphere became quiet for a few moments. Irie felt a little uncomfortable about this. "Alright Mothra-sama, we apologize for our intrusion." You don't have to apologize girls, go back to sleep with the rest." Irie said in a calm and tranquil tone. The girls simply gave a small bow and then slowly proceeded to head out of the main hall of the temple. Irie watched as the two girls left the room and headed into the hallway. She let out a small sigh as she watched them walk away. "I'll need your help," whispered Irie. The moth's body began to glow pink. When it finished glowing, Irie, now in her human form, stood up and began walking toward a second hallway located in the upper right corner of the room. As she walked, Irie's bangs obstructed her view. The girl continued walking straight down the dark hallway. Halfway there, Irie revealed her pink mossy wings. The corridor was bathed in an intense white light as the girl walked on. Irie stopped at a medium-sized door. The door had a strange symbol in the middle of it. Irie stood still in front of the door for a few moments. When she finally decided to raise her head, her lips and eyebrows trembled and her wings began to blink rapidly. Ah! Irie gently touched the base of her delicate right wing. Her body was trembling slowly as she wore a nervous expression and frowned slightly. Irie calmed down and, in a calmer, more relaxed voice, said. Oka-sen, I need to talk to you. Irie gestured, waving her right hand in the air. The door in front of Miku began to open slowly. As the door opened in front of Irie, a blue-green light reflected on her face. The light came directly from inside the room. When the door opened completely, a majestic squeal was heard. Grayfia. The roar of the Queen of Monsters was heard throughout the jungle. Kuoh City Hyoudou residence. We enter the Hyoudou residence, where we can see Ryu, Itsuki, Izumi, Mr. and Mrs. Hyoudou, Kuroka, Irina, Lefei and Rias Gremory's entourage watching television. Everyone present had different reactions while watching TV. Mrs. Hyoudou was crying on her husband's shoulder, the girls had worried faces, and the three pillars of the factions were frowning, indicating that they were very upset. What they were watching on TV was. On TV. The show's presenter was speaking to the camera while reading the predetermined script. The week has passed since the battle in Tingwa City ended. During this week, we have simply lacked information regarding what happened. All members and important people of the factions have refused to give information about what happened in the battle. The little we've managed to obtain are some simple images of the Titan that was faced. Beyond that, nothing relevant has been found regarding the battle. Images captured from a helicopter are shown on television. The images show Behemoth asleep in the middle of the Amazon rainforest. The Titan was lying on a mountainside where it can be seen sleeping. The Titan's body was now covered with many plants and moss that grew around its back and horns. Fighter jets could be seen patrolling the area above the Titan. Elite soldiers from the various factions were flying overhead, examining the Titan. We are being told that the deforested areas of the Amazon have been regenerating since the Titan went to sleep. Many naturalists claim that the reason this happens is due to the radiation emitted by the Titans. Other examples of this are the cities of Hawaii and San Francisco. These were the cities attacked by Mutos 2 months ago. Thanks to the images we've been able to obtain of the destroyed cities, an incredible improvement in the flora and fauna of the areas is evident. Because of this, many environmentalists are demanding in the streets that the Titans should not be eliminated, but that a way to coexist with them should be found. This type of thinking has been circulating in the minds of a minority of the population. Despite the benefits the Titans offer, they are also considered a threat to the human race. And according to the statements of Mao Sirzechs Lucifer, if necessary, all mythologies will have to be united to achieve a common goal to eliminate all the Titans. The TV is turned off. The television was turned off by Mr. Hyoudou, who had the television remote control in his hands. That's enough. Mr. Hyoudou had a frown and tiny tears on his brow. Bado-san. Ryu and everyone present were surprised by that tone of voice. My baby W, what are you doing to Issei-chan? Mrs. Hyoudou wept desperately on her husband's shoulder. I'm so sorry, Oka-san B, but Oni-san refuses to say what they're doing to Issei. Rias, trembling, proceeded to hug Mrs. Hyoudou, who was devastated. Everyone present watched a sad scene of the parents and Rias crying. Sirzechs-sama, how dare you take my brother away? Ryu, Itsuki and Izumi were completely furious. Gregory Research Center. We entered one of Gregory's facilities located in the underworld. In one of the facilities of the Fallen Angels organization, we can observe how both humans and fallen angels walk through the corridors. Everyone in the facility is walking to a specific room. We entered a room with a large sign on it. Testing room. Authorized personnel only. Upon entering the room, we see a large laboratory. Inside, dozens of scientists, both human and supernatural beings, are gathered. All the scientists present are discussing a specific topic. Can you believe it? Azazel-sama and Ajuka-sama have no idea what's going on. That's true. It doesn't make sense. Do Azazel-sama and Ajuka-sama know what to do with him? He's too dangerous, they should take action and get rid of that child. Very true. It's a monster. They should eliminate it. They say he has radiation in his blood like the Titans. How is that even possible? When will they deign to leave there? These and other comments were coming from the mouths of all the scientists and researchers present. Ignoring everyone's comments, we headed to a room at the back of the laboratory. A small window in the doorway let in a greenish-blue light. A sign with red letters on the door read. Extreme caution. That was all that could be read on the sign. Entering this room, one can see another laboratory considerably smaller than the previous one. In the middle of the room was a cylindrical tank with 5 long thick tubes connected to it. These tubes were connected to several smaller tanks, each with a sign in red lettering that read, "Containment Tank." The tank and the tubes connected to it glowed with an intense reddish-blue light with certain greenish tones. On the right side of the laboratory, you can see 2 very well-known people. One is Azazel, the former Governor-General of the Fallen Angels, and the other is Majuka Beelzebub. The 2 were sitting at a medium-sized desk, which was littered with notes and documents. The most interesting thing about this was that they were talking to someone else through a hologram screen. The person in the hologram was none other than Sirzechs Lucifer, who had a surprised expression on his face. In contrast, the 2 men looked nervous and tired. Working on this was beginning to take its toll. They had dark circles and wrinkles under their eyes, their hair was disheveled, and they were panting with exhaustion. "So have you made any progress in the investigation?" "No. We have no progress, Sirzechs." Majuka answered Sirzechs' question in an exhausted tone. "That's right. We haven't achieved anything, nor discovered anything about the boy." Azazel added to the conversation. "What? Don't you have anything?" "I'm sorry, Sirzechs, but we have no basis to guide us in this investigation." "That's right, this boy is full of mysteries." "Please. Don't say that. The Demon Council has me by the throat. They want me to give them answers about whatever is going on," Sirzechs said, very worried and nervous. "We're sorry, Sirzechs, but this is not something we can handle. We haven't slept all week. This investigation is very stressful." Sirzechs remained silent for a few moments until he said, "Don't you have any way to move forward with this?" "No, Sirzechs. There's nothing to be done, we need more time. We can't waste any more time. They're demanding progress on this, and what's worse, Ryu, Itsuki, and Izumi are threatening to leave the alliance if we don't return young Issei." Majuka and Azazel remained silent for a few moments. There was an awkward silence for a few minutes. No one dared to say anything. Majuka and Azazel looked at each other for a few seconds until Azazel said, "Well, Sirzechs, we still have a chance, but we need your authorization." "What? Are you talking about that crazy idea again?" "Sirzechs, that crazy idea is the only thing that can help us understand this," Azazel said again. "You all know perfectly well what would happen to young Issei." "No. We've been doing tests, and I can assure you that nothing would happen to it." "That's right, Sirzechs. With the radiation he possesses in his body, he can perfectly withstand a spell of that power. If the young man were to die, the one who would die at the hands of the 3 pillars would be me." "No, Sirzechs, everything is under control, but we need your authorization to proceed," Azazel said seriously. Sirzechs remained silent for a few moments. He began to analyze the situation and made a decision. "Very well, you are authorized to use the neural link with the young Issei." A small smile of satisfaction forms on Majuka and Azazel's faces. Time skipped 3 hours later. Majuka and Azazel were preparing an electric chair, which was connected via a cable to a helmet with 3 limbs. While Azazel was preparing everything, Majuka was programming some commands on the computer. Everything was silent until Majuka decided to start a conversation. "Why did you lie to Sirzechs?" Majuka asked with an expressionless face. Azazel, who was very focused on preparing the machine, was confused by the demon's question. Answer. You mean?" Majuka stopped programming the computer and went back in the chair. "Why didn't we tell Sirzechs what we discovered?" Upon hearing what Majuka said, Azazel understood immediately. "And how were we going to tell him that?" Majuka don't know, how did you plan to tell him that young Issei's DNA chain is similar to that of the Mutos? "I have no idea, but we can't let a discovery like this pass us by." Majuka frowned. "But just imagine what governments or other organizations would do to young Issei if we revealed that. I understand you perfectly, but we can't let something like this go. It could very well be the key to understanding why Behemoth knelt before the young Issei." Azazel looked at Majuka for a few seconds and then turned his gaze towards the large tank in front of him. With an analytical expression, Azazel squinted as he looked at the tank. Inside the tank, the blue light diminished considerably, revealing an Issei floating in the liquid inside the tank. Issei was curled up in a fetal position, his hair glowing faintly black. Thin wires were connected to his head, ending in a switch inside the tank. "Perhaps you're right, but..." Azazel stopped making preparations with the machine and stood in front of the tank. "The most important thing is to discover who young Issei is and find a solution to this problem." "HPM?" Majuka exclaimed. "I still have no idea what happened in Tingwa." Azazel recalled the memory of when Behemoth knelt before Issei. "Issei-sama." Behemoth's words echoed in Azazel's head, who was the only one who managed to hear them. "Issei-sama, everyone needs to know. Irie-sama, Clark-sama, and Karma-sama need to know too." Likewise, the Titan's words echoed once more in Azazel's head. Issei-sama. Irie-sama. Clark-sama. Karma-sama. These were Azazel's thoughts as he recalled that moment. Azazel. Ajuka called to Azazel, who slowly turned his gaze in his direction. Azazel, do you really think these tanks can withstand that much radioactive energy? Don't worry, Ajuka. The tanks have a seal to store almost infinite energy. I estimate they could store at least 3/4 of Trihixa's energy. There's nothing to worry about. Azazel answered, but despite that, he doubted his own answer. Beep. Beep. And without warning, an alarm blared throughout the room. Ajuka and Azazel turned around. Their gazes fell upon the computer Ajuka had been using just moments before. Ajuka walked towards the computer and immediately said. It's time. What? Yes, we need to prepare for the neural link. Time skip 30 minutes. Ajuka and Azazel were all set to initiate the neural link with Issei. Azazel, who was sitting in the chair, would be the one to connect to Issei's mind. Are you sure about doing this? Ajuka asked. Yes. We're going to use technology to link my mind with young Issei's, but we're adding a spell to enter his mind. I mean that, with the spell and the link, I will have the possibility not only to see the memories of young Issei, but I can also see his memories from the perspective of people who were present with him in some memory. HMPH, well, are you ready? Azazel placed the helmet on his head, which was connected to the cables that were in Issei's head. Yes. I'm ready. Initiating neural linking. Ajuka picked up a switch with a small red button that was connected to Azazel's helmet. List. Yes. By the way, if I die it's all your fault and Sirzechs for forcing me to do this. Very well, Azazel. And this could explode. What? Ajuka pressed the button. Zumwa. Azazel's vision blurred. Almost immediately, some blue lights appeared. Azazel's memories flashed by like frames. Example. The images showed Azazel's memories. Azazel drinking alone in a bar. Azazel drinking with Auden. Azazel drinking with Irina's father. Azazel going whoring with Auden. Azazel J with images of Gabriel. Azazel trying to be a heartthrob. Azazel receiving a slap. Drunken Azazel. Azazel fighting with Kateria. Azazel facing Kuoh and Hyoudou. Azazel commenting on rating game. Azazel in a meeting with the leaders. And finally. Azazel seeing a gigantic hybrid creature with several heads and wings, the Trihixa. Issei's memories. 5-year-old Issei running around his house. Issei watching a movie with his brothers. Issei eating cookies. Issei walking through the park. Issei talking to a cute 17-year-old black-haired girl. Issei running from a fallen angel, Rainer. Issei crying in the fetal position. Issei at the meeting with Monarch. But what surprised Azazel the most was. Issei talking to a redeed Karma. Issei with 2 black tails with spines. Issei bathing in a lake with Irie. Issei training with Karma and Clark. A giant prehistoric bird with wings of fire. Giant white wings unfurl in the middle of a waterfall. A gigantic giant dinosaur-like monster. And finally. A gigantic dragon-like monster collides with a 3-headed golden dragon. End of link. Azazel quickly opened his eyes. His face, filled with confusion and shock, said it all. Words did not come out of her mouth while her eyes were as round as saucers. What was that? Azazel couldn't believe what he had seen just seconds before. He remained in that position until he heard something that caught his attention. Sniff sniff. Azazel heard a woman whimpering. Azazel then realized where he was. He slowly inspected the place where it had appeared. He immediately realized that this was not normal at all. The battlefield, a completely destroyed landscape, was what Azazel was seeing. Everything was ablaze with red flames. The trees, the highest mountains, and even some animals were burned in red fire. Azazel was stunned to see the place where he appeared, but that only increased when he heard the following. And know why? Azazel heard those whimpers again. He turned around, finding himself face to face with a beautiful girl with lilac hair. The girl was standing looking at the ground, she had a lost look while she was sweating rapidly. Azazel was completely confused. He never expected that connecting with Issei would lead him to appear in this place. Azazel began to approach the girl, who, being a memory, was merely a spectator and could not influence anything. Azazel positioned himself next to Irie, seeing what appeared to be completely burned pink wings on her back. What happened to you? Azazel just watched. Ham. A loud crash accompanied by a tremor occurred. Azazel was very confused when he felt it. Irie, on the other hand, looked straight ahead, just like Azazel. Irie and Azazel saw a gigantic explosion form several kilometers away, which gave off a powerful shockwave. Azazel was shocked to see the explosion, which, thankfully, did not reach where the two of them were. Completely taken aback, Azazel stared at the explosion. His shock only increased when he saw and heard what followed. Rao! A sharp roar was heard. From the explosion emerged a gigantic, three-headed golden dragon. The beast was riddled with wounds, cuts, and burns. Its wings were riddled with holes of varying sizes, its torso was covered in scratches, and a section of it was ripped open, with blood trickling down its chest. One of its tails was missing, but most strikingly, its left head was gone. The other two heads were watching the explosion in terror, or rather, what was inside it. Raik. From the other side of the explosion, a gigantic eagle-like bird with rock-like skin and lava-covered wings could be seen emerging from the smoke. The gigantic beast, just like the previous one, was looking at what was inside the explosion, but unlike the dragon, this one had a face of complete shock. Azazel couldn't believe his eyes. Two gigantic beasts, seemingly born of his imagination, emerged from a colossal curtain of smoke and fire, but nothing compared to what he was about to see. Raiaoun. Another powerful roar was heard, but unlike the other two, this one was terrifying and instilled fear in anyone. That imposing sound filled Azazel with fear, who just watched what happened, as did Irie. Then, a red light appeared from all the smoke. Out of nowhere, all the smoke and fire dissipated in an instant. From the smoke and fire emerged a creature. Its skin was rocky and muscular, its tails were long and thick, its legs were so robust and strong they could destroy anything, and finally, it had spines along its back and two giant bat wings. On its right head was a severed head of Ghidorah. The monster let out a powerful and terrifying roar that made Azazel's skin crawl. Raaun. This beast was no longer considered a mere titan, kaiju, or creature. This was a monster. This was the god of darkness. End of chapter. This. Ova. You and I we're not so different. As Ova says, this is a short side story. You can read it if you like, and if not, just move on to the next chapter. It doesn't affect the main story much. Place and time. Unknown. In the deepest and most distant bowels of the vast and dark universe, amidst all the gloom and emptiness of space, a lost planet, far removed from all interaction with the outside world, lies floating in the middle of the desolate and forgotten stretch of creation. The planet was lonely, uninhabited, sad, and without the slightest trace of life on its flat surface. Nothing but a gigantic piece of giant stone, with no purpose in its existence, was all that could be seen in this forgotten place. In the middle of the flat surface of the body, a dozen human figures knelt before a large statue. The statue, of a beast covered in mosaics, represented the path to the afterlife for some. While for others, it represented evil and nightmares for the millions of beings who have seen it in person. The people kneeling were being covered by long white togas with gold lines covering the long sleeves. In front of the speakers stood a person with arms raised toward the dark sky. This person exuded the aura of a priest and, like the others, wore a white robe somewhat longer than the rest. The most striking difference was that this robe bore a symbol of 3 golden lines running down its entire back. The priest slowly lowered his head and began to kneel before the statue, which still lay beneath the mosaic cloth. As the man knelt and prostrated himself on the ground, golden lightning bolts, accompanied by dark clouds, began to form in the vast sky. The priest began to babble things I couldn't understand. Then he raised his arms and head and shouted at the top of his lungs. Ghidorah. Grant us eternal death. The priest began shouting towards the sky while raising his hands in a gesture of worship. Ghidorah. Grant us eternal death. All the followers of the prayer began to imitate the priest. As the believers began to shout at the top of their lungs, as they screamed and repeated the name Ghidorah, the powerful electrical storm grew increasingly brutal. When the magnificence of God touches the earth, we will all be blessed with eternal death. The priest shouted. The shout was so loud that his throat began to tear. The old man rose from the ground, and the wind intensified to such a degree that the mosaic sheet covering the statue was lifted far away. When the blanket finally disappeared, a gigantic stone statue of the King of Terror appeared on the altar. The statue depicted the colossal dragon in a majestic pose. It was raising its enormous wings. In turn, the beast's 3 heads were roaring toward the sky. A truly fitting image for the King of Terror. Our King Ghidorah, our golden death. All the believers began to praise the statue of the Golden King, all this, while the electrical storm intensified to such a point that it caused tremors when the lightning made contact with the ground. The planet's ground began to experience powerful earthquakes that opened gigantic cracks and craters that began to emit a very intense golden light. And then the planet, without warning, exploded. Planet Earth 130 million years ago. Raiaun. The roar of death echoed in the dark sky. Everyone present was in shock and filled with terror. No one in their right mind could have expected something like this to be happening. An intense blue light covered the entire battlefield. The King of Terror couldn't believe his eyes either. What's wrong with that child? Issei and I, upon hearing their third brother's question, did not know how to answer it. The celestial light vanished like dust. The image of the beast of destruction became visible to all present. The desGhidorah, very different from the rest. The creature was 150 meters tall, its skin was very thick and it had what appeared to be muscular bulges, giving the impression of being emaciated. The dragon's wings were larger and longer and it had many metal plates on its back. In addition to musculature considerably superior to its kind, it was almost identical to Ghidorah, but unlike its father and others of its species who walked on all fours, it only had two. His neutral and expressionless gaze concealed an immense thirst for blood from his opponent. The beast took a single step, just enough luck to make all the surrounding hills and fields tremble. The hundreds of titans present were stunned. Beasts of all species and sizes were spectators of this event. The monster let out a powerful, thunderous roar. There was no mercy or peace in its being, only the inescapable urge to kill. An avatar of darkness, created from the darkest feelings of guilt and weakness. Among the multitude of creatures witnessing the beast, Rodin, who stood out from the rest, covered in wounds and cuts, was expectant of the unimaginable event that was in front of him. What happened to you? All the titans were consumed by doubt. Issei-sama. What happened to the prince? Why does it look that way? Does anyone know what's going on? Comments of doubt and bewilderment abounded among the crowd. In the middle of the crowd, a beautiful Masura, who stood out from the others, was watching this with fear and helplessness. Irie said the monster's name in a sad tone and with a broken voice. Why, Issei? The moth wanted to go to her side, but without her wings, which were now practically reduced to ash, she could do absolutely nothing. Even so, despite her mortal wounds, which sooner or later would cause her death, the moth tried to get up and crawl toward the battlefield. Irie-sama. What do you think you're doing? One of the many moths present noticed what her princess was doing. I must help Issei. Irie-sama, don't do it. You can't resist any longer. All the Masuras present surrounded Irie, preventing her from advancing. What the hell do you think you're doing? Everyone was shocked by the princess's attitude. Irie-sama, please. You will die if you go. And what about you? None of you would dare go and help him. No one could believe the princess's attitude. She was never one to speak that way and even less to her subordinates. Irie-sama, we can't allow you to go to that place. Please, don't he's so immature. No. It's my fault he's like this, move it. Irie-sama, please. All the Masuras present stood in her way. Irie was about to protest until they all heard something that completely baffled them. King Ghidorah roared at the monster, trying in vain to intimidate it. The monster didn't even flinch at the attempt. It remained in the same position, despite being the center of attention for everyone present. Ghidorah, seeing that his attempt at intimidation had failed, tried not to appear weak to his opponent. Don't let him intimidate you, he's still the same little boy who cries for his father. Insert her soundtrack Old Rivals. Issei tried to ignite the flames in his brothers, but it didn't work. Even his two brothers were experiencing fear. Not even with a look of helplessness, I try to speak in a serious tone. We're going to face him. His power can't be that different. Why yes. He's probably not that strong now. Hesitating to do so, Ghidorah slowly began to raise his wings to make himself look bigger than the beast in front of him. The monster remained unfazed and simply watched as Ghidorah tried to make himself appear superior. Everyone present was stunned. The battle was about to begin. Ghidorah started the fight with his gravity beams, which at immense speed impacted directly on the monster's face. Untouched and without the slightest scratch, the beast remained in the same position. Impossible. Issei exclaimed in bewilderment upon seeing that his rays did not damage the beast in the slightest. Everyone knew Ghidorah's power perfectly well. His lightning bolts were capable of wiping anyone off the face of the earth or simply knocking them out, despite their considerably lower power level, but the fact that they hadn't harmed the creature was something no one had thought about. The monster gave a small murmur and its plates began to emit tiny red rays. Without warning, with imminent and overwhelming power, the monster roared and a powerful wave of wind shot from its mouth accompanied by lightning. The attack took off into the air and broke the sound barrier. All the titans present were engulfed by the gigantic wave of energy released by the attack's shockwave. Despite being the most powerful beings and undisputed rulers of Earth, they could not withstand the aftershocks of such an overwhelming attack. Ghidorah was struck directly by the beast's attack. Both of the dragon's wings were completely vaporized and despite his immense weight, he was thrown several hundred meters away. The attack didn't just affect Ghidorah. The entire area impacted by the wind blast was completely destroyed, leaving nothing but a path of molten earth around it. A whole field of destruction. Everyone was speechless. Nobody dared to say a single word. That display of destructive power left everyone present speechless. Now, what they most wanted was for the gigantic titan not to turn against them. Irie, Clark, and Karma didn't say anything, but their reactions were completely different. Karma, the son of Rodan, the king of the skies, was feeling fear like never before. A long cold shiver ran down his spine and wings as he remembered a certain boy younger than himself. On the other hand, Irie, the daughter of Mothra, the queen of monsters, unlike the previous one, felt not fear, but anger and sadness at the beast's actions. A vague memory of a boy she was very fond of came to her mind. Clark, son of Dagon, the king of monsters, unlike the other two, was very scared and surprised by what he was seeing. The one who was the prince of King Ghidorah had become something worse than his father. Irie-chan, is this my fault? That random memory came to mind. He opened his eyes, finding himself face to face with the avatar of destruction. There was no trace of the boy. From the gigantic explosion cloud, amidst a blazing fire and thick smoke, King Ghidorah's lifeless body lay like a rag on the ground. At that moment, the nickname King of Terror was far too grand for him. The titan's wings had been vaporized, leaving only the bone folds. The rest of its body was no better. Its abdomen bore the mark of the powerful attack, from which blood gushed forth. Its right leg had been severed. One of its two long tails was missing. And its three heads lay on the ground like pieces of dirty cloth. The largest and most powerful titan of all had been defeated. The monstrous dragon began to take slow but heavy steps toward the dragon's inert body. Each step made the ground tremble and instilled fear in all the spectators of the battle. Ghidorah, despite having been defeated, had no intention of surrendering in such a vague and humiliating manner. The immense pride and arrogance of the King of Terror would not allow it. Insert soundtrack Ghidorah theme. Slowly, a yellow fire spread across all the dragon's wounds. It was beginning to regenerate. Through slow healing, the membranes of the Golden King's wings began to regenerate, the bones and muscles of his tail began to reappear, and cells began to multiply rapidly. The immense wound on his abdomen slowly began to heal, and finally, the wounds on his three long necks and heads began to close. The King of Terror had returned to normal. Slowly, the dragon's right wing opened towards the sky, its long tails began to emit rattle-like sounds, and many electric rays began to run all over its body. The beast rose from the ground, and its three heads roared towards the sky, filled with rage at its peak. The monstrous being felt hatred far more than before. This humiliation would leave him scarred for the rest of his life. Loud noises were heard in the distance, accompanied by tremors that shook both the sky and the earth. Issei, Nai, and Kevin turned to their side, finding themselves face to face with the beast that had just completely humiliated them a few seconds ago. With faces that made them look like rabid dogs, they showed off their sharp teeth and bloodthirsty eyes to everyone. The three heads of the dragon have just set aside their characteristic personalities to now give themselves completely to the hatred and rage they were feeling. The aura that the two monsters transmitted was a dark aura with a desire to kill and tear apart the opponent in front of them. With anger and hatred in their voices, Ghidorah's three heads unleashed the fiercest, most intense, and most furious roar they could muster. The roar was so loud and intense that the palates of all three nearly tore as they released the tremendous sound. The monster didn't hold back, dedicating a tremendous and heart-rending roar to the King of Terror. Neither of them was bothered by the other. The only thought that went through the minds of the four was the desire to see the blood of their enemy run through the ground and carpet the forests. With growls and squeals, Ghidorah raised his wings into a more terrifying pose that made him look even bigger than he already was. The monster, however, began to emit red beams in a pattern from its dorsal plates, which made it look more powerful and intimidating. The two beasts, without flinching, glared deathly at their opponent. The two beasts roared at each other. Ghidorah quickly took flight, its wing flapping so abrupt and strong that the sky and air were torn apart. Ghidorah fell on top of the desGhidorah, wrapped its two tails around its neck and with its paws closed its jaw and scratched it. The monster quickly grabbed Ghidorah's two tails with its two heads and with its strong, sharp teeth, tore the tails apart. Immediately afterwards, the desGhidorah lunged at Ghidorah, who was trying to avoid falling to the ground. The desGhidorah bit Ghidorah's right leg. Besides causing Ghidorah to roar in pain from all three of its heads, it managed to knock the dragon to the ground. The desGhidorah tried to stomp on Ghidorah's abdomen, but Ghidorah quickly responded by blasting its gravity beams directly into the beast's eyes. The desGhidorah lost his vision for a few seconds, which the golden dragon took advantage of to stand up quickly, but his eyes began to heal little by little. The two monsters roared at each other again and began to advance towards one another. The beasts fought like prehistoric animals, struggling for food to survive. All the titans who had been eagerly awaiting this colossal battle of kings were left speechless. They had never before witnessed such a bloody and savage fight in person. Karma was stunned by the way the two colossi fought. Scratches, charges, and bites were what his eyes witnessed with both admiration and helplessness at not being able to do anything. On the other hand, Irie watched this terrible fight with horror. A fight filled with bestiality and savagery left her completely terrified and shaken. Just thinking that the person who had always been kind and sweet to her and everyone else was now fighting like a wild animal filled her with horror. Issei-chan. The Masura's eyes filled with tears, while, curiously, her burned and ash-like wings began to glow faintly white. Irie's wings were slowly regenerating. The brutal fight continued. On both sides, the monsters fought with ferocity and brute force. The desGhidorah had Naya Kevin by the neck. Issei fired his gravity beam at the monster's head, which was disoriented and lost its balance for a moment. Taking advantage of this moment, the necks of Issei, Nai, and Kevin began to glow with an intense golden color, and tiny golden rays appeared on their teeth and surrounded them. The three heads, in turn, bite the desGhidorah on his necks. The moment its teeth make contact with the monster's skin, they release an immense amount of electricity and begin to transmit it to the desGhidorah's body. The most notable difference in the change Ghidorah underwent is that they no longer fought in a disorganized and random fashion. The three brothers that make up Ghidorah have fully united and now they fight and act in a coordinated and, in turn, much more lethal manner. Ghidorah manages to throw the desGhidorah to the ground and the latter grabs Issei by the neck and with an overwhelmingly powerful bite, bites the neck of the leader's head. Raya. Issei lets out a roar of genuine pain as the monster increases the pressure on her more and more. Neither does it bite the desGhidorah on the head nor Kevin on the left neck with which he is holding Issei. The two brothers notice how the monster's skin is too hard and thick to cause even the slightest wound. Brah. The desGhidorah, thanks to the powerful bite it inflicted, managed to tear Issei's neck and head off completely. Ghidorah now only has two heads to fight with. Everyone watches in horror and disgust as the desGhidorah rips off Issei's neck and drops it at his feet. The desGhidorah, without a shred of mercy, crushes Issei's mutilated head. Blood runs down the beast's leg, the nearby field turning crimson as the dragon's blood trickles out. Nai and Kevin watch with disgust as their brother was torn apart with just one bite and a powerful stomp. Ghidorah charged at the desGhidorah with all its strength and weight. Without wasting a moment, Nai and Kevin bit the monster on the neck with the full force of their jaws. The damage was almost non-existent. The desGhidorah lunges at Ghidorah and with overwhelming force, begins to ram him. Ghidorah tries to back away, but the desGhidorah grabs Nai and Kevin by the necks with its powerful jaws. It applies so much pressure that the dragon's neck snapped completely. The desGhidorah grabbed Kevin's head and began to bite it from the side. The monster's jaws were so powerful that Kevin's head was crushed, his eyes popped out of their sockets, and blood ran down the beast's snout and teeth. The titans present made faces of terrible disgust. The monsters holding Irie began to vomit at the disgusting situation. Irie, on the other hand, only cried more at the sight of the brutality with which the desGhidorah was destroying his enemy. The desGhidorah grabbed Nai with great force and with his strong arms, slammed him to the ground with great brutality. At that moment, some 20 golden beams of immense power rained down from the clouds. The beams struck the desGhidorah and the dust and fire from the explosion covered a large area of the battlefield. Everyone present was stunned by the immense display of power from both beasts. One fought to fulfill its whims and inflate its already enormous ego, while the other fought with immense hatred and revulsion towards its opponent. Looking at both sides, neither seems viable for the rest of those affected, right? However, the second side doesn't appear to have selfish and malicious objectives. Of all those present watching the battle, a girl and a boy of the same age feel responsible for what is happening, especially the girl. Irie's pav. This is all wrong. Everything that's happening is my fault. In her human form, a lilac-colored mane of hair emerges from the dust and radioactive fire. Among the rocks, the bloodied and badly wounded body of a young girl, covered in cuts and burns, is revealed. Her pink wings are dull, showing a pattern of orange and black. The monster princess, Irie, daughter of Mothra, holder of the title second queen of the monsters, is in a terrible state, a stage of her life that will mark her for the rest of her long existence. Crack. Crack. The sound of hands digging in the earth and rocks can be heard. A large stone is moved in front of Irie, which was lying on the ground. Mecha struggled to raise her gaze. When she saw what was in front of her, she saw Karma, who was badly injured, almost as badly injured as she was. The boy was covered in bruises and cuts, his right wing was missing, and where it should have been, there was only a deep hollow in his back, from which liters of searing lava were oozing. The Irie, get up, it's too dangerous to stay here. Karma extends her blood-covered hand to Irie. The girl, as best she can, tries to take it so she can get up. Karma gives her hand to Irie. Both their arms were trembling, and it looked as if they might break at any moment. Karma pulls Irie with what little strength he has left, and she hugs him fearfully. Hey Karma-san, all of this is my fault. Irie breaks down while hugging Karma. The boy immediately denies what she says. No, this isn't your fault or anyone else's. All this is happening because of those wretches. Irie continues crying while Karma tries to comfort her, but he remains calm and tries to maintain his composure. Raiaiuu. The powerful and deep roar echoed throughout the sky and the earth. The two young men immediately turned their gaze westward, revealing that they were on top of a large cliff next to the sea. The waters crashed against the stones, and golden rays lashed the waters and the lands with great anger. The young people were looking directly out at the sea, where they were witnessing a mass extinction event. A cataclysmic event affecting planet Earth and all its inhabitants. The gigantic colossal dragon with 3 long necks and 3 heads stood on the surface of the water. The head of the monster, a giant whirlpool formed. The 3 heads were watching the whirlpool forming in the water. An immense mass of water rose without warning, and spines with sharp spikes that shone with an intense radioactive red color appeared in the water. An immense mass, a scaly creature with skin made of muscle and bright but piercing red eyes, emerged from the waters, with 3 heads and large wings. Miku, Clark, and Karma were waiting expectantly. Both remained in shock at what their eyes were seeing. The beasts glared at each other with undeniable expressions of hatred and disgust. The creatures were ready to begin another of their brutal and savage fights. They were about to fight like animals again. The dragon raised its wings, and yellow rays began to surround the beast's body. Raiaiuu. Raiaiun. Immediately, the reptile monster's dorsal spines began to emit a field of red rays that completely enveloped it, and the monster unleashed its attack. Lightning and thunder from the storm echoed across the sky. The white light filled the sky. Despite its lack of visibility, the beautiful winged being was undoubtedly a deity in its purest form. Its aura and light conveyed tranquility and peace. An angel from heaven was present. A creature that shone brighter than the sun made its appearance. 3 powerful golden beams were about to hit her, but a shower of white particles from the creature's wings reflected the attack with great elegance. The power of light swirled around him, illuminating the darkest passages of the gigantic abyss before him. King Ghidorah, who was taking flight below the majestic being, could only be dazzled by its wondrous light. He was completely bewildered by the counterattack he had just suffered. The son of the King of Heaven, who was flying in the heights of the beautiful light, could only marvel at its powerful radiance. The few monsters present in the field could only envy the majesty of the creature. And, above all, the gigantic desGhidorah, lying on the ground, badly wounded, could only watch with vigor as that special person shone above all and everyone. Everyone, princes and royal subjects, are witnessing the ascension to the throne of Irie, but also her sister Miku, the new Mothra, queen of the monsters. End of chapter. Chapter 13. Hyoudou. This was all very wrong. Nobody knew what was happening. The strong winds combined with the snow obscured my vision. Breed. That infernal, sharp growl tore through the air. My legs and arms began to tremble, not from the cold or the gloom of Antarctica combined, but from the fear and terror coursing through my body. The sound of bells jingled in front of me. My vision cleared slightly. Before, because of the dim light blocked by the snow, I could only see the wind and the tiny pieces of ice flying at high speed through the air. I widened my eyes and saw Izumi and Itsuki standing in front of me, their backs to me. My 2 siblings were pale. I couldn't see their faces, but I know them well enough to know what they were feeling. Re'au. The creature's sharp shriek echoed through the area once more. A golden light cut through the wind and darkness before us. From the immense abyss just a few meters away, those trained rattles echoed again. Then I could see a long tail with long, sharp spines rising into the abyss. Its smooth fine golden scales stole all my attention. Once again, that rattle-like noise was heard, and that's when I realized that creepy sound was coming from the long thick tail sticking out of the crater. Raya. The sharp, intense screech once again filled the air. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense with each passing second. The immense golden creature began to rise from among the pieces of ice. When I saw it, I honestly wasn't too surprised. In my time as a demon, I've seen beings with far more grotesque and gruesome appearances. The Jabberwocky and the terrifying Bandersnatches that attacked the underworld long ago seemed 1,000 times more physically frightening, but this creature, while not the most terrifying thing I've ever seen, undoubtedly has the most rotten, malevolent, and psychopathic aura I've ever felt. It's even worse than all the evil dragons combined. The bitter taste filled my mouth when I saw its intense red eyes. My legs and arms began to wobbly again. Without realizing it, I started hyperventilating. Her terrifying aura seemed like the most horrifying and sinister thing I'd ever felt in my short life. My only gratitude at this moment is knowing that my parents and my little brother are safe, far away from this monster. I slowly raised my gaze. My eyes were trembling, my mouth was sweating, my teeth were chattering. I was doing everything I could to keep from fainting from helplessness. Seeing the creature in front of me provoked an inexplicable feeling. Its three heads aroused in me the purest and most fundamental form of fear. I lowered my gaze slightly. My siblings couldn't be in worse shape. Izumi had tears streaming down her face, unbidden, from the pressure the monster was exerting. Itsuki was stuttering, trying to say something coherent, which didn't surprise me at all. This monster was straight out of the most twisted mind imaginable. I slowly turned my gaze behind me. The facial expressions of the dozens of angel and demon soldiers behind me expressed the same shared sentiment. I saw Miguel-san's Joker, Dulio Gesualdo. He was assigned to lead this simple mission. I could see his mouth trembling, just like mine. The swaying of his body reflected the terror he was feeling. I don't judge him. I turned my gaze forward again. When I saw those three long, scaly, golden necks and my vision finally reached those three terrifying, infernal serpent heads, my entire mind froze. Those razor-sharp teeth and colossal golden wings made it look even more imposing. When I saw them, for a moment they reminded me of the Dragon King Fafnir, but sensing the immense thirst for blood emanating from the beast, that comparison vanished from my mind immediately. The tense and ominous atmosphere was more than enough to send even the elite warriors fleeing in fear. We were alone, without help. Nothing but me, my brothers, Dulio, and a few elite soldiers. Seeing those red eyes, filled with bloodlust, I could only remember and utter a few words of regret. King Ghidorah was that the name Azazel-sensei mentioned. Azazel-sensei said so, but no one listened. He had predicted it a long time ago. He tried to warn us about it, but neither I nor anyone else took him seriously, especially after seeing his strange interest in my little brother. I still remember his words verbatim. I remember when I heard what my sensei had said some time ago, I remember perfectly that I had thought he was crazy. The three-headed golden hydra rests in its eternal icy tomb. A name, unspoken through millennia of whispered nightmares. A living extinction event called the One Who Is Many. The god of destruction who will bring holocaust to humanity. He is the true incarnation of the apocalypse, he is the devourer of worlds, the extinguisher of civilizations, he is King Ghidorah. Those were my sensei's words, which, when I heard them come out of his mouth, seemed like the stupidest and most ridiculous thing I'd ever heard. But my stupidity is understandable. After all, I refuse to believe such a thing. No more than 6 months ago, the two dragon gods and the 666 were the most powerful beings of all. Everything changed after the Titans appeared and attacked San Francisco and Hawaii. I was stunned after seeing how Great Red was defeated and humiliated so easily by the Tingwa City Titan. Understandably, the existence of a creature that surpasses their power seems completely ridiculous to me, and now, here we are, facing this monster, not knowing what to do, not knowing whether to run or fight, not knowing if I'll get out of this alive. I made a terrible mistake. From a few months ago. Territory of the fallen angels underworld. In one of Grigori's many facilities in the underworld, in a considerably small but well-stocked room with engineering and research materials and machines, a man can be seen reclining in a chair. Azazel, after connecting to the neural link with Issei, has remained in the same place for an indefinite amount of time. The tips of his black wings lay on the laboratory floor, filthy and dusty. Dark circles were prominent under his eyes, his lips were dry and chapped, and his clothes were caked with dust, suggesting he'd been in that position for far too long. His face was tired and etched with wrinkles across his forehead. In short, Azazel was fast asleep in the chair, utterly spent. In the rest of the room was the infamous tank where Issei had been in his lethargy, but unlike before, it was now full of dust and dirt. The tank was badly deteriorated and no longer emitted that bright red light from within. The water inside was now green and full of trash and tiny microorganisms floating in it. The whole room gave the impression of being old due to the lack of maintenance and cleaning it needs. Deep in the room, near a dusty computer with worn and dirty keys, next to it was a medium-sized monitor that emitted a small red dot of light, which remained this way for a long time. The minutes passed uneventfully. There was no noteworthy activity in the room. The atmosphere remained exactly the same, with nothing remarkable to report. Without me doing or pressing anything, the small red light began to blink and slowly change between red and green. As the seconds passed, the lights began to blink much faster, so much so that it seemed to be a single color between red and green. Without warning, the light stopped flashing from 1 second to the next and immediately changed to a permanent green light. The moment the small green light appeared on the monitor, a strange, high-pitched, and jarring alarm sound filled the room in an instant. All the other devices in the room switched on and began emitting the same sound simultaneously. Beep. Beep. In the middle of the room, Azazel's previously inert body began to stir upon hearing the loud alarm on the monitors. Azazel's face twitched slightly. A bitter taste filled his mouth. He slowly began to open his eyes, revealing that they were red, and blood was beginning to trickle from his pupils. A thin line of thick blood ran from above Azazel's dry lips. Yes, he was bleeding from his nose. His eyes stung and he squinted as they seemed about to explode from the immense pressure he was feeling. Tap. 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 Quick footsteps were heard outside the room. The door was opened very quickly. So quickly that it was slammed against the wall next to it. Azazel did not react. A reflection of light appeared in the entrance of the laboratory. It was Ajuka Beelzebub, one of the four Mao of the underworld. The man wore an expression of surprise and astonishment. He hadn't expected this at all. His face reflected shock and stupefaction. His gaze slowly scanned the room. Taking his time, he now stared at the center of the room. His expression remained unchanged, still one of shock and surprise. Ajuka kept staring at Azazel, who hadn't moved a single centimeter since his arrival. After a few seconds of silence, Ajuka reacted and immediately moved, almost running in the direction of Azazel. Azazel. Ajuka positioned himself in front of the fallen angel. When he looked into his eyes, Ajuka's face froze. His eyes, which now seemed diabolical, and his blood-red painted lips left him more than stunned. Azazel. Respond. Ajuka grabbed Azazel by the shoulders and began to shake him somewhat desperately. Azazel, on the other hand, didn't move. His face was lost in nothingness. He didn't hear the still-present, loud alarm, nor did he feel Ajuka's attempts to pull him out of the trance he was in. And they're coming. That. Azazel had uttered some random words that Ajuka couldn't understand at all, and they only filled him with doubt. They will come. Azazel, what are you? They will come. We have to find them. Azazel interrupted Ajuka again. His words only filled him with more doubt. Not wanting to hear any more, Ajuka immediately moved behind Azazel and disconnected all the cables from the helmet that Azazel was still wearing. When I did that, the alarm deactivated and stopped being heard throughout the room. Ajuka looked into Azazel's eyes again, which had stopped bleeding thanks to Ajuka disconnecting the helmet from the fallen man's head. Azazel gradually recovered and assimilated what was happening. Filling. Are you okay? You were babbling things. Yes, what happened? I'm a little confused. Azazel questioned with great doubt while holding his head with his right hand, trying to remember, all while enduring an infamous headache. When Ajuka noticed how Azazel was acting, he responded honestly and in a dry tone. You were connected for more than 2 weeks, it's normal to have a headache. Are you sure you're okay? You don't seem to have recovered. Ajuka said the last part in a doubtful and distrustful tone. Yes, I am. Azazel's eyes widened in shock as he realized what he had said. His face showed astonishment and fear as he recalled what he had seen. A flood of memories had returned to his mind in less than a second. No. Azazel put his hands to his head. His face showed despair and terror, and his thoughts were delirious. Ajuka was extremely surprised by his companion's behavior. Worried, he asked him. Hey, what's wrong with you? You're delirious. Azazel looked up and met Ajuka's gaze. Ajuka was shocked to see the fallen man's gaze. Filled with fear, terror and despair. We have to tell them. What? What are you talking about? You sound like you're going crazy. Azazel had filled Ajuka with even more doubt. His words made absolutely no sense, and his desperate way of speaking didn't help. We have to tell everyone. Tell them what? Ajuka was increasingly filled with doubts about his partner's actions. About the Titans, about the truth of the world. We have to find those Titans. What Titans? The Kings. An awkward silence filled the room. Ajuka didn't understand a thing Azazel was saying. Titans? Kings? That doesn't make any sense. Ajuka said to himself. Where is who? Ajuka asked. Where is young Issei? Once again, the atmosphere grew quiet. No one said a word. Ajuka didn't understand what Azazel meant, but she did know the answer to the question. Where is young Issei? This time Azazel asked in a much more serious and dry tone than before. Well, about that. Excuse me. A third voice joined the conversation. A voice that was somewhat childlike but serious at the same time interrupted the two scientists' discussion. Azazel immediately recognized that voice as the voice of the young man he was looking for. Ajuka and Azazel slowly turned their gaze in the direction from which the young voice came. Azazel was filled with fear. What they were both seeing was a head of brown hair, somewhat different from what they were used to. The pair of eyes as gray as the abyss watched the two leaders, accompanied by the curious expression of a small child. A wisp of dark brown hair, very messy, with small tips of light gray strands, fluttered in the faint breeze of the room. Ajuka already knew of this light change, but the more surprised of the two was Azazel. The place was silent for a few seconds, until one of the two adults decided to break the ice. Young Issei. I believe I told him to keep you in the cafeteria. Ajuka spoke in a somewhat demanding tone towards Issei. Well, I'm sorry, Ajuka-san, but I heard a strange commotion and I came to see what was going on. Issei replied, somewhat embarrassed while scratching his flushed right cheek with his pinky finger. Azazel simply stood there, watching. He was looking at Issei with confused eyes. Not to mention, he felt intimidated by his presence. Ajuka turned his gaze to Azazel, becoming confused as he looked at Issei. Issei also felt Azazel's strange gaze. He turned his head, meeting Azazel's eyes. Well, Azazel-sensei, why am I feeling like this? Issei asked in a confused tone. It feels weird. Well. Ajuka saw how Azazel became nervous and intimidated in Issei's presence, so he quickly changed the subject. Well, young Issei, how about we take you to your parents now? Hey, Ajuka-san. Azazel kept his distance from Issei and Ajuka's conversation. He watched them both and gnawing at him. What happened? Why is he here? And above all, when did he wake up? These were the questions that kept Azazel puzzled. Ajuka noticed the doubtful expression on Azazel's face, and as if she could read his mind and knew what he was wondering, she said. He woke up 5 hours ago. Hyoudou residence. It was morning in Kuoh City. A completely normal and ordinary day was beginning for everyone. Although in reality, for one specific family, it wasn't such a good day. In the mansion where the Hyoudou family lives, accompanied by the Gremory entourage, not everyone was particularly happy. Everyone who lived in the house was sitting in the dining room having breakfast. The atmosphere was rather subdued. Although everyone, or almost everyone, had something to talk about, the place felt too tense and somber. Looking specifically at a woman of somewhat advanced age, with brown hair and light eyes, accompanied by a man with almost the same characteristics, these two appeared dejected and sad. Ryu noticed his parents' expressions, and it was no wonder. They hadn't heard anything about the youngest member of the family for more than 2 weeks. Despite knowing what was happening, Ryu still tried to cheer up his parents. Dad, Mom, how about we try to make the day a little more entertaining? I can go rent some. It's not necessary, Ryu. The brother's mother interrupted her eldest son in a dry but sad tone. Everyone noticed this immediately. They knew perfectly well why everyone was so depressed. Issei. Yes, Hyoudou's parents and siblings were depressed by Issei's absence, whose whereabouts they haven't known for some time. Ryan, is there any news about the? Izumi asked his older brother. Everyone present turned their gaze towards Ryu, thinking that perhaps he had some news about the whereabouts of his brother and son. Ryu said nothing, and under the wall, ashamed of not knowing anything about his brother, it was his duty to protect him, but he could do nothing against the word of the leaders of the underworld. No, I'm sorry. I don't know anything about him. Everyone's expressions returned to that sad, subdued look. No one felt like doing anything without knowing if Issei was alright. Sniff sniff why. A few whimpers were heard throughout the place. Everyone turned to see where they were coming from. Everyone watched sadly as Mrs. Hyoudou cried while her husband hugged her. No, I don't understand why did they take my baby? Everyone's heart sank at the sight. The woman who had raised them, or taken them into her home, was weeping over the injustice she and her family were suffering. Ham. The table where they were all eating wobbled while a loud bang was heard throughout the room. Everyone turned to look at Izumi, who had hit the table very hard. I can't take it anymore. Rias, but I'm going to the underworld and I don't care what your brother says. Izumi displayed immense, pent-up rage. Everyone present couldn't believe the second sister's actions. Izumi-senpai. Izumi-chan. Izumi-san. Everyone was agitated. The atmosphere became very tense. The 2 remaining brothers were about to stop their sister, or they would have if they hadn't heard the doorbell ring. Rin. Hyoudou residence 2 minutes before. Outside the Hyoudou mansion, at its entrance, we can see 2 silhouettes of people, one taller and more robust and the other smaller and more slender. Issei and Ajuka stood outside the Hyoudou house. Ajuka was nervous. His face was sweating, the muscles in his fingers were tense, and his facial expression showed a great deal of pent-up stress. Ajuka glanced to his side. His eyes settled on Issei, who was staring blankly at his front door. His gray eyes were slightly narrowed. He was looking at the door with a serious and doubtful expression, his face conveying only seriousness and intrigue. My house, Issei said in a soft whisper. Is this it? Ajuka was confused. Ever since Issei awoke from his slumber, Ajuka had many questions to ask him, but upon remembering the dark aura he emitted at the end of the battle in Tingwa, he simply chickened out to ask something that, apparently, not even Issei himself could recall. Surprisingly for Ajuka, when Azazel awoke, he said nothing but things he couldn't understand, most likely because he was dazed from being in the infant's mind. But one thing is certain, he will ask him in detail what he saw while connected to Issei in the neural link. Ajuka shook his head sharply. That wasn't the topic at hand. He glanced at Issei again, and although his new hairstyle and eyes intrigued him, he ignored that detail and asked. Ready to enter, young Issei. Your family has surely been waiting for you with great concern. Issei said nothing, acting as if he hadn't heard anything Ajuka said, but proving that he had, he replied to Ajuka with doubt. Yes, Ajuka-san, I think you're right. Issei put aside whatever he was thinking and adopted a warmer, more cheerful expression. He raised his hand and pressed the doorbell button for the mansion. Rin. Rin. The doorbell rang. The room remained completely silent. The door wasn't answered, and Issei and Ajuka still hadn't received a response. Ajuka was more than nervous. He knew perfectly well the threat Sirzechs had received from the 3 Hyoudou brothers to return his brother, and all he wanted was for them to leave him alone after returning Issei to them. The door opened very slowly. Issei had a small smile on his face as he waited. The door opened. Inside the house was Izumi. She had a serious expression when she opened the door, which changed to one of complete fury when she saw the person standing in front of her. Ajuka-san. Izumi said in a whisper while clenching her teeth and frowning. Ryu, Itsuki, Mrs. Hyoudou, and Mr. Hyoudou appeared at the entrance. They all made faces of disgust upon seeing Ajuka. Ajuka himself felt uncomfortable with the looks the Hyoudou family gave him. Despite the atmosphere of the situation, the Mayu decided to speak. Good morning, Hyo family. What's so great about it? Izumi responded venomously towards Ajuka. The demon was surprised to hear the way one of the brothers spoke. Well. What do you need? We were having dinner with the whole family. Ajuka tried to speak again, but this time he was interrupted by Ms. Hyoudou. The atmosphere remained silent for a few moments. Neither Ajuka nor his siblings and parents said anything. This continued for more than a minute until someone decided to speak. Ajuka don't know, if you're not going to say anything and are just going to remain silent, I politely ask you to leave. We have more important things to do. Ryu was protesting against the Mayu, but out of nowhere, without him or anyone present expecting it, a third voice entered the conversation. Odo-san, Oka-san. The entire Hyoudou family was stunned to hear that voice. The parents, the siblings, and the Gremory entourage who had been listening from the living room were all in shock. Issei looked at his family and friends with a happy and cheerful expression, but they did not react. The atmosphere remained silent for a few more moments until Issei said. MOKS. Issei. Ise-kun. Issei-chan. Senpai. San. Issei Naya. Regardless of everything, all the girls present leaped like tigers trying to catch a gazelle cub. No one managed to react. All the members of the Gremory entourage, including Ravel, Kuroka, Irina and Izumi, had him cornered. Mrs. Hyoudou and Mr. Hyoudou were on the verge of tears. Itsuki and Ryu stood with their mouths agape, unable to believe that their little brother had finally returned. Everyone who lived in the residence also joined in the big group hug they were having. Ajuka kept his distance, eagerly awaiting the reunion. In the end, he felt happy, not only because of the family reunion, but also because the Hyoudou brothers weren't questioning or threatening him, as they had with his friend and comrade Sirzechs. Everything was happiness for the Hyoudou family, they had recovered their son, but then, someone noticed something out of the ordinary. It was mainly the 2 Nekashu sisters who couldn't help but notice a small detail in Issei's aura. Kuroka separated Issei from the rest of the hug and began to inspect him in different ways. Kuroka smelled and licked different parts of his body and on one occasion took the opportunity to lightly bite his ear, eliciting a small moan from him. When everyone noticed this detail, they all started complaining to the dark-haired woman. Kuroka. What do you think you're doing to my brother? Izumi angrily protested to the Nekashu, but to her and everyone else's surprise, she was stopped by one of the least expected. What the? Everyone watched in amazement as Kaneko stepped in front of her senpai. Izumi-senpai, I ask you to please wait. Using her classic expressionless tone, Kaneko politely asked her senpai to stop. What are you talking about, Kaneko? We won't let Kuroka follow him. Rias was interrupted by the same person she was mentioning. Issei Naya, what happened to you, Naya? Your essence is no longer the same. Kuroka revealed in a whisper that everyone managed to hear. Hey Kuroka-senpai, I don't know what you're talking about. Issei said, trying unsuccessfully to separate himself from the Nekomata. Smuff. Smuff. Kuroka continued to notice a strange, almost otherworldly quality in Issei's aura. It was an essence that evoked a familiar, yet dangerous, feeling. Kuroka quickly realized that Issei's strange essence reminded her of, and was very similar to, that of the titan she had faced relatively recently. That's when she remembered the moment Issei appeared out of nowhere on the battlefield and the behemoth titan knelt before him showing respect. Everyone had ignored the topic since learning that Issei was being held like a lab rat. They didn't bring it up because of their worries. Kuroka ran her arm through Issei's hair, noticing that his hair was stiffer and his strands were very messy. Kaneko also approached Issei and simply sniffed his face to better identify his aura. Kaneko uttered words that left everyone speechless. Issei-senpai danger. Territory of the fallen angels underworld. In a dark, abandoned room, filled with dusty books, maps, and desk objects, a door is slowly opened. A white light illuminates the room. Azazel has entered. The fallen angel shook his head in both directions and slowly walked into the room. Azazel, without wasting any time, took one of the many maps full of grime, dust and cobwebs, and without cleaning or checking it, unfolded it, showing a world map that covered the entire planet with the predetermined countries. Azazel took a black marker and opened it with his mouth. He began to scan different parts of the map. Here. With a whisper, Azazel circled a large portion of the map, specifically the Okinawa region of Japan. After enclosing that part of the map, Azazel turned his gaze to another part of it. With the score, Azazel once again enclosed an area of the world, specifically the region of Siberia, Russia. There he is. Now Azazel went looking for another, easier area. The Arctic Ocean. D2. After marking that area, the fallen angel turned his attention to another part of the map. More specifically, Azazel pointed to a well-known tourist area in America. Azazel circled Mara Island, Mexico, with his marker. And the fallen man stared at the map for a few seconds, then returned to his task, this time enclosing an area of the Yunnan jungle in China. She will be there. Azazel pointed to another part of the map, the renowned Infant Island, an island located in the middle of the ocean. And there is his mother. Azazel pointed to another part of the map, more specifically the Galeras volcano, Colombia. His father will be there. Azazel pointed to another area, but this time his hand began to tremble and beads of sweat fell onto the map. Azazel tried to calm himself and circled another section of the map. A remote area of Antarctica. There it is, so them. Azazel was trembling, his teeth were clenched, and his muscles tensed just thinking about what was in that area of Antarctica. The fallen angel calmed down and finally directed his gaze to another part of the map. Again his hand trembled, but less so. With a shaky movement, Azazel sealed the Mariana Trench. And there is his real father. End of chapter. Chapter 15. The False King. To be honest, ever since I started this story, I've been dying to publish this particular chapter because from now on, it marks a turning point in the story. So, all I can say is enjoy. The False King. In the Monarch command room, a conversation was taking place between the three Hyoudou brothers, Dr. Ishiro Serizawa and Dr. Chen. "What was that thing? I demand you tell us," shouted the second sister, Hyoudou Izumi. Everyone wore uneasy expressions. On the main monitor screen, an image of the three-headed devil appeared, emerging from the fog. Everyone stared at the beast in awe. Despite the tension in the air, it was Dr. Chen who began to speak. The legend speaks of a great dragon that fell from the stars. A hydra whose storm devoured both men and gods. The No is not part of the natural order, and it shouldn't be here. The false king Serizawa spoke with contempt. An invasive species. That may explain their ability to create those massive storms and the effect they can have on the other titans. Their goal is to reshape the planet to their liking. Ryu, Izumi, and Itsuki gazed at the image of the golden monster as if they were in the presence of another god. "In those stories, what was her name?" Izumi asked, frightened. "Ghidorah, the one who is many." If that were true, then how come we never knew anything about him? It's impossible that a creature of that size could have been hidden for so long. Itsuki exclaimed. "We don't know for sure. We have this limited information thanks to the stories carved in stone by ancient peoples who saw the titans for what they are, the true gods. The only thing we know for sure is that King Ghidorah arrived on Earth at the height of his power and that he had a fierce battle with the one known as the King of Darkness." Dr. Chen continued. "Information is limited. We don't know what happened. The only ones who know the true story are the children of the deceased kings. Furthermore, the duty to confront Ghidorah again falls to the prince, the future king." Everyone was in shock. But despite the limited information and lack of evidence, one question remained, standing out above the rest. "And who is this king?" Ryu asked. None of the scientists responded. Dr. Serizawa and Dr. Chen turned their gaze to the screen on the table, which displayed a short video of a boy with black hair, bangs, and gray eyes talking to some red lights in the middle of the jungle. They all looked uneasy. Dr. Serizawa pointed his finger at the screen and spoke in a calm tone. "I think it's time for them to know the truth." The day before. In a cold, dark place, an intense electrical storm is raging. The dark Antarctic sky was filled with countless golden flashes of lightning. Amidst all the fog that ruled the ice desert, several buildings and communication antennas could be seen in the gloom. In the middle of the facility, in its hallways, a young boy with black hair and gray tips was walking around. The boy, named Hyoudou Issei, had a look of fear and confusion on his face. "Hello?" Issei spoke, but there was no response. "Is anyone here? I think I'm lost. No, I don't know where I am." The young man began to walk very slowly through the corridors, hoping to find someone who would help him. Ah, what is that? Issei managed to witness a golden light coming from a sliding metal door. Is anyone there? Issei began walking slowly toward the shimmering golden light. As he approached the door, it opened instantly. Issei stepped inside. Once inside, the golden light faded, revealing a sky blue hue. Issei looked up and went into shock. And that monster. The young man's body began to tremble as he looked at what was in front of him. It's the one from my dream. The crack began to spread across the block. Through the ice, the first head of the beast opened its eyes. Everything went black. Ah! The young man's scream echoed throughout the room. Issei woke up with a shriek while still under the covers of his bed. Oh, what happened? A sharp sound pierced Issei's ears. The young man brought his hands to his hair, trying to bear the pain it caused. Ah, those dreams again. Issei was panting from exhaustion and the fear he felt at what he had seen. But then he remembered his dream. That monster. Issei remained in that position for a few moments, trying to calm himself down, but… Beep. Beep. The sound of his bedroom alarm interrupted him. Better off. Issei. That dream was really strange, but I'd better not worry about it. I'll just go downstairs and tell Oka-san and Odo-san about it. Without wasting any time, I grabbed my clothes and got dressed. The day was a normal day and I didn't have classes. Perfect. I can spend all day playing and making the most of my free time. Once I was dressed, I decided to go downstairs to my room. The day looks beautiful and Christmas is just around the corner. Yes. When my brothers and the girls get back, we can go shopping for Christmas with them. I'm so excited because I've already started. I started going down the stairs and this is where the problems began. With all due respect, sir, but what are you doing here? If you're looking for my children, I think you should already know that they've been called to an important mission. I heard my mother talking to someone, so I went downstairs a little further and hid at the top of the stairs. I saw my mother talking to someone at the door, but I couldn't recognize them. Yes. I'm aware of that, Miss Hyoudou. But I didn't come here for that. The unknown man spoke. To be honest, this intrigued me. Then tell me why you are here. Well, Mrs. Hyoudou, you know I respect you as the mother of my students, but I'm here to talk to Hyoudou Issei. What? Are you looking for me? I didn't do anything. Why are you looking for my son? Vera, it's a matter you wouldn't understand, he replied uneasily. What do you mean I wouldn't understand? I have a right to know what you want to do with my son. Oka-sen is angry. I rarely see her like this. I mean, first they take him away for over 2 weeks to do all sorts of horrible things. And now he comes to my house and tells me I wouldn't understand. Take me away? She must mean 2 months ago when Ajuka-san and Azazel-sensei held me captive in a place of pain, despair, and death. Well, that's what Izumi-ni-chan told me. Mrs. Hyoudou, please forgive me for what I'm about to do, but this is for the fate of the planet. That. The man behind the door snapped his fingers. I didn't know what happened, but Oka-san didn't say anything else. She just stood there in the doorway. The person at the door entered the house and I was extremely surprised to see him. Azazel-sensei. He turned his gaze towards me and looked at me with surprise. Young Issei, he stared at me for a few seconds. I need you to come with me. With you? Where to? I asked, intrigued. Well, I imagine you were aware of the strong earthquakes that happened the day before, right? At that moment I remembered. Just yesterday morning, both I and everyone else in the house felt those earthquakes, but we also felt a sinister aura accompanying them. Yes, I remember. But what did those tremors mean, sensei? I see. He still doesn't remember, Azazel thought. I think I'll have to get my hands dirty and make him remember. Another earthquake struck the house. Everyone in the streets was frightened by the tremor. Time is running out. Kid, this is an extreme situation, so I need you to come with me. Why yes, but exactly where to? It's an island, I'm sure you'll have fun. It's called Infante Island. Infante Island. Antarctica Monarch Base 32. The strong winds and the gloom of Antarctica clashed with the antennas. Outside the Monarch containment facility, a gruesome sight could be seen. A pile of corpses, their blood staining the cold snow, was the scene witnessed in the icy desert. Inside the building, in an elevator, a group of people could be seen. They were all led by a middle-aged, British-looking man wearing a black coat. Behind him, a group of armed people dressed in white winter coats could be seen. In the middle of them all, a middle-aged woman wearing a white coat held her young daughter's hand. Once the elevator door opened, everyone stepped out and stared in amazement at what they saw in front of them. Mother of God. She had nothing to do with this. The Monster Zero. They all moved forward and entered a room that was next to the frozen beast. Are there any survivors? The terrorist leader asked. No sir, but they managed to activate the emergency radio beacon. We weren't able to interrupt them. They've probably already figured it out. The terrorist leader turned back to Emma. It's best to start before Monarch or some mythological faction interrupts us. The atmosphere remained silent, that is, until Alan Joan returned and spoke. Do I need you to go and guard the entrance? The last thing we need is to be attacked now. Yes sir, let's go. All the soldiers mobilized and left. Do you have everything you need? Emma nodded. Okay then let's begin. Outside the room, the remaining subordinates began placing explosives inside the block of ice. They were preparing everything to begin. Dr. Emma Russell was looking at the block of ice. The doctor walked over to a table and opened the briefcase she was holding. On the machine's main screen, above a progress bar, it said. Specimen Monster 0. Analyzing. Antarctica on the outskirts of the facility. In the gloom of Antarctica, amidst a dark icy sky, a group of fallen angels and demons were flying, being battered by strong winds. In front of the battalion were 4 people who were directing the operation, those were Hyoudou, the Sekiryuutei, Issei Hyoudou, the Ice Demon, Itsuki Hyoudou, the Seal Demon, and lastly, the well-known strongest exorcist, Wielder, the leader of the DXD anti-terrorist team. The atmosphere remained silent. Everyone was flying in absolute silence until someone broke it. So what exactly did they send us for? Itsuki asked. Didn't you hear what Sirzechs Sama said? We're here to investigate those tremors and also to rescue Dr. Russell and her daughter, Issei replied heavily. I know that, but if that's all it's for, why are there so many of us here? He exclaimed in a childish tone. I mean, we're 100 elite soldiers. If it were really just for research and rescue, there wouldn't be so many of us. For such a simple mission, you only need like 2 or 5. The discussion between Issei and Itsuki continued until it was interrupted by Ryu. Yes, you're right, maybe it has something to do with what that Dr. Sirzechs said. If it were dangerous, they'd send the entire DXD team, Issei said. Who, you mean that old man? He's crazy. He was literally saying it was way too dangerous. That they shouldn't even send us and make a worst case scenario plan PFFFFF, please. It's not like we're going to face a titan, or what? Is there some alien dragon titan over there? Itsuki said, sneering. Haha, yes, that sounds ridiculous. Ryu listened to his brother's conversation with a serious face. I don't know, that man's face looked really worried, I thought to myself. While they were flying, Dulio managed to spot a white light and some tall antennas. Everyone please be quiet. Michael Sama said to proceed with caution, Dulio said seriously. Everyone fell silent. When they saw the white light coming from the ground, they all began to descend. Monarch Base 32. Sir. They've arrived. How many are there? The terrorist leader asked. We were able to detect at least 110 individuals. Among them are the 3 pillars and the leader of the DXD group. Proceed with the operation immediately. Yes, sir. All the subordinates ran out of the room. Dr. Russell, it's time. Yes, Jonah. Let's go, daughter. Dr. Russell took the Orca and started walking with everyone toward the exit. What stood out most, though, was that the charge bar was already at 98%. Another earthquake, much stronger than the previous ones, struck the area. And most remarkably, the giant block of ice began to crack even more. Outside the facility. At the main entrance of the base, Ryu, Dulio, Itsuki and Issei appeared accompanied by 2 other soldiers, while the rest surrounded all possible escape routes. Let's go in, Dulio ordered. Bravo Castle Monarch. Monarch's main facility was in chaos. Hundreds of alarms were blaring and everyone was running hurriedly through the corridors. Amdra. Chen. What's happening? We're on high alert. The diacoustics of the Monster 0 this. The doctor looked at the screen on the table, going into shock. Call Serizawa. Now. Immediately. Back at Monarch Base 32. Through the main door inside the base, the Hyoudou brothers entered. The 3 brothers gazed in awe at the bright blue light. They began walking through the large laboratory, captivated by the colors. Hey, look at that. Ryu pointed to what was in front of them. Wow. What is that thing? Indeed, the Hyoudou brothers were witnessing the enormous golden beast resting in its icy tomb. All 3 were awestruck by the magnificent sight before them. It looks fascinating. Is it a titan? I don't think so, it looks more like a dragon. Hump. Hump. What is that noise? It sounds like they hear the noise again. The beating of a heart. Crack. The ice that contained the beast begins to slowly break apart. This scares me, Issei said. Yes, me too, Itsuki said. The atmosphere was becoming tense until Ryu spoke. Hey. Look there. Ryu pointed to the large staircase where the group of terrorists was making their escape. Let's go. The 3 of them sprout their demon wings and fly in his direction. The 3 brothers land right in the path of the terrorists. I disappear. I can't even finish, since Ryu had bent his weapon. The three of them stared at the terrorists for a second until Izumi said. "You're Dr. Emma Russell, right? It's good that we found you, we're here to rescue you." The doctor looked at them doubtfully. "Don't worry, we're here to save you and your daughter." Dr. Russell watched them for a few moments. "Why, you are the pillars of the factions and the brothers of young Issei. Do you know our brother?" Itsuki asked. At that moment, Dr. Russell recalled the words Dr. Serizawa had said months ago. He is the one destined to lead the battle for the planet. The true alpha of the Titans. The heir to the throne. The true and only king. Issei, son of desGhidorah, the king of monsters and king of darkness. What memories of chapter 5, I still remember it. Right now the last thing I need is for him to come back, but it's inevitable, the doctor thought to herself. Dr. Russell turned back to look at the leg with claws that was frozen beside her. It will be more than 3,000 years before the king's son returns. I have nothing to worry about. After a few minutes of silence, the doctor spoke again. You are heroes, good people, you don't deserve to suffer what I'm about to do, the doctor said, confusing everyone. Emma bends down and picks up a small switch that was on the floor. The heartbeats of the beast continued to be heard. Only when your brother returns, please tell him that what I'm going to do is for my son and that he should please have mercy on me, she said, on the verge of tears. What are you talking about, miss? What do you mean by when your brother returns? The terrorist leader looked at Emma with a cold expression. Emma, on the other hand, remained silent for a few seconds, then raised her hand with the switch. The brothers turned back to look, confused, at the gigantic claws that were frozen. He raised his head and said. Run. Track. Hey. What did he do? The explosion was heard and the ice broke. Hundreds of pieces of ice of all sizes began to fall. Quick, let's go. Emma and Madison, along with the terrorists, started running and got into an elevator. The brothers jointly created a barrier to avoid getting hurt. The place is collapsing, we have to get out of here. The three brothers gathered their magic and created a teleportation circle. The place was collapsing. Giant chunks of ice were destroying everything they touched. Amid all the noise and chaos, a roar took hold of the winds. Brah! A high-pitched shriek filled everyone's ears. The Hyoudou brothers appeared outside the facility and watched in astonishment as the place collapsed, leaving nothing behind. Vast cracks opened in the frigid Antarctic soil. As everything crumbled, a golden glow shone through the fissures. Once again, a magnificent sound took hold of the wind. All the elite soldiers guarding the place were watching all this in shock. And without anyone noticing, the terrorists' escape helicopter was already in the air. All the terrorists were seated. Emma held the orca in her arms, lit and ready to be activated. The terrorist leader turned to look at Emma and with intense eyes said. What are you waiting for? Wake him up. Issei. Emma stood up and pressed a button on the orca's screen. Amidst the collapse, an immense amount of golden energy was released. A gigantic shockwave of golden energy, taking the form of a sphere, shot out in an explosion. Meeting room, Washington, D.C. All the leaders present at the meeting went into shock. What is that aura? Gabriel asked, frightened. I can't believe it. What's happening? All the leaders from all mythologies who were discussing the recent events with the Titans were terrified by what they felt. Dimensional gap. In the dark sky of the dimensional rift, the dragon god of infinity, Office Ouroboros, abruptly rose from where she had been relaxing and asked herself. What is that? It feels strange. Mara Island, Mexico. The golden shockwave swept over Mara Island. Just like in the rest of the world, a sinister and terrifying aura of death gripped everyone. People were frightened by the immense pressure exerted by that presence. But then, the volcano on Mara Island began to show signs of activity and an earthquake shook the entire island. Temple of the Moth. Outside the beautiful, secluded Moth Temple, night and stars reigned over the jungle landscape. Fireflies danced in the grass. Animals played in the forest. This was the only place in the entire world where the immense aura of death that terrified everyone could not be felt. But all this was possible thanks to the intervention of a certain creature. Perched atop its pyramid-shaped temple, a creature that shone like the moon itself had its pink wings spread. Its light and beauty were such that all the creatures of the forest adored it. As the creature stared at the ground, a soft, feminine voice was heard. Indeed, the prophecy was wrong. Ghidorah has already awakened. Somewhere in the world, deep in the sea or elsewhere, there was a gigantic temple with statues of a humanoid, dinosaur-like creature. There were ancient artifacts, drawings, and sculptures of the same creature, but fighting side by side with a three-headed black dragon against a golden one. Further away, a giant beast with black scales could be seen sleeping. Lava was falling all around it, and more statues could be seen, like a temple. The Titan senses the golden wave passing through his home and opens his eyes, glowing blue, and roars. Han Issei Azazel. At the Hyoudou residence, in the main hall, Issei and Azazel continued their conversation. Well, Chico, I think it's time we went. Ah, that's right, but what exactly is on that island, Azazel-sensei? The only thing I can tell you, kid, is that you won't be the same person when we get there. Kuoh, I don't understand. You'll understand soon. At the feet of Azazel and Issei, a magic circle formed. But before they were both transported, Azazel spoke in their thoughts. I just hope this doesn't get out of control. Above all, we need you back, Issei-sama. Antarctica Monarch Base 32. The atmosphere was quiet. After the series of tremors and the collapse of the base, an immense crater had formed. Inside, there was nothing but dark fog. Everyone watched in amazement as a long thick tail of sharp spines began to emerge from within. The moment the spines unfurled, the sound of rattles chilled everyone's blood. Through the open hatch of the helicopter, the eco-terrorist leader, Alan Jonah, was witnessing the event and began to speak in his thoughts. I wonder, what would you think of this, Rizavum? Right. Everyone heard a deep growl coming from the crater. You had your famous organization Klepeth. Golden rays began to form in the dark clouds. You were always talking about conquering other worlds, boasting that you had the evil dragons on your side. Everyone began to feel an impending pressure, accompanied by an unpleasant sensation. My goal was never to conquer other worlds. How could a group of human terrorists ever achieve that? From the icy gloom, a golden dragon's head with a long neck appeared. The beast had red eyes, and a golden aura surrounded it. You said that with 666 you would achieve your goals, but you died in a pathetic way, surrendering your useless soul to awaken it. Everyone went into shock as a second head, similar to the first, had emerged from the crater. I wish you were here. Both heads looked down into the crater, watching as the dark fog began to rise. And that you would see me achieve what you never achieved. Everyone was in shock. The soldiers and the Hyoudou brothers began to hyperventilate at the sight before them. DT3 heads. Alan Jonah's gaze hardened. Now the only thing I can say at this moment is. Everyone watched in amazement as the beast re-emerged. Long live the king. Brah. End of chapter. Chapter 16. The Golden Death. If for some reason you received this notification before, it's just to clarify that I published another chapter before this one. Okay, I'll shut up now and enjoy. In the previous chapter. Everyone was in shock. The soldiers and the Hyoudou brothers began to hyperventilate at the sight before them. DT3 heads. Alan Jonah's gaze hardened. Now the only thing I can say at this moment is. Everyone watched in amazement as the beast re-emerged. Long live the king. Ooh. Antarctica. Ooh. The three-headed beast roared into the sky. The terrorists, along with Emma and Madison, were witnessing the monster from the safety of their helicopter. Alan Jonah looked on with fascination at what he had achieved. That thing. Is it a Hydra? No, it's King Ghidorah. Emma answered the terrorist's question sharply. Mom, are you planning to leave them there? Don't you realize they're going to die? Emma remained silent. She didn't have the courage to answer her daughter. Hyoudou brothers. The atmosphere was tense and oppressive. The monster's aura made breathing and movement difficult. Fallen angels and demons watched the gigantic beast with awe and terror. The fear was clearly visible on their faces. They were all looking at the monster, while feeling a sense of danger taking over their bodies. Right. The main head under his gaze. This thing. Raya. The right head gave a powerful roar into the dark sky, filled with thunder and lightning. Bravo. The beast raised one of its wings, destroying part of the canyon it was in. The resurrection of the King of Terror was complete. The monster began to move its enormous body, and when everyone realized what was happening, it raised its wings high. Ooh. Accompanied by its roar, an earthquake struck. The monster's roar was so powerful that it made the entire place shake. Hundreds of chunks of ice of all sizes began to fall to the ground, raining down from the creature's immense wings. The middle head looked at all the soldiers, simply watching as they all began to run for their lives. Ryu, Itsuki, and Izumi ran at full speed. They all turned to look behind them, becoming astonished when they saw the three heads give a grotesque and terrifying shriek. Quick, get away. We can't face this thing. Joker Dulio exclaimed in despair. We have to retreat. This place is not safe. Itsuki and Izumi also showed their terror. What are you talking about? We can't leave. That. Respected elite soldiers refused to retreat. Their honor wouldn't allow it. We cannot go back. We've faced much worse. Brah. The monster roared again. The vast majority of demons, fallen angels, and human soldiers faced the beast. Attack. All the demons and fallen angels began to unleash their magical attacks. Likewise, the military began firing at the beast. Good. The left head under his gaze, observing with curiosity how the soldiers. Everyone went into complete shock. They realized it too late. Their attempts to attack the Titan had been completely useless. They're not doing anything to him. Brah. The three heads lowered their gaze and looked at the soldiers. Heaven looked at them curiously, Nai regarded them as if they were mere flies, and Issei observed them with arrogance and superiority. The three glanced at each other, then turned their gaze to the soldiers. Issei formed what resembled a smile. Nai adopted a sadistic expression as he bared his long fangs. And Kevin simply watched them with a placid expression. The sound of bells filled the air. Everyone remained silent, watching as the Titan's eyes and neck glowed gold. Nothing could be heard but the thunder and lightning of the storm. And at that moment. Oh, sh. Ryu. The beast spat out three incandescent golden rays. Ryu, Itsuki, Izumi, Dulio, and all the remaining soldiers created countless magic circles for protection. The intensity of the shockwave emitted by the lightning destroyed their magic circles one by one. Ryu Hyoudou. I couldn't believe this, it felt similar to Trihexa, they're so similar. No, this is even worse. I turned my gaze away. I could see how the magic circles of my brothers and companions were breaking with nothing more than the force of their auras. This astonished me. I looked ahead, but the intense golden light and strong winds prevented me from seeing what was happening. I could only watch as the magic circles I had formed were destroyed one by one after the other. This is terrible. I can hear my comrades' screams being mercilessly silenced. Suddenly, everything stopped. The golden light and strong wind stopped. I deactivated my protection spell and then looked ahead. Nothing. There was nothing left. All my eyes could see was the immense burning crater. The charred remains of the soldiers who had faced the beast were scattered everywhere. Then I saw them. The three heads of this thing began to sniff and play with what had once been their battle companions. Was this just a game to them? Brarg. Their heads began to interact. If I had to describe their attitude, it would be that of three immature siblings. Bright-eyed. The monster perched on its two colossal wings and began walking in our direction. Let's go. My brother Itsuki said, and I couldn't agree more. They all spread their wings and we began to fly as fast as we could, but… Ugh. What is this? For some reason I don't know, we all end up falling to the cold ground. Why can't we move? Izumi shared my doubt. I looked behind me and I immediately realized. The immense and heavy aura emanating from this Titan made it impossible for us to move. Its mere presence generated such pressure that none of us could move a single part of our bodies. And no can't. The helicopter. Izumi pointed to an abandoned cargo helicopter in the middle of it all. That would be enough for us all to get inside. We couldn't move, so Dulio simply drew a magic circle to transport us inside. It seems his magic reserves are severely depleted. Izumi immediately put up a barrier and the immense pressure stopped. I looked out the window and watched as that infernal monster headed towards us. He's coming this way. What do we do now? I had no idea. At that moment, my very being made it impossible for me to make an assertive decision. We felt the helicopter move. Raya. I can confirm it. The three heads were just snooping around. Damn it, we have to do something. I speak like a soldier, as if it were nothing. Sure, as if it were that simple. What the hell can we do? Drake, do you have any ideas? Drake did not answer me. Dragon. Silence. My partner silenced me from 1 second to the next. Partner, don't you feel that? I remained silent, trying to understand what Drake was telling me, and then, I felt it. That aura, it can't be. Is it him? That's when I understood what my colleague meant. My brothers, the soldiers, and Dulio looked at me strangely. My doubts, and everyone else's, were so numerous that we didn't realize the helicopter had stopped moving. So I opened the door and got out. What do you think you're doing? Izumi questioned me, but I didn't even answer. I looked up. The monster's three heads were staring in confusion in all directions. I saw the three heads stop searching and turn their gazes to the sky. All three stared seriously at the dark sky filled with lightning. Everyone else came out and started looking in the same direction as me. I'm here. A huge curve appeared in the sky. The curve expanded so wide, large enough for the golden monster to enter. I saw the dimensional rift sky through the hole. We all watched this event in awe, but the three-headed monster eyed the portal with curiosity. We all witnessed a massive red dragon's head, adorned with a gigantic horn, emerge from the portal. At that moment, all my companions understood. The true dragon, the great dragon god of dreams, the true red dragon emperor, Great Red, had made his appearance. We were all in shock. Great Red, who hadn't appeared since his defeat in the battle at Tingwa, had shown up in the area. Vinpav. Ryu. Everyone present was watching as the two dragons stared at each other. They were so focused on this that none of them noticed who had appeared next to them. Oh, Offisan. We felt an immense aura coming from this place, so we decided to come. Office saw Ghidorah and with a look of disgust said. That monster, I don't know if calling it a dragon is appropriate, but it's too strong to face, especially me, with only half my power. Everyone listened in amazement to what Office said. Ruoir. Great Red unleashes a terrifying roar at Ghidorah. The golden hydra doesn't even flinch at the sound of it. If Great Red can't defeat him, the fate of the entire world will be in flames again, and this time there's no one capable of facing that dragon. Office exclaimed seriously. In response to what Office said, Itsuki asked. SOW, who can face this beast? I have no idea. Office responded dejectedly. Right now, we have to trust Big Red. Ghidorah's 3 heads began to emit different roars from their mouths. Everyone watched in amazement as King Ghidorah stood up on his hind legs and spread his enormous wings high, highlighting his gigantic size. Likewise, the Great Red began to emit a crimson aura that tinted the entire sky red, and his eyes began to glow. When Ghidorah raised his enormous wings, everyone watched with vigor as Great Red looked small compared to the size of the world-devouring dragon. Everyone was witnessing the start of a colossal fight. Both dragons began to move their gigantic bodies. Ghidorah began to advance toward the red dragon. The red dragon, in turn, began to fly toward Ghidorah. Although the size difference was more than clear, neither of them backed down. The 2 dragons clashed. Meeting room, Washington, D.C. All the leaders were talking about the mission in Antarctica until they felt another powerful earthquake. What, again? What's happening? Everyone was wondering the same thing. Amid the wave of questions, Sirzechs realized what was happening. That aura. Sirzechs abruptly stood up from his chair, becoming the center of everyone's attention. Sirzechs-chan, what's going on? Seraphil asked awkwardly. Sirzechs, what's wrong? Asked Maojuka. That power, it belongs to Great Red. Everyone was shocked by the revelation. What do you mean, Great Red? Mao Lucifer? I demand an explanation. Raphael spoke seriously. It seems Great Red is in the human world along with that other aura. Dr. Sarazawa simply stood up from his seat and left the room without making a sound. Then he took out his cell phone and began to speak. Commander, contact the Argo, we have to go to Antarctica. Back in Antarctica. Nothing could be seen. Nothing but 2 immense lights that shone 1,000 times brighter than the sun itself. The intense red light was struggling not to be swallowed up by the onslaught of the immense golden light. Slowly, both auras began to lose intensity. When they finally vanished, the silhouettes of the beasts could be seen amidst the fog caused by the ice. Brah. Both dragons roar at each other. Nai and Kevin bite Big Red's neck and arm, while Lichy approaches and begins to bite the side of his head. Bruire. Great Red roars in pain. Trying to withstand Ghidorah's powerful bites, Great Red begins to open his mouth and an immense and immeasurable amount of aura begins to gather in his jaw. Lichy quickly realizes this, but it was too late. The red dragon fires. An unimaginable amount of energy was released in an instant. The fire swept across the frozen expanse of Antarctic darkness. Hundreds, thousands of kilometers were engulfed by a wall of crimson fire. An earthquake began as the immense wave of fire advanced across the ice. Now, the place no longer resembled Antarctica, once known for its vast icy territory. Now, Antarctica took the form of a gigantic endless inferno of fire. At the epicenter of the explosion, King Ghidorah and Great Red stood one in front of the other. Ghidorah was stunned. He hadn't expected such an attack, and he wondered what had happened as he very slowly opened his eyes. Great Red, on the other hand, continued to look at the golden dragon with disdain. The red dragon roared again. It spread its wings and flew toward Ghidorah. In a tremendous clash, the golden beast was rammed into it. The heads regained their sight. Itchy, Nai, and Kevin bit Great Red's neck, arm, and shoulder. And as if it were a dirty rag, Ghidorah threw the dragon hundreds of meters away. Great Red fell, destroying the terrain in its path and stunned by the force of the bites. The red dragon opened his eyes and saw how Ghidorah's neck and eyes began to glow. 3 powerful lightning bolts shot from its mouth. Accompanying the lightning was a powerful wave of wind that swept across the area. All the fire in the area was extinguished. Shortly after, Great Red felt the overwhelming heat of Ghidorah's golden lightning on his chest. Great Red's skin began to melt from the intense heat of the golden beams. The dragon was dragged along by what was now dry ice. Great Red was battered by Ghidorah's lightning as he let out heart-rending roars of pain. This lasted for a few seconds, until Great Red fell down the immense cliff from which Ghidorah had previously emerged. The sound of the dragon's body connecting with the ground was heard throughout the place. Ghidorah, who was still perched atop the cliff, opened his enormous wings and began to fly. It didn't stay in the air for long, as Ghidorah landed on top of Big Red's chest. Issei, Nai, and Kevin watched with satisfaction the suffering of the red dragon. Part of Great Red's skin was completely destroyed. He had a huge gash in his chest, from which a faint crimson light shone. Issei lowered his collar and began to look at Great Red with predatory eyes. The sound of bells began to be heard. Nor does he begin to wrap his neck around Great Red's and he starts to bite its throat hard. In the same way, Kevin begins to wrap his neck around one of the dragon's arms and in the same way, he starts to bite it. Rayar. Great Red roars in pain as he feels Ghidorah's fangs sink into his skin. Nai and Kevin begin to lift Great Red's enormous body. At the same time, Ghidorah's two tails begin to coil around Great Red's legs and tail. TRUMMP. Both of them slammed Great Red against the great wall of ice in front of them. Ghidorah spreads its great wings high and kneels on its hind legs. Nai and Kevin's necks and eyes began to glow with a crimson light emanating from Great Red's body. The dragon of dragons was letting out roars of pain that could be heard across the vast ice desert. Little by little, the crimson light emanating from the wound in its chest began to fade. All of the dragon's life force was being drained from its core. While Nai and Kevin continued to drain Great Red's energy, Issei gave the dragon a devilish smile and began charging his gravity beam. The beast opened its glowing mouth, ready to end the dragon's life, but… A man's scream echoed throughout the area. A crimson silhouette emerged from the icy fog. Issei turned his gaze away, confused. And he stared at the tiny crimson silhouette for a few seconds. Dragon shot. The beam of energy was launched in Ghidorah's direction. The blast struck Issei's still open mouth. Smoke and fire engulfed Issei's entire head and half of his neck. The crimson silhouette cut through the snow, revealing the Sekiryuutei scale mail armor. Partner, I regret to inform you that at the moment we only have enough energy for the basic armor. It seems the aura of this monster is preventing us from unleashing more power. It doesn't matter, we can't let this monster kill Great Red. Otherwise, how the hell will we ever finish him off? Rai was tired. His power was being completely suppressed by Ghidorah's mere presence. Issei shook his head and gave Ryu a furious look. Rai arg. Boom. Boom. Again, other explosions were heard, but this time they were directed at Nai and Kevin, who were still biting Big Red. The two immediately uncoiled their necks and refrained from biting the dragon. Boom. 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 Ghidorah's entire body was attacked with explosions, all of which came from the attacks of the few remaining soldiers of the factions. Attack. Everyone began firing their best attacks against the Golden King. Far from the battle, Office Ouroboros remained watching everything with a slightly surprised face. This monster, how can something of this size exist? Back in the battle, everyone continued attacking Ghidorah with their best skills. The golden beast shielded itself from the explosions with one of its wings. Ryu and Itsuki fly towards Ghidorah. Both brothers begin attacking the King of Terror with magical attacks. Dodge it. Careful. Ryu. Both begin to fly at full speed around Ghidorah, narrowly dodging the attacks, charges, and bites of the three heads. Ghidorah, furious, fires his gravity rays at the brothers. Partner, dodge it. Thanks to Drake's intervention, Ryu managed to dodge one of the King of Terror's golden beams. Thank you, Doctor. Dup. Ryu was unable to finish his sentence as one of Ghidorah's tails slammed his body hard against a wall of ice. Ryu fell to the ground after being brutally struck by the beast's tail. Ugh, this. Ryu let out a groan of pain. Then he looked down and saw his torso. The young Sekiryuutei watched in horror as blood gushed from his abdomen after being struck by Ghidorah. Ham. Ryu. The sound of a footstep and the roar of the beast were heard. Ryu looked up. Fear gripped his body. The urge to leave that place and never return coursed through his veins, and it wasn't to judge himself. He was scared, in shock at seeing the King of Terror before him. King Ghidorah's three heads glared at him with disdain, as if he were a mere fly. Under Ghidorah's piercing gaze, Ryu felt utterly useless. The dragon's mere aura filled him with the deepest fear. Compared to the monster before him, evil dragons were nothing but cheap toys. The three of them lowered their gaze. They stared at Ryu for a few moments, and their eyes began to glow. Ryu. The beast raised its wings. Its long necks began to emit a chilling golden light. Ryu, you're a real piece of work. Bani-san. Itsuki and Izumi were screaming desperately for their brother. Ghidorah stood up on its large legs, while the red glow of its eyes grew more intense. Brah. Issei gave the order to fire. Suddenly, something interrupted the Titan's firing. All the soldiers and the brothers turned their gaze away. Behind Ghidorah, a brilliant crimson light broke through the darkness. A light that stood out against the gloom of the icy desert. Office, who was still witnessing everything from afar, said with words of surprise. You no longer have the power, are you really going to do it? Everyone was staring in amazement at the dazzling light. Ghidorah, who had his back turned around to see what was happening. Ryu took advantage of everyone's confusion to take out his dragon wings and fly far away into the sky. When they turned their heads, the three heads of Ghidorah were surprised by what they saw in front of them. Amidst the darkness and shards of dry ice, Great Red rose, mortally wounded. An immense amount of energy was concentrated in his mouth. His entire body glowed with an overwhelming scarlet aura. Everyone covered his blinded eyes. The mortal wound in his chest remained open, but from it emanated a white light that complemented its radiance. Great Red's eyes lit up and the aura he had gathered in his mouth increased. And, without warning, Big Red launched his attack. A massive glowing red beam shot from his mouth. King Ghidorah watched as the enormous blast hurtled toward him, astonished by its power. The three heads were in shock. After all, the attack was of such magnitude that it made the King of Terror look like a mere ant in comparison. And out of nowhere, they were struck. Visibility was zero. An immense light covered the entire Antarctic territory. Thousands of kilometers were instantly erased from the face of the earth. The soldiers of the various factions and the three Hyoudou brothers watched in awe at the immense power of that blast. The light and power of that attack were seen and felt across the globe. The damage it caused was visible even from space. On a NASA satellite. Hey, come see this. What's going on now? Why so upset? The Antarctica. What is it about Antarctica? Antarctica, it's not there. That. Indeed, from the incredible heights of outer space, half of the frozen desert, known as Antarctica, had been erased, leaving no trace of its existence. Back in the fight. Back on the battlefield, Great Red lay unconscious, utterly drained of strength. The most powerful dragon of all was utterly spent. His lifeless body lay on the shore of an endless sea. What happened? Where is the dragon? Where is the other half of Antarctica? All the soldiers were stunned and shocked by the gigantic display of power they had just witnessed. Apparently Great Red used all his strength. Drake exclaimed in sorrow upon seeing the tremendous devastation. Wait, Drake, didn't you tell me that Great Red had the power to destroy the world thousands of times over? When asked by his bearer, Drake replied. Indeed, mate, he has it, but that golden dragon absorbed a huge portion of his power, almost 91%. That's why Great Red can no longer move. Drake was interrupted by Office, who had appeared next to Ryu. So that means if it absorbed Great Red's power, the monster is still alive. Iissei questioned the verdict of both dragons. No, even though he absorbed his power, I imagine he couldn't adapt it to his body. So don't worry, he's most likely dead. Office responded hastily. The atmosphere remained awkwardly silent. But then, Office approached Ryu and pulled him by his sleeve. By the way, can you take me to Issei? I want to see him. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Oh, of course, Office-sama, we just have to go back. Office gave a small smile at that. Zoom yeah. Eh? Ryu and Drake exclaimed at the same time. Office-sama again? Office said again. Zoom yes. Office was singing the Op-I Dragon theme song, much to Ryu and Drake's embarrassment. Zoom yes. It was all after for a few moments, Itsuki was teasing his brother and Iissei was trying to hold back his laughter, but not everything was resolved. Again, the place began to shake. Ah. Hey. What's that? They all felt the terrifying aura again. As the event repeated itself, the aura of death and terror once more permeated the field. All the soldiers went into shock as they felt that unpleasant sensation again. Ryu. The roar of the beast was heard again. No, it could be perhaps. Is he still alive? And to their fascination and horror, the golden dragon appeared flying out of the waters. Ryu. The electrical storm that had previously calmed down had returned and now it was much more powerful. Ghidorah landed on the edge of the ice, completely unharmed. The three-headed devil now exuded an aura 1,000 times more aggressive. Needless to say, the beast was furious. Issei let out a roar filled with rage. The powerful blow he had just felt had completely out of control. Thank you. The king saw Great Red lying on the ice, completely defenseless, and as an act of pure evil, instead of killing him directly, he began to walk towards him, stalking him, with the intention of ending his existence now and forever. The soldiers and the brothers watched this helplessly. They no longer had any strength left to fight, but in the distance, Ryu observed something that left him in shock. Ghidorah stood before the unconscious Great Red, looking like a lion about to end the life of a miserable gazelle. The golden demon raised his colossal wings, and his neck and eyes began to emit that sinister golden light. All was lost. There was no one left to stop the bloodbath that was about to unfold. The Hyoudou brothers had already surrendered, having learned that they could not face the three-headed beast. The King of Terror opened his mouth, there was nothing left to do or was there. Boom. Boom. Brah. And as if by a miracle, from among the clouds and lightning, a battalion of more than 100 angels accompanied by fighter jets showed their presence. All the angels, including the fighter jets, began firing at Ghidorah. Brah. Nye and Kevin roared at their attackers. Issei, on the other hand, just stared at them with a blank expression. The fighter jets and sky soldiers continued their assault on the golden dragon. Beams of light and missile explosions surrounded the three-headed beast's body. Behind the clouds, accompanying the soldiers, a giant flat-shaped ship with powerful thrusters at the rear was visible in the dark sky. Note: this is the Argojet from the movie Godzilla King of the Monsters. The ship began firing missiles that struck Ghidorah's skin. The Titan, though unharmed, would not allow inferior beings to attack him. But someone else arrived because the ground shook violently and from the ice emerged none other than Clark, Godzilla's son and king of the monsters, ready to fight Ghidorah. It must be said that everyone was shocked, especially Dr. Serizawa, since he and the others hadn't been able to find Godzilla anywhere and now they had him right in front of their eyes, but now he was 120 meters tall. Nye and Kevin looked at him and at the same time, their long necks began to emit their characteristic golden light, but… Brah. Issei roared at them both. Nye and Kevin exchanged confused glances. Then, they turned back to look at Issei, doubt in their eyes. Rar. We're leaving. Issei spoke in a deep calm voice. Ghidorah's two side heads looked at each other in surprise. That? Because? They both asked, surprised. Let's not waste time, we're not going. With Nye and Kevin still harboring their doubts, the Golden King raised his enormous wings and with a sudden movement, the monster began to fly. All the soldiers were amazed by this. He's running away. Let's go for it. The soldiers from the sky were about to go and chase the monster, but they were interrupted. Stop. The desperate voice interrupted them. The angels turned around, confused. Don't go, it's not an enemy we can face. This was said by Michael's Joker, Dulio Gesualdo. Braaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaa The final roar from the monster was heard and when everyone realized it, the King of Terror had vanished into his own storm. Godzilla enters the water and only his dorsal plates could be seen on the surface until they disappeared, but he still followed the Golden Death. End of chapter. Chapter 17. It's been so long. Era post-kaiju. It was all over, wasn't it? Following the attack, the number of injured has exceeded 21.7 million. However, the number of casualties is said to be even higher. We do not know the exact number, but Japanese emergency forces have given an estimate of more than 40,489,312 casualties. These beasts. The Japanese people are devastated. It is estimated that more than 32% of the country's inhabitants were massacred. I still don't know what the hell happened. Hundreds of civilians around the world, especially in Japan, have decided to leave their countries with the excuse that it has become too dangerous to live in cities while heartless titans are loose on the earth. Luckily, my whole family is safe. The Sky faction has confirmed the deaths of two of its leaders. Despite their formidable power, they were unable to withstand the injuries inflicted by the Titans' attack the previous night. We were all afraid. The three major factions and Monarch have refused to give the media any information about the events. We don't know what's happening. The Pentagon has declared a global alert. They have also stated that the trail of the Titans that attacked Tokyo has been lost. What are they really? The UN has ordered all countries to immediately evacuate urban areas where large numbers of Titans are believed to be hibernating. What was that thing? The few survivors describe it as a three-headed golden dragon. And above all, Monarch has named the Titan that attacked Tokyo Titanus Ghidorah. No. The low-resolution image of the battle in Tokyo has been leaked. However, the appearance of both beasts can be clearly distinguished. Who was that Titan? Beep. Beep. Hospital Serafol Inframundo. The monitor's characteristic sound could be heard perfectly. Covered in bandages and hooked up to a rehabilitation bed, a young woman with straight lilac-colored hair was in a precarious situation. Facing her, a head of brown hair and blue eyes, filled with anguish and nervousness, peered out slightly above her. His body was also covered in wounds, he had scratches on his face, and blood ran down his left arm. Then, a small hand rested on the young woman's cheek. I'm an idiot, I couldn't do anything. But. What happened? Simple. We have to go back to less than 1 day ago. Unknown location 3 hours after the resurrection of King Ghidorah. We can see Dr. Emma Russell looking at a small screen on a monitor. The woman was in a solitary room, completely lost in thought. This strange storm was recently detected in the South Pacific. It is exhibiting unusual behavior. Satellite radiograms are detecting a gigantic moving mass within it. We have no information about its mysterious appearance. Cities that may be affected are currently being evacuated. Australia is most likely to bear the brunt of it. The news reporter spoke very cautiously. Dr. Russell looked at him with an uncertain expression. Dr. Russell. At the door of the room, the second person responsible for the future hell that was about to happen, Alan Jonah, had appeared. Emma looked at him indifferently. Isn't it wonderful? Thanks to this new alpha, we will finally achieve our goal of returning Earth to what it once was. He spoke proudly. No. I don't think so. Are you sure this is the right thing to do? Of course I am. He'd better not regret this now. The doctor remained silent. Well, how about we begin the second phase of our plan? Of course. Which titan do you want me to awaken now? Yamada no Urachi? Silas? Quetzalcoatl? Or do you want me to awaken some other alpha? For now, none of them better. We have to make the governments, the factions, and the monarchs see what this King Ghidorah is capable of. When I heard that, Emma took the orca out of her briefcase and turned it on. A yellow line appeared in the middle of the screen. Are there any important locations for the alliance of factions in the human world, Doctor? That would be Japan. HMPH, then begin. Emma then pressed the button. A strange sound began to be emitted. There you go, Jonah. He's heading that way. Perfect. A wicked smile formed on his face. After all. Nobody would expect it. In the midst of the dark storm, a gigantic silhouette appeared. With its colossal wings, it swept away all the clouds around it. If they said it, who would believe it? Golden rays surrounded him. But a creature. Blood-red eyes lit up amidst the black clouds. A being from another world. The creature opened its mouths. An evil, cruel, and bloodthirsty beast. He raised his wings. The false king. And he roared to the sky. It would bring so much misfortune to this rough and ephemeral world. The invading King Ghidorah was prepared to begin a genocide. Starting today. Everyone will praise him. The world will know him. His rule will never fall. And the King of Terror will steal a new throne. And the fifth angel sounded his trumpet. And I saw a star that had fallen from the sky to the earth. He opened the door of the bottomless pit and smoke rose from it like smoke from a great forge, and the sun and air were darkened. Revelation 9:122. Infant Island 3 hours after Ghidorah awakens. Welcome back, Issei-chan. In the small fields of Infante Island, a small young boy with gray-tinted hair sat on the bank of a stream. His mind was thoughtful and focused. If I told you that titan in front of you fought against the false king who tried to oppress the inhabitants of this world, tell me, what would you say, Issei? The moth's words were present, fresh in his memory. I would say that I am not capable of doing something like that. The young man spoke to himself. The only ones who heard his words were the small moths flying around him, or so he thought. Incorrect answer. What? A second voice interrupted his thoughts. When Issei turned to look up, a gigantic shadow blocked his view of the ground. A brilliant white light illuminated the skies. What appeared to be an angel with immense wings landed gracefully on the ground. And the light faded away. And a huge moth with blue wings and white fur stood in front of him with firmness and grace. You. Hello, Issei. Why are you so pensive? The moth asked calmly. Well, Miss Mothra. You can call me Hikari, Issei. I told you that a long time ago. I'm sorry sometimes I'm a bit silly, he said, scratching his head. The atmosphere remained silent for a few moments. Regarding your question, I'm pondering what you told me. About the story of the titan over there. Issei spoke, pointing to the gigantic body of the desGhidorah lying in the middle of the temple. HMPH, you were thinking about what I told you, weren't you? Issei just nodded. And tell me, what do you think about that? The moth moved closer to Issei, now shielding his small body from the island sun. I think it's rather strange. Mothra just stared at him. I mean, did that titan really sacrifice so much to save his rulers? Please forgive me if I offend you, but it seems too odd to me. I see. It seems you're still unable to understand it, aren't you? What do you mean? When I first met him, he was full of gentleness. My daughter, in her past, found him unbearable and then refused to leave his side. This titan you see there is someone remembered by all as our savior. He fought and opposed the invaders, sacrificing what little sanity he had left to achieve this. When the king died before the invaders' power, he had to take on the enemy. He fought against them and lost. Thanks to his sacrifice, the planet was able to continue, but it was never the same world of beings again. Mothra stared at Issei for a few moments. Then, she let out a small laugh. Issei was confused when he heard her laugh. It's nothing, it's just the old, you would have believed it for sure. Mothra remained silent for a few moments. Who would have thought it? Just like so many years ago, Issei, you're identical to your father, just as cautious and reserved. Issei stared at Mothra with bewilderment in his eyes. Anaki, desGhidorah, I just hope you can return to see your little one soon. Mothra watched as Issei looked at her with round, confused eyes. He's still just as ruthless. Boy Issei. Yes. I didn't tell you before, but there's someone who's dying to see you. Issei's eyes filled with doubt. Say hello to her for me. I haven't seen her in ages. Mothra brought one of her front claws close to Issei's forehead. Her claw emitted a faint white glow. But who is it? There was no response. And everything went black. And he opened his eyes. What? Where am I? He didn't know what was happening. An underwater environment was all he could see. For some reason he didn't understand, he was surrounded by an immense amount of water and sea rocks. Sunlight barely reached him. In front of him, one could see about a dozen underwater volcanoes. Issei remained still, his voice fading in an instant. The darkness and gloom of the place filled him with bewilderment and profound doubt. Where was he? That was the question that coursed through his body. He had been in a situation like this before. He remembered the time he had that terrifying dream where two titans of almost infinite power clashed in a bloody battle, Ghidorah and desGhidorah. For some strange reason, he was feeling the same sensation as that moment. Confusion, but also a sense of certainty. The memory was still fresh in his mind and he only began to wonder if, at that moment, he would have those strange dreams again that had been tormenting him for several months. Issei continued in his sea of thoughts. It seemed that the confusion of the moment made him completely oblivious to the outside world, or so he thought. As Issei continued lost in thought, a warm sensation suddenly enveloped him. A gentle, warm touch had been placed on his right shoulder. The boy was completely confused. The sensation gave him a very familiar sense of déjà vu. Yufufu, my little one. Come on, turn around. It's me. Oh? The gentle touch enveloped his shoulder and a warm sensation spread throughout his body. Issei glanced slightly away. For some unknown reason, a flood of tears welled up in his eyes. Then, without even realizing it, he uttered words that left him speechless. Oh Oka-san. Suddenly, his heart began to race. His lips trembled like jelly. Tears welled in his eyes, making him feel dizzy. When Issei turned around, he saw a beautiful woman with brown hair and golden eyes standing before him. The woman was touching Issei's shoulder with her hand and he greeted her with a beautiful smile on his lovely face. Issei's heart was racing. A sharp pain like a knife pierced his chest, but it wasn't from physical pain. Seeing that beautiful woman in front of him stirred a sea of conflicting emotions. The woman gazed at Issei with an intense stare. Her eyes pierced his pupils. The bitterness in his heart vanished like sand in the sea. Issei couldn't say anything. The warmth of the situation prevented him from uttering a single word. Then, with a delicate and beautiful voice, the woman spoke in a soft and loving tone. What's wrong, my little one? Aren't you going to say anything? Tokyo, Japan. The atmosphere was somber and oppressive. Dozens of soldiers were assisting in the evacuation of civilians from the city streets. News of a fierce storm heading toward the city center spread like wildfire. People boarded the helicopters, which then took off, giving way to the next group of refugees. So far, only 2 million of the city's 9.273 million inhabitants have been evacuated. It was a given that there wouldn't be enough time to evacuate everyone. I think this OST fits quite well. Look. What's that? Everyone looked up at the sky. Men, women, children and the elderly stood waiting expectantly at the swirling black clouds forming above them. The sky and the sun were obscured. In a few seconds, the black clouds had devoured the blue sky. Now, the entire city was in darkness. They didn't have to wait long to see a golden light emerge from within the clouds. Boom. The golden lightning bolt had struck in the middle of the street. The charred remains of the unfortunate victims, devoured by the light, were on full display for all to see. Boom. Boom. No one saw it coming. However, more and more golden rays began to fall on the streets and buildings. Siron. Out of fear and terror, everyone began to flee. Boom. The golden rays continued to fall, killing more and more people. The black color of the clouds was now a deep golden color. Then, a huge shadow appeared in the sky. At the point where the golden rays converged, a majestic, yet sinister, creature emerged, breaking through the clouds. A muffled sound, accompanied by a powerful tremor, shook the city's core as it collapsed. Amid the devastation, a high-pitched roar was heard. Raiauu. They all stopped running just to turn around and see the beast. Through the black smoke, a colossal silhouette appeared. The atmosphere had become silent and heavy. The golden rays that had been falling to the ground had ceased. No one spoke, no one said anything, but their survival instinct told them they had to escape from there now. From the black smoke, 2 red dots appeared. From the same place, a long golden neck and a great dragon's head rose into the air. No one dared utter a word. The fear the creature instilled was a nightmarish sensation. However, no one expected what was about to happen next. Other red eyes broke through the smoke and a second head appeared before everyone. Both heads gazed at the sky until a growl stopped them. That's right, from the depths of darkness, a third head appeared. And they had hair like women's hair. And their teeth were like lions' teeth. Revelation 9:8. The Titan roared, the golden beast's roar echoed through the night sky. Once again, an endless rain of golden lightning began to defile the ground. Everyone started running in desperation. The helicopters carrying refugees took off, leaving the rest of the people to their fate. "Don't leave us." They all shouted, pleading, but it was too late. The soldiers drew their weapons and faced the beast. They all fired their weapons at Ghidorah. And they had breastplates like iron. And the sound of their wings was like the sound of chariots with many horses rushing into battle. Revelation 9:9. The three heads watched the soldiers' vague attempt to stop him. Nye and Kevin looked at Issei. He, on the other hand, just watched as the civilians escaped as if they were insignificant beings. "We have to do what we always do," Issei said calmly. Ghidorah landed on its wings and raised its enormous body. Smoke obscured its silhouette, leaving only its neck visible. And they had tails like scorpions, and in their tails they had stings. And their power was to harm men for 5 months. Revelation 9:10. Everyone was running in terror. The military was firing at the beast, and helicopters carrying civilians were flying away at high speed. Then, everyone heard a deep, faint voice. "Human beings." 3 diabolical smiles took hold of their heads. "Kneel before me." Her eyes shone. "And may they die." And they end up shooting their rays at everyone. And they worship the dragon, because he had given authority to the beast. And they worship the beast, saying, "Who is like the beast, and who is able to make war with it?" Revelation 13:4. The ancient legends, lost through the centuries, were heard once more. The cry of death will again be heard by the ears of men. The whole world will rejoice in the infinite power of God. The Golden King will slay the sinners who refuse to praise him. The Golden God will grant us eternal death. End of chapter. Chapter 18. Japan under the terror of the monster chaotic disaster. What are you saying, Wani-sama? A small, delicate voice was heard from within the walls of the glamorous temple. "That's what I said, little one. It's a very dangerous business. You can't come with me." Surrounded by crystal clear water, a voice with an older tone replied. But it's too dangerous for you to go." At first, she didn't want to accept it. She knew perfectly well what was happening, but. "Please, it's very dangerous." Without realizing it, she was interrupted. A soft and delicate touch ran through her blue hair, passing her fingers through her curls and ending with her tips. The girl then looked up and saw the person in front of her. "Please. I have to go. The longer I stay here, the more people are suffering." He couldn't see her clearly. All his blue eyes saw was a mesmerizing white light that spread across her body and made her hair stand on end. The hands of that figure extended over the girl's hips and adjusted, making her rest against its chest. "You know perfectly well that I would never dare to leave you, but it is my duty to go, especially now." The little girl hugged her. With her stuffed rabbit around her waist, the little girl clung to the girl. "Is there anything I can do?" the girl asked hopefully. "I'm sorry. The best thing you can do now is stay and take care of the temple. Do you promise me that you will return?" There was no response for a few moments. When the girl was about to burst into tears, the girl answered. I promise you, I promise you." He answered with a lot of doubt, then switched to security. "I promise I'll come back to you, Miku-chan, Miku-chan." "Thank you, Iri Wani-sama." Japan under the terror of the monster. Soundtrack Ghidorah theme Godzilla. King of the monsters. Japan Tokyo beginning of the post-kaiju era. How you have fallen from heaven, O morning star, son of the golden dawn. You were cut down by the earth, you who devoured civilizations. So much so that in your heart you said, "I will ascend to the heavens. I will raise my throne above the stars of God. I will rule from the far north, on the Mount of Assembly. I will ascend above the tops of the highest clouds. I, Ghidorah, will be like the Most High." Oh, Ghidorah, golden star, the time has come to accomplish that feat. Destroy the world created by Godzilla. Take his throne. And in that way, you will be able to be like him. What can be said about these words, about this situation? The only answer to this question is that the end times have begun. Enormous wings emerged from the black smoke. Japan was in mourning. The power of this being transcended all belief. A spark. A small red light spread across the ground, forming thick flames. The Titan roared through the reddish smoke, making clear its superiority, its greatness, its rule over this world. The golden light enveloped him, covering his body and placing him above everything. The golden beast began to split his body. The beast's eyes grew to the level of the mortals he was punishing. The dark nebula obscured the light of the sky. The power and image of the false king, Ghidorah, were hidden from the sight of the mortal beings who still ran through the streets. The gigantic beast that was wiping out the Japanese people descended to the foundations of ruin. Amidst the dark and gloomy smoke, the human figures of 3 men were seen by the innocent who, terrified, ran through the streets of their city unaware that today would be the last day they would spend on Earth. HMNP. One of the figures raised its arm and from it particles of golden light and tiny electrical rays were scattered and were fired. An immense light blinded the people. A golden beam of pure energy was unleashed from the palm of his hand. Smoke and red fire rained once more. The impact of his attack disintegrated and exterminated all those who, in desperation, tried to save their lives and refused to face the beast. The air rustled through her clothing. The wings of the first figure rose from the darkness to the tips of the flames. The man perched atop the ruins broke into a smile and exclaimed. Finally, haha, it was about time to go out. He spoke laughing heartily at the sight of thousands of incinerated bodies. It's been a long time since we did this. Being in that icy abyss is tiring, said the second one, moving his 2 long, serpentine tails. Yes, but how long were we there? I mean from one day to the next, a civilization settled here. After his lackey spoke, the alpha of the 3 brothers spoke. Alright, be quiet, this isn't the time for that. We need to rid our new world of this plague. With a sinister smile, the being devoid of empathy flapped its wings and flew to the heights of the infinite darkness of the sky. His companions accompanied him. The second black figure with golden edges extended its arm. And then, it began to recite a strange and unintelligible chant. Odai satai han I harafu I shiki shiki sokuzi kusokuzi kokuchu mu shiki muju sojayo. After his spell, a scale of golden magic circles appeared in the dark skies. The colossal blast of golden energy shot from the palm of his hand. The sound and weight of death fell upon those unfortunate souls who stood in its path. Death spread through the ruins. The screams of torment blossomed in the grief of the dead who were vilely exterminated. HMPH repulsive creatures, they make me sick. Their master has arrived to hunt them down. Issei sneered over the cremated remains of the people. His red eyes reflected a sinister gleam of hatred and contempt for their tormented souls, whom he considered despicable creatures. And what do we do now? Nai asked. Issei closed his eyes and in a dry, redundant voice replied. Extermination. Upon hearing such a word, Nai mocked and smiled with a sinister reddish gleam in his eyes. You then? He neither raised his arm nor extended his fingers. You let me have a little fun, right? There was no time to react. And a golden burst of dark aura shot into the sky. Nai harafu I shiki shiki sokuzi kusokuzi. The spell. A somber voice escaped his lips. And the black clouds that ruled the sky burst into flames. Red and black ashes rained down to earth and a shower of lightning and golden fire began to descend from the sky to the world of humans. Everything was destroyed, streets, houses, forests, and the largest buildings were incinerated. Everything around Ghidorah was ablaze. The cries and pleas of the innocent were drowned out as the fire spread. In the midst of the extermination, atop a still intact skyscraper, Issei, Nai, and Kevin watched the devastation caused by their actions. Muffled explosions were clearly visible in the landscape of death. Nai and Kevin fired golden beams into the distance. People fled through the streets like cockroaches. Men, women, and the elderly were devoured by the flames. He didn't even extend his arm and a golden cross-shaped beam of light shot out into the distance. An immense explosion of white light rained over the red landscape that ruled Ghidorah. In the midst of the extermination, in the midst of the terrible genocidal act that was being unleashed, Issei showed the world his smile. A vile smile, full of murderous instinct, spread across his face. He raised his gaze above everything and everyone. He opened his arms and spread his wings, appreciating his world. A new world of death and desolation. The world of Ghidorah. HMNP, and to think it took me so long to get this. The attacks didn't stop. Neither did Kevin. Fire and golden lightning reigned supreme. And above them all, Ghidorah reigned. Heavens, Ghidorah, our greatest rival, how is your filthy body rotting in your tomb? Kevin raised both his arms and an enormous amount of aura gathered in them. Seeing this, it just makes me feel sorry for you. Kevin launched his attack and a colossal light engulfed the streets. In the distant landscape, entire forests were incinerated. Issei opened his eyes, which gazed in awe at the devastation of Tokyo. As people burned and screamed in the flames on the ground, Issei raised his arms and surveyed his new kingdom with awe. Now I finally have what I want. In the palm of his hands, a golden light began to take shape. Titans. An immense amount of aura had gathered in his hands. The storm clouds parted and a gigantic golden star appeared in the sky. Its power brought gods and saints who dared to confront it to their knees. Mortals. The clouds embraced the enormous star. High within the dark clouds, the power of a beast is unleashed. Pulse gods. And a dark tornado-shaped nebula descended. Everyone kneel. And the whole sky darkened. Old Armageddon. And die. And the darkness of death fell upon the earth. The third angel sounded his trumpet and a great star, like a globe of fire, fell from the sky to the earth. It fell on a third of the rivers and on the springs of water. The name of the star was Wormwood. A third of the waters turned bitter, and many people died from the waters that had become bitter. Revelation 8:10-11. Argo yet monarch. Everything was chaos, that much was clear. Nobody knew what was going on. Far from all the events that are hitting the country of Japan with divine force, amidst the black clouds of the beastly storm that is attacking the world, the main ship of the monarch organization was dodging the lightning that was attacking it. Inside the ship, everyone was uneasy. A situation never before witnessed by humanity was overwhelming and disturbing them. Inside this, in the command room, you can see a person pressing their arms tightly against the table. The man watched on television all the destruction ravaging Tokyo. Horror was etched on his face. Was this what would have happened if they hadn't managed to contain Trihexa in Japan? It was a question that gnawed at him. The room was bathed in white light. Explosions of light and fire caused buildings and streets to explode, leaving them filled with rubble. Then, the camera's view was obscured by smoke, and amidst the red ashes falling to the ground, the beast made its presence known. The monster spat and exhaled its rays mercilessly, destroying everything in its path. It left no survivors with each fiery horde that swept through the city. He could see and feel the horror of his brothers and compatriots. People ran in terror as the beast tore them apart. Suddenly, the camera was engulfed in flames. Nothing could be seen anymore. Then the door opened. Ryu turned his head in instinctive fear. The sound of footsteps echoed in the room. It was her brother, Itsuki, whose face showed concern. Ryu, I spoke with Sirzechs and he says he needs us to go to the underworld now. However, his brother did not respond. Ryu. He didn't answer. She turned her gaze back to the screen and then spoke. For some strange reason I feel like the situation is very familiar. What? Itsuki didn't understand. She watched as her brother began to slowly walk around the room. Ryu squeezed his eyes shut. A sharp stabbing pain shot through his head. Ryu clutched his ears as he listened to that infernal sound. As he closed his eyes, an inexplicable image flashed into his mind. It was both terrifying and astonishing. It was like three long golden snakes, their bodies intertwined. Chaotic disaster. How have you fallen from heaven, O morning star, son of the golden dawn? How is it that you, the conqueror of civilizations, have been cast down to the earth? So much so that in your heart you said, I will ascend to heaven and raise my throne above the stars of God. I will sit enthroned on the Mount of Assembly, on the highest point of the north. I will ascend above the tops of the clouds. I, Ghidorah, will make myself like and greater than the Most High. But now, you were defeated and locked in your ice prison, deep inside the abyss, in the place where the dead are. He has returned. The being who darkened the skies and made kingdoms tremble. The human world is experiencing for the first time what hell truly is. Tokyo, Japan. The sky was dark. It was a cold and gloomy atmosphere. All the fires in the city had gone out. The sky was illuminated only by flashes of white and gold lightning. Amidst the buildings of Tokyo stood the one who would one day be responsible for the decline of life on the planet. The one responsible for the Holocaust suffered by the Japanese people, an enormous three-headed beast, its golden veil obscured by the dark atmosphere that pervaded the ruins of Tokyo. The few survivors who remain fighting for their survival in the Armageddon of Ghidorah have renegade to only praying to their god, or gods, to save them from annihilation. The King of Terror walked with the folds of his forewings retracted. The three heads gleefully watched the devastation of the world, which had its epicenter in the Japanese people. As the beast walked, winged bodies with black and white feathers lay at its feet, emaciated and motionless. The Golden King had ensured their eternal death. Tanks, soldiers, and warplanes were scattered throughout the blackened streets. The burned bodies of those who had fled in fear of the beast lay hidden among the rubble. Ghidorah raised his wings and let out a fierce, sharp roar into the sky. Golden beams of light descended to earth in response to her scream. Civilians, still alive, ran through the streets amidst the rubble. They were terrified. Nothing in their lives had prepared them for this. 3. And who would have expected it? That a golden beast would fall from the sky amidst their storm and deliver a punishment that seemed like a divine act. There was simply nothing anyone could do but run in terror from the beast. Ghidorah raised his wings. It was a magnificent sight. The King of Terror saw himself as equal to, or even superior to, the gods who ruled these lands. There was nothing that could be done about it. All existing mythologies and religions witnessed the devastation through holograms and magic circles. Images of the King of Terror roaring and claiming his dominion were broadcast worldwide. In Kyoto, things were at least a little better. Hundreds of yokai were helping the defense forces evacuate desperate civilians. From afar, the storm could be seen. It was a colossal mass of red and black clouds that emitted golden rays and lightning. In Kuoh, the situation was no different. The enormous storm covering all of Tokyo could be seen from miles away. The Gremory group was busy watching images of the roaring golden beast. "What the hell is that thing?" Rias exclaimed as she watched Ghidorah roar and be covered in lightning on the news. "Rias, come see this." The one who had spoken was Akeno. From the window of the Hyoudou house, soldiers could be seen arriving in cargo helicopters to take the refugees out of the danger zone. Suddenly, the door burst open. It was Hyoudu's parents, who looked visibly desperate. "Rias-chan, you have to help me find our son." Mrs. Hyoudou spoke alongside her husband. "They're evacuating the whole city. We'll go too, but not without my youngest son." Washington Monarch meeting room. They were all gathered. Gods, the Mayu, 2 of the 4 great seraphim, Agares, and the current governor. Kyoto's leader, Yasaka, as well as gods from Asgard, Norse mythology, and the most desperate Japanese gods, and figures from Hindu, Chinese, and Egyptian mythology. Presidents and generals of the Japanese military and most democratic countries, along with military equipment. The vast majority of the representatives were there solely for political or security reasons. The great light flooded the room. On the screen everyone was watching, a colossal explosion of chaotic proportions engulfed the sky. The powerful blast was caused by one of Ghidorah's heads, which had spat a golden beam from its mouth that tore through the air and scorched the forests. Deaths have surpassed 10 million. The Japanese president and emperor are not responding. The room was filled with bad news for the country. The leaders and representatives of Japan displayed despair on their faces, their expressions filled with anguish. The room lit up again. On another screen, one of the heads could be seen unleashing a golden beam and beginning to sweep through the wooden houses and temples with hordes of fire. Then, a loud bang is heard on one of the tables. The US government demands that the supernatural tell us what the hell that thing is. Admiral Williams spoke, who was in charge of leading the armed combat against the Hyoudous in San Francisco. No one responded. The rulers and representatives of the factions and mythologies simply remained silent. "We don't know." Everyone went back to see him. It was the Archangel Michael who spoke those words. "We have no idea what that monster is. At first, we thought it was some kind of evil dragon. It shares similarities with one that was killed in the battle against Trihexa 666, but its aura is something we've never felt before. It's erratic. Nothing makes sense." Deathly silence. The room fell silent. Only the beast's growls could be heard through the images. At another point, a strange map appeared on a larger screen in the middle of the room. The destruction zone is concentrated mainly on the outskirts of Tokyo, with the city as its epicenter. "The monetary costs of the damage at this time are incalculable," said one of the meeting moderators. "This is just in the first 2 hours. If this continues, the damage from the storm could extend to cover Korea and eastern China." Their bodies shuddered and their breaths turned cold. He's practically saying that more than 4 countries could suffer irreparable damage. "And what should we do now? You supernatural beings are the ones who should be providing solutions." The representative from France spoke euphorically. The man spoke, but no one answered. At that moment, not even the leaders of factions and mythologies knew what was happening. This amidst all the commotion of the crisis, a person spoke up and stood from their seat. "It's your fault." The admiral pointed directly at one of those present who preferred to remain inconspicuous at this time. Dr. Ishiro Serizawa. King Ghidorah. The situation was simply catastrophic. Ghidorah mercilessly unleashed golden beams from his mouths. A single blast was enough to change the entire landscape from black to red, to shift the color of the valleys from green to crimson, and to flood the city with reddish fire that reached its very foundations. Entire hordes of people left seeking refuge in the nearby forests, others hid in temples awaiting divine advice or salvation which never came. Cold corpses lay on the ground, having perished before Ghidorah's aura. The images that millions around the world saw in their homes were sinister and chilling. The living cataclysmic event had awakened and returned to sow its chaos in the world that never belonged to it. The screams increased, but the destruction did not stop. One of its heads shot out into the sea at the shore. The black waters of the night and the storm parted, carving a path into the depths. A rain of salt water, scorched by lightning, fell upon the land of the innocent, who were cremated and exterminated by Ghidorah. 3. Meeting. Ignoring what was happening at the epicenter of the storm, everyone was completely confused upon hearing the admiral's words. "Dr. Ishiro Serizawa, you and your organization are primarily responsible for this crisis." Everyone was surprised that people were looking for someone to blame at this time. This wasn't the time to assign blame in this crisis, only to find solutions. Despite that, everyone was interested in why Monarcha was responsible for this. Dr. Serizawa rose from his seat and straightened his suit, then spoke. "I have no idea what you're talking about, Admiral. Monarcha is not directly responsible for the current events. King Ghidorah. The dark clouds, illuminated by flashes of golden lightning, began to slowly part. From within them, a small group of sky soldiers descended to Earth. Ghidorah showed no mercy to anything or anyone. With a single beam from his left head, Ghidorah exterminated them and gave them eternal death. White feathers fell to the ground after the king's shot. But that wasn't all. Attack. It was no illusion. From the beast's back, angels and fallen angels began to assault its skin with attacks of light. Ghidorah roared. From their mouths, a blast of energy shot out, absorbing their bodies and exterminating the angels with nothing but their power. Ghidorah raised his wings to the sky and roared at all the souls who dared oppose his power. And chaos began once more. Meeting. Oh, really? Let's recap. In 1999, if I remember correctly, in the Philippines, you interrupted an unauthorized mining operation. You found the complete skeleton of a titan that had 2 eggs incubating inside it. One of the eggs hatched and made its way to the Yandere nuclear plant in Japan. Around 289 people died and the city was quarantined. I know what you're talking about, Admiral. But that's an Sirzechs tried to speak but was interrupted. You hid all information about that and set up a research station to study the monster without permission, or am I mistaken, Doctor? Dr. Sirzechs remained silent for a few moments until he spoke. I don't know what this topic is about. If we're just going to look for someone to blame over irrelevant issues, he was interrupted. Let me refresh your memory. 20 years later, the monster escapes and attacks the Hyoudou nuclear plant. The monster heads for Hawaii and US forces confronted. The battle ended with 316,000 dead. Everyone remembered those events a few months ago when the supernatural joined humanity and they faced the Hyoudous the day they discovered the existence of those beasts, in their words. After that, the female Hyoudou awakens in the Nevada nuclear depot and destroys an entire road in Las Vegas. 1,300 people lost their lives. Dr. Sirzechs now understood what the Admiral meant. The monsters reach San Francisco, which hadn't been evacuated. The male steals the nuclear warhead and destroys the Golden Gate Bridge. The bomb explodes in the middle of the city, killing 534,000 people. The battle continues and spreads across the entire west coast of the United States and northern Mexico. 22.8 million people lose their lives, not counting the human and mythological soldiers who died in battle. In the end, San Francisco becomes a quarantine zone due to the radiation. The Admiral was becoming agitated and everyone noticed. Everyone already knew those appalling figures. Then the Admiral continued. Weeks later, Monarch refuses to reveal the number of titans they have found, leading to the decision to eliminate them. The behemoth titan is unleashed in Brazil. The Navy is unable to contain it and the monster reaches Rio de Janeiro. The city was not fully evacuated and 12,000 civilians die. Earthquakes affect all of Latin America, from southern Chile to northern Mexico. Everyone remained silent. The Monarch representatives and Dr. Sirzechs didn't know what to say in this situation. And that's not all, Dr. Sirzechs. King Ghidorah. It was a chaotic sight. Red flames danced as Ghidorah's wings ascended. Heads roared at the soldiers who stood bravely before them. All were mortally wounded. The angels' wings flickered, their faith in God gone. He was no longer there. There was no one left to save them. Ghidorah unleashed his lightning. The streets filled with embers and ashes. A giant wall of flames tore through the city blocks. The wind shattered the windows. People tried to flee and take cover from the flames that burned their bodies. The most desperate commit suicide by throwing themselves from skyscrapers into the hell that was on the ground, all in order to save themselves from the final judgment of the King of Terror. This scale of destruction was now irreparable. People were dying and screaming as Ghidorah disintegrated them. The beast raised its wings. Its golden rays tore through the air and exploded in the streets. Meeting. In 1954, a nuclear submarine called the Nautilus reported encountering a strange creature on the ocean floor. Months later, a military vessel called the USS Lawton was found beached in Costa Rica with mysterious claw marks. The sole survivor, William Rhonda, was committed to a psychiatric hospital and died there because, in his own words, he had witnessed a giant monster destroy the ship. Everyone who wasn't from the US county gasped upon hearing such a revelation. That's a topic that I don't. And, if I remember correctly, years after those events, in 1970, Monarcha organized an expedition to a Pacific island with a group of US military personnel. The only survivors of the expedition disappeared after their rescue, and 2 of them now work at Monarcha. Dr. Sirzechs was stunned to hear that. It's a topic that neither you nor I are authorized to discuss. Monarcha also did not have the authorization to hide those monsters. King Ghidorah. The deathly silence descended, seemingly from nowhere. The destruction had ceased. Once again, a somber and funereal atmosphere pervaded the ruins of the city. The path of destruction created by the beast had stopped. The soldiers, both military and mythological, sensed that something was wrong. They saw his gaze fixed on the sky, and they beheld Ghidorah. The flames around him slowly diminished as the beast remained still. Ghidorah had stopped. The three heads began to look at each other in confusion. Then, the devastation brought to the world by the beast was left behind, and at the same time, the human world began to believe that survival was possible in this world full of evil. Meeting. We are very sorry, Serizawa. The United States of America has made the decision to cease its financial support of Monarcha. Monarcha's representatives felt an odd emptiness. The United States provided 80% of their funding. If they stop supporting them, then Monarch will be shut down. If they do that, Admiral. We're the only organization dedicated to researching and studying the Titans peacefully. Without us, they'll likely never be able to achieve coexistence with them. That's the point, Dr. Serizawa. The stupid idea of coexisting with those monsters never made sense. No one's going to take their point of view into account anymore, he said in a sharp, authoritarian tone. Everyone was frozen. An argument was unnecessary now, considering what they were facing. Without anyone noticing, the living room door began to open slowly. Answer this question, Dr. Serizawa. Are there any other Titans whose existence we should know about? Majinu Koto Yamato. The red clouds faded and turned black. The angels began to feel a strange divine aura that subdued their hearts and made them feel a strong and redundant burning in their chest. Ghidorah turned his enormous body towards the sky. The three heads of the King of Terror turned to look at the sky. And then, a beautiful and lovely white light began to fade. The political leaders present at the meeting turned to look at their central screen, and they saw as the camera began to capture a white light that gradually increased in intensity against the black sky. And then, a wave of air surged from the clouds. The flames of destruction that consumed Japan were extinguished and she ascended. Tokyo was in darkness. The only light remaining in the ruins and rubble was the white light rising from the sky. And then there was silence. And the sky broke and the clouds parted. The sky gave him passage. His light illuminated the entire valley, from the ocean to the farthest fields. The dark clouds cleared and gave way to the queen. Enveloped in grey mist, the wings of a creature of infinite beauty fluttered gracefully. It was the divine image of an angel who had broken through the seven heavens and fallen to earth. The beast's body and wings were completely covered in its white light. The beautiful creature flapped its wings. The beast's faces were dazzled. A light they had never seen on it before could only mean one thing. Issei raised his head and with a serene look exclaimed. I see you are the current queen. He knew it. It wasn't a crazy idea. It was only a matter of time before one of the kings would once again confront the golden god. Angelic choirs were heard praising his presence. Millions around the world marveled. They would all be present and witness the duel that would decide the fate of Earth. Its light illuminated the dark valleys, outshining the glow of the fire, and amazed the survivors whose path had been obscured. Angels flew by and admired her. Even politicians turned their gaze to contemplate her white light. Miguel and Raphael rose from their seats. With joy and breathless, they showed wonder in their eyes at seeing the light that rivals and even surpasses the radiance of their deceased father. The entire planet will once again witness the judgment for its dominion. Mothra's wings rose and her light faded. Her entire body was surrounded by a divine, whitish aura. Particles of white light encircled her head like a crown of perpetual light. Her head was covered by a ring of light. The clouds danced around him in sync. He beat his wings vigorously. The white and divine veil surrounded her body as she flew in front of the creature of the apocalypse. The dark and gloomy atmosphere that the King of Terror had brought to the world vanished with the mere presence of the new Mothra. His war cry could be heard, and it was the complete opposite of the Golden Devil's scream. The Queen of Monsters, whose silhouette was covered and bathed in divine light. And the King of Terror, whose presence dazzles in the darkness. The two beasts countered each other. They both avoided each other. Their auras were competing. And at the same time they were rivals. She, whose aura of light places her above the purest angel. He, whose dark aura sets him above the most bloodthirsty devil. The beast of the apocalypse once again encountered the presence of the angel most faithful to God. Ghidorah was shrouded in a nebula of darkness, and Mothra protected herself with a blanket of light. The monster, I reckoned, roared at the queen, insulting her with his language. She would not allow it and let out a heavenly shriek that echoed through the distant mountains. They gazed at each other, she with disgust and he with enthusiasm, a sickly enthusiasm and fervor that emanated from his aura. She closed her wings, and like a divine warrior angel in the service of God, the Queen of Monsters descended to Earth, and she vigorously faced the three-headed devil. Today, the world met Ghidorah. Today, the world met Mothra. And soon, the world will know the king, desGhidorah. End of chapter. Chapter 14. They are about to wake up. The atmosphere was macabre and gloomy. It was night in Tokyo Bay. The entire country of Japan was being shrouded from space in a layer of black clouds. Beneath the gloom, a squadron of angels struggled to stay aloft, after all, in the midst of a powerful electrical storm. Golden lightning bolts clashed, forming powerful waves of wind that the soldiers tried to withstand. "We have to come down, we can't stay here. The winds are too strong." An angel from the squadron warned his companions. "If we stay here, we'll end up dead." The group leader, with an expression of anguish and a bitter taste in his mouth, decided to give the order to leave the storm. "Very well, we must go down to the city." The squadron of angels descended, finding nothing but death and destruction. Is this? Everyone stared in disbelief. What they were witnessing was what had once been one of the most populated human cities on the planet. Sydney. Everything was chaos. Black clouds were illuminated by golden lightning. A constant, large-scale earthquake was raging through the burning ruins of the area. Buildings were gone, only immense fissures and mounds of earth, from which enormous waves of lava erupted, covering the small houses that still stood. Patches of land that had once been streets now plunged into the same fiery abyss. The group descended into an immense canyon that was once the heart of Sydney. Debris, ruins, enormous boulders, and hordes of raging fire were what they were witnessing. Who did this? No, what did this? The younger one asked. Nobody knew the answer. They had been sent by Michael to rescue survivors, and they had readily accepted, without questioning, exactly what they were going to rescue people from. Dry-eyed. Everyone heard a growl and the jingling of bells. When they saw what was in front of them, words failed them. The fear of death gripped them from behind. Like a bucket of cold water had been thrown on them, they realized they had been sent here to die. Why did they think this? Well, it was to be expected. After all, an unparalleled beast had appeared before them. 3 heads, 3 necks, 2 bat wings, 2 long tails, and bathed in gold were the most striking features of the beast that the angels were seeing. The middle head lowered its long neck and looked at them with vigor and superiority. The right head looked at them with what they interpreted as a macabre smile, and the left head looked at them with an abrupt gaze. Gray-eyed. But the standard grunt, Issei gave the order to fire. Golden rays shot from the 3 mouths of the golden hydra. Raiou. The green eyes of the angels were lost in the immense divinity and warmth that King Ghidorah transmitted. Washington, D.C., United States. In the boardroom in Washington, USA, the vast majority of leaders from all current mythologies, and most of the leaders of all countries, were watching the battle images transmitted by the immense image in front of them. All the leaders and their escorts were stunned by what they were witnessing, and it was to be expected. What their eyes saw was something that came from out of this world, literally. As you can see, there are explosions and golden blasts everywhere. The trail of destruction these titans are leaving is unprecedented. There haven't even been any survivors. Agra, the reporter by the camera, was immediately silenced by an intense golden light. All the mythologies gathered were petrified, sweating cold, and their mouths did not process any words. Dr. Ishiro Serizawa watched everything with a cold expression, though despite this, his mouth, teeth, and twitching eyebrows betrayed the fear he was feeling. "Emma, what have you done?" were the thoughts of the monarch representative. Everyone was glued to the screen. Everything changed when another reporter appeared on TV and said, "Next we will show you the images captured by a surviving helicopter." On the television screen, everyone saw a clear video showing 3 powerful beams being launched toward civilians who were running in terror, all while the military and soldiers of all the allied factions just stood watching the massacre, petrified with fear. Why is this happening? Where did that titan come from? The leaders of the world's countries were baffled by what was happening. "We must order an immediate evacuation in all surrounding cities," exclaimed the Prime Minister of Japan. "Don't worry about that, I've sent several squadrons to evacuate civilians in Kyoto and all the neighboring cities," he replied, with serenity and a false sense of calm. "I will prepare the nuclear bombs. Kim Jong-un, Vladimir Putin, and Donald Trump. I say that with 2 9.1-gram bombs, they'll kill him, no less, like 5, said Enrique Pena Nieto. Everyone saw the idiot. He's president, but only because I have something macabre planned for him. 3. "I agree with you," exclaimed Nicolas Maduro. "Right, handsome, moi." Pina blew a kiss to Maduro and made a heart gesture. "Oh, you're making me blush. Stop doing this. We're dealing with something serious." They both grabbed each other's hands out of fear. "Demon King Sirzechs, Lucifer, where are the pillars of the factions located?" Upon hearing that question from Michael, Sirzechs remained silent for a few moments until he decided to say, "Since we sent the mission to Antarctica, we haven't heard anything from them." The atmosphere remained completely silent. No one dared to say a single word. "Damn it, what do we do now? If only I had taken Azazel seriously." These were Sirzechs' thoughts as he remembered what they had said to Azazel. "We can't stay like this. We must authorize an attack against that monster immediately." So far, the deaths of more than 8.3 million people and soldiers have been confirmed. In less than 3 hours, this monster has caused all those casualties, said Shiva, the god of destruction, with disdain. We can't allow this, millions of people have died right now. I suggest we. It won't be necessary. And without anyone being able to predict it, in the middle of the prayer of the President of Canada, a third voice, serious and serene, was added to the conversation. The Azazel. Yes, the former supreme governor of the fallen angels had appeared in the meeting room. Azazel was in a corner of the large room, he slightly raised his gaze and began to walk slowly between the tables in the room. As he walked, his eyes obscured by his bangs, Azazel began to recite some macabre words. The moment has arrived, a trial for planet Earth is about to begin. Everyone present was intrigued by the words the former leader of the fallen angels was reciting. What are you talking about, Raven? This is no time for games. We are in a state of maximum emergency. Auden was strongly questioning Azazel's words. Who said these are games? Indeed, this is a top priority situation, I dare say much more so than the beast of the apocalypse. Azazel continued walking until he stopped in the middle of the meeting room. Explain yourself once and for all, Azazel. What do you mean by those words? The Archangel Michael questioned. I mean that we as a species are witnessing the beginning of a new world order, and we will be fortunate to see the confrontation between the most powerful beings on the planet, the Fallen One recited again. Azazel continued. We are going to witness the uprising of the kings who are going to reclaim what always belonged to them. The moment he said those words, Dr. Sirzechs' throat closed. He knows it, these were the doctor's thoughts. The silence remained for a few more moments until someone finally said. That nonsense isn't important now. Thousands of people are dying because of that monster and nobody is doing anything to stop it. Seraphil shouted, abandoning her usual demeanor. Azazel simply turned to look at the image on the screen in the middle of the room and said in a whisper. At this moment that job belongs to her. She. Azazel spoke again. I'm here. In the ruins of Tokyo, Japan. Everything was complete chaos. It seemed to be the true apocalypse that had been foretold for millennia. Thunder and lightning crackled everywhere. A pale pink light engulfed the stormy sky. The group of angels who had been attacked earlier by King Ghidorah now rested on an immense rock beside the intense light. They had been saved. A humanoid female pale figure covered in mosaics which shone with a divine white light and which was outlined with a thin fine pink line was floating in front of the group of God's children. A beautiful figure of a woman with long hair that shone brighter than the sun appeared in the area where the massacre was taking place. The entity's whitish wings were illuminated by a pattern of fine pink lines. Are you alright? A soft but distorted voice could be heard from the beautiful figure. The woman who looked like a goddess slowly turned around, looking with her eyes dimmed of light at the angels. Why us, one of the angels tried to say, but the words wouldn't form. Don't worry, you're safe now. The female voice was heard again throughout the place. A blush spread across the faces of all 5 individuals upon hearing that voice that conveyed so much peace and calm. The figure raised the palm of its hand towards the young angels, who, without even noticing, were already being healed by the light emitted by the figure. Raya. The high-pitched nightmarish growl was heard again. They all turned to look again at the beast before them. The luminous girl stared at the winged beast with an expressionless face. Raya. The heads shot their 3 beams from their mouths. The ground through which the shots were advancing was filled with an immense shockwave, being destroyed as they advanced. The angels were filled with that feeling of fear and helplessness, but, as if by a miracle, they saw how they were saved again. The chicha raised its wings, and a vast shower of pink spores leaped from them. The moment the lightning struck them, the blasts were redirected to the sides, causing a magnificent explosion nearby. TSK. Indeed it's you. A dark deep voice was heard coming from the central head of the dragon. The second Queen Mothra I exclaimed sarcastically. Irie kept her face expressionless. We didn't expect to see you so soon, Irie-sama, Kevin said abruptly. And I didn't think you would wake up now, Ghidorah. Irie replied in a serious tone. Phew, Mukata Karuno Ka. Nijetsu Nai Kono Dio Nai Chikazuter Karuno Ka. Simply my brothers and I were playing like in the old days, destroying civilizations and extinguishing planets. There is no similar ecstasy, hehehe, Ichi replied with a degenerate smile. They disgust me, Irie said, disgusted. Irie raised her wings, and her body began to take on a different form. The 5 angels she had rescued were amazed by the transformation she was undergoing. Raya. The queen's majestic roar could be heard everywhere. So you intend to fight and defend these insects? Simply pathetic. Ichi continued. What makes you think you can fight? No matter how strong you were before, what happened millennia ago will happen again. Nor do I exclaim in a venomous tone. It seems that the title of second queen of the monsters is a bit too big for you. Irie stared at Ghidorah for a few seconds, then closed her eyes for a moment. Second queen of the monsters. I gave up that title a long time ago. I's body began to emit much more luminosity. Irie's radiant white light adorned the apocalyptic hell in which the city found itself. Bitchy, Nye and Kevin stared at Irie for a few moments, becoming intoxicated by the aura that Masura transmitted. Could it be? Bitchy felt a deep sorrow within him. A doubt began to gnaw at him from the inside, although, in reality, this was happening to Nye and Kevin as well. They didn't remember this. They didn't remember Irie's aura being so weak. You notice it, right? Nye asked. What happened to him? Kevin asked, intrigued. Your aura is different, Itchy continued. What happened to you? Why is your aura so weak? Irie heard what the group leader said and simply replied. Indeed, my true power went along with my title of queen, I sacrificed it for something much more important. Irie continued. Besides, if I can't defeat you, at least I'll buy time for one of them to arrive or him, Miku said in a calm and depressed tone. With Azazel. They were all watching what the screen was showing. Each person wore an expression of astonishment, fear, anguish, or intrigue. They were seeing something they hadn't known for millennia. Is she going to face it alone? Dr. Serizawa whispered to himself. Who is she? She's beautiful. How have I never met her before? Seraphil exclaimed with stars in her eyes. Where do I know that young woman or creature from? Gabriel wondered to himself. It can't be I know her. Michael had a big doubt regarding the Masura. Azazel, what are those creatures? Auden asked vigorously, looking at the Masura on the screen. They, the leaders, are the beings who have always ruled the planet and the world from the shadows. He said, looking at the screen. And he continued. She is the one destined to rule the world, one of the guardian monsters who created it, the very queen of Earth, Mothra, the second queen of the monsters. Azazel emphasized the Mothra's titles with passion. And he is the king who has brought destruction to the world and the universe for thousands of eons. He is the Golden Hydra, the one who is many, the king of terror, the devourer of worlds, the true beast of the apocalypse, King Ghidorah. He spoke in a dry, redundant voice. Everyone went into shock. That can't be, Azazel. The world was created by our father, Gabriel exclaimed, strongly doubting Azazel's words. That's what I thought too, Michael thought to himself, disappointed. Brah. Right. Everyone saw how Ghidorah's three heads directed sharp roars at the Masura. Right. At the same time, they witnessed the Irie emitting a shriek that echoed throughout the terrain. The Masura's wings left their shimmering shine, displaying wings similar to monarch butterflies. Right. Irie spread her wings and launched him into flight at full speed in the direction of Ghidorah. The gigantic golden beast merely raised its wings. Amazon rainforest. The tranquil and peaceful atmosphere of the Amazon rainforest resonates everywhere. Every plant, every tree, every creature coexisted peacefully in this earthly paradise. Grrrrrrrrrrrr. A deep purring sound echoed throughout the area. Two large ivory masts, covered in algae and mold, began to move. The beast opened its eyes. It was none other than Behemoth. The place was completely tranquil. The Titan was perfectly calm. But despite this, something else was visible in the area. The unconscious bodies of hundreds of soldiers from the alliance of factions, including hundreds of human soldiers who were also asleep. But why was this happening? It was simple. It was the work of the immense quantities of whitish pollen that adorned the wind. Perhaps you're right, but I'm not feeling very cheerful right now. A female voice was heard in the area. A human figure could be seen atop the Titan's back. A young girl with lilac hair was resting on the beast's immense back. Irie-sama, don't you think it's too risky? Kar the Titan was about to speak, but was interrupted. I've already told you, there's no need to call me Irie-sama. Everyone knows that's not how I act. Irie replied calmly and indifferently. The Titan remained thoughtful for a few moments, until finally he said. I don't understand why you're so humble. You are and always will be our queen, to whom we owe respect, Behemoth replied somewhat hastily. Irie didn't respond for a few seconds, simply gazing at the vast clear sky. After a few seconds of silence, she replied. I don't think so. The true queens they should respect are my mother and my sister Miku. Irie lowered her head as she spoke. They are the true queens. Mothra-sama he has interrupted again. Don't call me that, Behemoth-san, the title of queen doesn't belong to me, I replied politely. Irie got up and sat down with her arms hugging her knees. Why are you denigrating yourself like this? You fought against Ghidorah to protect us. We owe you our lives, just like we owe Karma-sama, Clark-sama, and his Behemoth stopped when he saw Miku. Irie ended up sitting in the fetal position. No. That's simply up to Karma-san, Clark-san, and Issei-chan, he replied in a depressed tone. Behemoth stared at Ie for a few more seconds. He remained silent until he decided to ask his question. Irie-sama, regarding Issei-sama, do you know if he is immediately interrupted? I don't know yet, I answered bluntly. He's currently living with the humans, I said, my voice calming. I've been investigating, and I discovered that he's living with the so-called pillars of the faction alliance. There's nothing to worry about that anything will happen to him. And what will happen to Issei-sama? Aren't you going after him, Irie-sama? Behemoth spoke with a slightly mischievous tone. Irie blushed slightly upon hearing what the Titan had said. I'm not entirely sure, but it's more likely he'll be back with us in about 100 years, I replied calmly. And when that happens, we Titans will reclaim our kingdom. I continued. Oh, my darling. I can't wait to have you back in my arms. I exclaimed, hugging herself. Haha, just talking about Issei-sama makes you revert to your old childish self. I blushed slightly upon hearing that. Yes. After all, Issei-chan owes me his virginity. Kaya, One-E-san's body is trembling just thinking about it. Indeed, when Issei-sama is here, you become a full of energy little girl again. Yes, I think you're right. Irie got up from Behemoth's back and raised her pink wings. Well, I have to go. Some baby Masuras are being born today and I have to welcome them into the world. Baby Masuras? Yes, I left Monarcha in charge of taking care of them, now it's time to. It is interrupted because the earth begins to move. What's going on? They are immediately interrupted by feeling an immense aura that they sensed from thousands of kilometers away. That aura, it can't be, Irie exclaimed in a broken voice, filled with spite. It's terrifying, could it be? Seventh heaven territory of the angels. What is that aura? Archangel Michael exclaimed in astonishment, sensing an aura that filled him with an indescribable feeling. Fear. Yes, the current leader of the heavenly faction was experiencing an immense amount of terror and dread throughout his entire being. Michael-sama. The door is immediately opened, revealing the seraph Gabriel with a face of immense sorrow. That feeling, Gabriel exclaimed. Yes, I felt it. Underworld territory of demons. What's that? Now Sirzechs Lucifer blurted out his question in a sigh. Underworld territory of the fallen angels. It's time. Sitting on a mountainside, Azazel let his words flow. Just as I thought, I hope he helps us. Hyoudou residence. What is that aura? It feels so creepy. What's that? But what? Ryu, Itsuki and Izumi stood up from the table, leaving their questions hanging in the air. One-E-san, is that? Issei asked with a confused expression. Issei, what's wrong with you? Hey. What about me? Issei-chan, your hair, this. Shining. What? What's wrong with me? Everyone was amazed at how the gray strands of Issei's hair began to emit dark red and black light. Like a strong and brutal blow, everyone present felt once again that aura that emanated an immense amount of evil in its purest sense. I don't understand, what is that aura? What's going on? Where is it coming from? Splash. Everyone heard the sound of a glass of water breaking on contact with the ground. Issei-san, are you going to? Milikas, who was standing next to Issei, immediately realized what was happening, remembering Dr. Serizawa's words. Issei-san, and now he's going to. What are you talking about, Milikas? Milikas repeated. He's about to wake up. Brave Castle Monarch. Beep. Beep. Alarms throughout the entire perimeter base began to sound. Amidst all the noise from the loudspeakers and signals, Dr. Serizawa could only show his bewildered face at all of this. What's happening? Dr. Serizawa asked, very agitated. Dr. Serizawa, we have detected strong seismic activity in Antarctica. A scientist replied. That. We received a call from the base. All the scientists and military personnel present watched the giant screen in front of them, which displayed a soldier. We're asking for help, Arg. We're requesting assistance, it seems the computers are revealing activity in the heads of Monster Zero. Everyone present went into shock. Is it time? Dr. Serizawa's face showed his immense fear and bewilderment. Call Dr. Russell. She needs to know about this immediately. Right away. With Irie. Irie-sama, that's it. Behemoth turned to look at Irie, who only had a static face of disbelief. But Oka-san said that there were 3,000 years left until. I let his despair show. Fear and old memories flooded his mind. Irie-sama, please calm down. It comes from Antarctica. Irie, without warning, immediately rose into the air. And as if it were a huge shooting star, it began to fly at full speed northward. Moth Temple, China. In the Moth Temple, in the immense pyramid that adorned the entire Yunnan jungle, things were no better at all. A shimmering pink glow appeared in front of the temple. I started running at full speed inside the corridors of this building. When I entered the main room of the building, I could only go into shock at what I saw in front of me. Dozens of corpses of scientists and military guards who worked at Monarch were scattered all over the floor, covering it in blood. But another thing that stood out from all this was the presence of 5 Masura larvae in the middle of the room. Glowing in different colors, the newly hatched larvae gave off an aura that was the perfect combination of innocence, peace, and authentic terror. Issei unfurled her beautiful pink wings and gave a delicate flapping, hovering in the air and positioning herself in front of one of the Masura larvae. Issei placed her cloth on the creature's head and in an angelic and delicate voice, asked. "Welcome to the world, my little one, can you tell me what just happened?" End of chapter. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.